Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed educators, coaches, participants, and aspiring cyber defenders. Welcome to the Space Grand Challenge Luna 2024. My name's Benjamin Arts,
And I'm Kevin Polanco.
and we are the broadcasters for today's wonderful and, well, I want to say myself, amazing stream. We're going to be with you for the next 7 hours, and we could not be more excited. Some of the things to go ahead and look forwards to in today's live stream include a Jeopardy with prizes, a player bingo, some team showcases, and we actually just pinged the Discord. Thank you, I appreciate it. If you want to be in the live stream at all throughout today, a team showcase is the perfect way to do it. So go ahead, reach out to us. You can go ahead and contact us through the Discord, and we'll actually also tell you how to get into the Discord in just a little bit. A couple of other things to look forward to include competition rooms. Well, that's why we're here. That's why we're doing today. It's going to be awesome.
It's the whole reason we're here at this moment.
Exactly. And some interviews with some industry professionals.
So let's give you a quick rundown of what the competition is and what the students will be up to throughout the day. During the Capture the Flag based competition, our participants will be immersed in a dynamic and realistic cyber environment. They will face thrilling challenges that test their problem solving skills, critical thinking abilities, and technical expertise.
That is important.
Collaborating in teams, they will unravel complex puzzles, dissect vulnerabilities, and devise ingenious strategies to protect and defend against cyber attacks. But you might be wondering, maybe you might be wondering this too, what kind of challenges, do we face?
I'm curious.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge that we face today.
Okay, hello, hello. Yeah, we're back. We're back. Okay, so we want to go ahead and learn a little bit more about today's story as well. And, well, I got it right here.
I have a
This-
couple of fun things that I have planned for
This
the
is
story
the
as well.
main stuff. We're going to go
It's the
ahead
good
and go
stuff.
through this, okay? Ready? Okay, ready. Moonshot Satellites is a multi-million-dollar company led by CEO William Gecko. Moonshot Satellites' constellation of 10,000 CubeSats located in low Earth orbit provides a mesh network of internet access to over 20 million commercial and governmental customers around the globe. This small cube satellite company, whose constellation satellite infrastructure provides communication services, delivers internet access to over 100 million individual commercial customers and provides real-time communication support for numerous government agencies. Well, they've been compromised. At this time, information is still coming in, and we'll keep you up to date with that information. However, what we know is that the threat actors have gained access to Moonshot's lunar-based network, and panic has arose. Panic arises in the Moonshot satellite's ground control area as the team discovers that a remote access Trojan was deployed via social engineering on Earth. The network lost communications linking Moonshot ground control to the Moonshot satellite's lunar-based 5G network. A zero-day exploit on the lunar-based 5G network is suspected. Okay, what's the
That's
plan?
A lot.
What? Now I'm okay. I gotta get ready for the plan. The plan is to reestablish the laser link by remotely driving the lunar repair robot to investigate the issue, which was the initiated remote access Trojan. The compromise generated heat on the network module and burnt the network cable, so it needs to be physically replaced, hence demonstrating the cyber-physical nature of this issue. The last attack is one of the main CubeSat payload that was hacked, and the hacker group, Unwanted Guest, threatened to maneuver the antennas so it couldn't phone home. The Moonshot Satellites team is working hard to identify the cause of the multiple cyber attacks. How did the hackers get access to this Moonshot Satellite's lunar-based 5G infrastructure and socially engineered the ground station on Earth? The future of the safety of this multi-million-dollar company is at stake. Can you, at home today, participants, help Moonshot Satellite recover from this devastating blow before the deadline? Space is the future, and cybersecurity is paramount in securing our space assets. I'm just saying, this is the first time I'm reading through it. I think you're
That
going to have to
was a
cast by
lot.
yourself. I'm going to go play the game.
I'll
Hopefully
beat
you
to
can pull
it.
it off. I'm just sorry.
I don't want to play right now.
Good luck.
Give
Good
me
luck,
the-
man.
put my sticks away. Did you like my sticks? I don't know if you saw them. You were reading the entire time, but you know,
They
especially
work.
the we need you guys.
Mm-hmm.
We do need that. So
Totally.
yeah,
Well,
I think that was a pretty good story. I'm heavily hooked now. I think this is the story of all time.
I think well, obviously, we can't do this competition without the support of all of the beautiful people behind us and the people over there helping us with the stream side of things. But we also want to go ahead and, well, thank a couple of sponsors along the way. Let's go ahead and check some of those out. Well, first of all, thank you, AWS.
Thank you, Elementrix.
Um, AWS, by the way, I just want to say it. I messed it up the first time. Amazon Web Services, just got to get it out there. But also, thank you, Splashtop.
Thank you, Aerospace Village.
And Paradigm Cyber Ventures.
And Simply Cyber.
And also Splunk.
I've heard of Splunk before. I heard they're a pretty good company.
Totally. And we'll be checking out some Splunk and McLaren videos a little bit later, so stay tuned for that. Okay, we got to go ahead and, well, I promised that we would go ahead and check out the Discord. So let's go ahead and see how that goes. This year's story just got me excited. I'm ready for it. But let's say while you're solving some of the flags in today's adventure, you run into a potential issue. Well, we have a wonderful staff team. Again, you can see them right behind us, and you can go ahead and ask them a ton of questions. I mean, any questions that you possibly have.
I'm ask him a question right now.
However, you might be wondering how to go ahead and reach these staff members. Well, they're here in person, so how are you reaching them? This is going to be through the Discord, so let's go ahead and run through the Discord support system and get you set up on this. The Discord support run through. The Space Grand Challenge support team can help you best on Discord. Make sure that you have a Discord account, and if you still need to do so, feel free to download it now. Once you find your way over to the Discord server by using the link in the Twitch chat or on our website, you can go ahead and talk to our amazing staff team there. Firstly, you're going to want to read through our Discord and game rules. Once you have done so, make your way to #agree to the rules channel to write I accept the rules. This will prompt you with a message and allow you to verify your team. Once you go to your text channel, enter the command /verify. This will create an embed that allows users to step through a personalized process to connect your Discord to your game day account. Firstly, we will double check that you actually read the rules, and then you will fill out if you're a parent, coach, or participant. In this context, we'll put participant and fill out our registered SGC email. Once you are verified, you can look at the channels across the Discord. The first command for your new channel is the help command. With the /help_message, you can create an embed position in the queue. Lastly, let's check out some of the miscellaneous commands, such as /ping, which show you the latency of the bot. The /get_scores command will show you where you currently are located with your points in the competition. The /resolve command, if your ticket has been solved and you no longer need assistance. And most importantly of them all, the /commands command. If this Discord showcase was just a little bit too quick, you can go ahead and type this into the Discord to get a list of all of the possible commands you can use. Okay, so hopefully that helped you figure out a little bit more on how to go ahead and get connected with our beautiful staff team. Once again, if you have any questions, feel free to go ahead and put them in the Twitch chat. You can go ahead and ask in the Discord, but also ultimately what it comes down to is help each other out, right? You can go ahead and ask your team, the coaches, any other participant that you're currently working with, see if you can figure this out and just genuinely have a fun time. Best of luck in this competition.
Yeah, but other than that, for today's topics, Ben and I will be giving you a quick rundown of what the topics are, but we also have, like we said earlier, industry professionals that discuss each topic and what they will talk about throughout this show, why they're professionals in this field, further in-depth topics. I think we have some people talking about AI, right?
Mm-hmm.
And talking about satellites,
Definitely.
intrusions. Those were pretty interesting interviews when I gave them a watch. We'll go ahead and also we'll walk through the modules. We'll check in with teams, show you some sponsored segments as well. The topics that we will go through today include mobile forensics,
Mm-hmm.
Wireshark. I've actually used their program. It's actually pretty sick. Uh, Deep space networking, the blockchain, esports, web app exploitation, cryptography, live cyber attacks, and a mystery topic.
Okay, I'm interested for the mystery topic. You're gonna have to let me know. I'm just
I'll let you
saying.
know throughout the
I
stream.
think we'll go ahead and figure it out a little bit more. Um, I think we have a beautiful video set up to go ahead and show you a little bit through kind of what the evidence collection site looks like, and just kind of what to expect a little bit more as well. We obviously talked about it, what to expect just now. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff incoming, and I'm super excited for it. But yeah, let's go ahead and check it out.
The next decade, they say, is going to be the decade of tech. And in that decade of tech, people like you are going to become really important.
Cyber!
Space!
That's the whole point of this competition. And, well, that video kind of displays it. Thank you, Jeff Vost, as well, for kind of a little bit of that introduction behind it. What I'm really hoping to get into, and I'm going to go a little bit off script here. I want to go ahead and check out one of the rooms. I'm not 100% sure if we planned for that today, but
You went totally off script. I don't think we had that planned at all. But
the problem is,
I also agree with you. I do want to go through one of the rooms because I think this competition this year is. I mean, this is my first year here. Don't get me wrong,
that is
but
very true.
this sounds super interesting. If I wasn't a caster here, I would. I would be playing right now. Let's start a team next year. Let's start a team next year.
I'm down. We can figure it out. I think if we get the stream team and then us two, I think we
We
could
need a
go
coach
ahead
though.
and get
Who could be a
first.
coach?
Oh, true. We can go ahead
We
and
could get
Rob.
Jeff.
Jeff,
Oh,
Jeff,
yeah,
wait,
we can
you're
get
right.
Jeff.
You're right. I think we have a plan. Okay, we'll do some of this planning a little bit more behind the scenes, but I want to go ahead and check out one of the rooms. Intro room.
Yeah, we can do a room.
Okay, let's go ahead and check out the intro room. Look, I'm in the game.
We are the game.
It's kind of fun. Okay, we promised you that we would go ahead and step through the intro room, so let's go ahead and walk through this. Again, the game started over at 9:15, so obviously you've probably already checked this out. If you haven't yet, no worries at all. We are going to be walking through it with you. So let's go ahead and check this out.
C to continue. Okay, the player can be moved using the WASD or the arrow keys. I actually know someone who uses ESDF instead of WASD. Don't know how
Okay.
they do that.
They won't be here today, so I think we're safe.
Good. So control to crouch. Might have to remember these. Space to jump. Shift to sprint. I to open inventory. And P to pause. Okay.
Perfect.
Do we just?
And then we can go ahead and press Q,
Oh, is it Q?
and
Oh,
then
there
we can
you
go ahead and
go.
spawn in for this.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, where's the team? You guys did a good job.
This is kind of sick.
I like it as well. Okay,
Imagine this in our VR headset.
that actually would be super
I think we're
awesome.
going
I think-
places.
I think
I think SGC 2025. I think we're going
I
places.
think we gotta go check it out. It's gonna be Space Grand Challenge instead of Luna VR, and then we can go ahead and set this up. I mean, okay, hear me out. I think turn right a little bit,
Turn right.
and then look down. Napping simulator
That's a good game.
at
as
Space
well.
Grand
That's
Challenge.
a good game.
I'm just saying. I think it could be a good plan.
Oh look, it's all the
Okay,
sponsors
we
as
got
well.
we
yeah.
got some of the sponsors up in here as well. And once again, thank you for supporting this competition in the first place. It's been
That's kind of a
amazing.
sick poster.
Nice. What's at the bookshelf? I want to check it out. Let's just see.
I don't think it
Book.
book.
What kind of books are you reading recently?
Me?
Yeah.
Uh, I don't read.
Aw, no calculus books.
Oh, I mean, well, yeah, calculus textbooks. Yeah, well, I need that. The
Yeah,
stats
okay.
textbooks. Oh, of course, we need
The
those. But I
classics.
don't read. But they're also expensive. I'd rather just get a Kindle.
That is actually fair.
What is this?
I think that's one of the servers. I
Is
mean,
it?
I
I mean,
know
it
that
makes
we're
sense because all the
working
lights are
together.
going off. It could indicate like a hack is in progress or like
That's
it's like
true.
malfunctioning. That could be a thing.
Oh, we could be in the hacker's room. I'm trying to
Oh,
think through this a little bit more as well. What's on the
wait,
computer?
you're onto something.
It,
Which computer?
it looks that looks like we can do something with
Oh,
it. Oh,
practice.
okay, we can. Okay, so if you haven't done already, you can go ahead and watch this 9-minute video. It kind of explains what the challenge is a little bit and stuff like that. You can go ahead and, well, throughout the video, there's like an answer that you find there. You go ahead and like submit this answer. The question is, what's the next decade called, according to Jeff? And then, well, we would go ahead and type that in. For the time being,
Answer.
I'm not too sure.
I'm
You're
not too
gonna have
sure
to go
either.
ahead and figure that out in that 9-minute video.
No, no spoilers. No spoilers.
That's
We
fair.
can't spoil.
Okay. So stuff is interactive. You can go ahead and walk around. Wait, I want to test the sprinting.
Oh, right. What was the sprint key again? Was it
Oh, shit.
shift? Oh, wait.
Are you quick? He is quick.
Kind of quick.
Kind of
Wait,
running.
that's pretty good. Wait, there's
He could
inventory.
get some exercise
Wait.
in this game a little bit to keep it going.
Sorry, I just thought of something.
No, all good.
There's an inventory feature, which means something in this room. You can pick something up in this room. There's
Yeah.
no way.
Or maybe in future rooms as well.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, probably.
You can crouch as well. I
That's
forgot
actually
about that.
pretty
Okay.
I like it. And
Oh.
rooms will look a lot more like this as well as we're going through it. We're gonna go ahead and check more of them out. And
I think
again, we're
I
kind of on
closed
this
it on
page right
accident.
now. This is where you're landing on. This is the general homepage for the Space Grand Challenge. It talks about what the crime is, what we kind of talked through a little bit. But then in boring writing, you don't have two amazing casters telling you about the competition. I'm
With
just saying.
sticks.
That's true.
With
Can you-
sticks.
Where are they? I
They're
want to bring
over
them
here.
back. Can you bring them back?
Which one do you want me to bring back? I have a money symbol. I have a robber. I have the Trojan horse. I
Can
have
you
the
bring?
satellite.
I think grab your two favorites.
My
I'm
two
curious.
favorites. All right. It's got to be. All right. You ready?
We're checking it out. We're checking
My
it out.
two favorites have got to be this one, We Need You, and
The Trojan.
Trojan.
Okay. Well, story. I don't know. I can't explain it. I'm excited. And then we're just kind of working on it a little bit more.
Yeah.
We're working through this. We showed you the intro room. Again, watch that 9-minute video, check it all out, and then we'll see you in the next segment. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. Hey, how's it going?
Okay, the room. I thought it was awesome.
It's a pretty cool room.
We were in
I
the game.
kind of just want to like leave you right now and then just go to the competition because that was pretty cool. I was ready to open the video and just find which decade it was and just solve it right
No,
there.
that's fair. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that isn't the best room that we have. I know that we set the bar high, but it's gonna get even higher. We have a couple of awesome ones coming up, and we're gonna go ahead and walk through two of the rooms actually with some of the developers behind it as well. So we're gonna go ahead and ask them some questions. If you wanna even ask them some questions, go ahead and put that in the Twitch chat. I'll go ahead and read them off. I'll ask them personally. I got you. But what are we doing next?
I'm pretty sure next we have a special interview from first interview of the day from a very special guest. I don't know, maybe you've heard of her, maybe you haven't. Her name is Sarah Simon.
Okay.
Sarah Simon is the program manager for a satellite communication system called MUOS and the Space Force. Let's go ahead and see what she had to say to us this year.
All right, welcome to another Space Grand Challenge interview. My name is Henry. I'll be your guide and facilitator. Hope you all humans are doing great out there today. We have a special guest today. I'm just going to ask her, what is your name? What is your current focus in cybersecurity and the space industry? And welcome.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. Happy to be here. I'm Captain Sarah Simon, and I'm a program manager for a satellite communications system called MUOS and the Space Force. And probably the best way that I can describe the satellite constellation, which just means a group of satellites, is to think of it as a 3G cell phone network, where the cell towers, rather than being on the ground on Earth, they are in space orbiting as satellites. So the military can use the system with radios to communicate with each other no matter where we are in the world. And then as a program manager, I have a team of brilliant engineers and support contractors who I work with to coordinate projects and products and any strategic initiatives that come up. So my team and I, we stay in close coordination every day. And then our program office provides oversight of operations and then interactions between our space operators and the satellite builder.
Awesome. So, how did you get here? What is kind of your career history, Sarah? And how did you
Sure.
arrive here in space and satellites? Like what?
Yeah, I just hit my 13-year mark time in service.
Thank you for
Um,
your service.
Thanks. So I have been in the Space Force now for 3 years. Prior to that, I was in the Air Force for 10 years. And I enlisted in the Air Force right out of high school. So I was 18. And then I had a couple different jobs in the Air Force, which were awesome. And then the Air Force paid for college, paid for my associates, bachelor's, and master's. And then I was lucky enough to be able to commission, meaning I became an officer. And so I went to officer training school, and then I became an acquisitions manager. And pretty much that's where I am today.
So that was a big word, acquisitions. And correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that when you like put things together and like run a program? Is that the right word?
Exactly.
Okay, okay, cool. I just want to, help some of the young kids don't have to go Google acquisitions. What the heck does that mean?
Yeah, true,
It's a,
true. Thank you.
it's not a big word. So, um, so what is your favorite satellite space story? Do you have a space story you could tell us?
Well, there's a series of 8 communication satellites that were launched by the US in the late 1970s into the late 1980s. And the last one was launched in 1989, and it's called FleetSat 8. So it's still operational today. It's controlled by the Space Force. But the amazing thing to me is that it had an anticipated lifespan of 12 to 15 years, but now it's almost 35 years old and it's still
Wow.
being utilized by the military.
Yeah, I know for me in my satellite understanding, um, when they're building them, they have to build them for many, many years. And many,
Hmm.
many years change, and so does the technology. So what they
Absolutely.
think is like going to last forever, or what their intentions are, sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't. So it's
Yeah.
fascinating to me that when you're designing satellites now, that oh, by the way, how long's it got to be up there? That's one of the questions, like it's going to be up there for a really
Right.
long time. So we have to design it appropriately and make sure hey, it's going 10,000 miles an hour. There's other radiation factors, there's other things we have to think about. So it's just simply fascinating to me how that works. So
I
another
agree.
question, what is the
Okay.
future of AI and ML and space security, do you think?
Yeah, I think there are probably almost endless opportunities for AI and machine learning and space security. AI can reduce the burden that our space operators face every day because it can learn patterns to predict trends and anomalies, and then it can suggest solutions potentially long before humans may even realize that there's an issue. So AI can increase our mission resilience in the long term, and I think it will allow us to need fewer people probably to accomplish bigger missions. And then of course there are some really cool classified initiatives to utilize AI on satellites as well. And then in the realm of cybersecurity, we can use AI to help us differentiate between normal operations versus what things would look like in a cyber attack too. So many possibilities for the future of AI and space security.
That's awesome. So for me, um, I use now Google and Chat GPT open all the time, and I'm
Yes.
using that to use it as a springboard. If I don't understand something, I, double check to make sure because sometimes AI is not correct. It
Right.
can be false information. So I'm just saying that out there. But it's been a
Mhm.
great tool to help me learn and guide me in some specific things. Or I can throw some code up there and say, hey, I'm looking at this, particular payload. I think there's an error in this. What do you think? And you can ask it.
Uh-huh.
So I definitely think that AI and ML in the future is just going to continue to help us, not as a hinder. And I think it's a really positive thing that can come out of all that. So, in closing, is there anything else you'd like to say today, Sarah, to the young people playing Space Grand Challenge?
No, thank you guys so much. I encourage you to pursue your dreams, and if you're interested in space, that's awesome. Thank you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time today, and I really appreciate it. And have a good time playing Space Grand Challenge. And thank you so much for your quick service and time today with the young people. So
Thank
thank you
you.
very much.
Okay, so we have a bunch of different teams today, and we wanted to go ahead and do an interview with one of them. And, well, Team 82 has decided to go ahead and talk with us. We're just kind of going to try and figure out, okay, who is this team, like what their names are, what the school they're competing for, how they came up with their team name and stuff like that. We're just going to go ahead and run through all of that. So let's go ahead and hop into a conversation with them.
Yeah.
Okay, so Team 82, thank you for this quick little interview. And interview sounds intimidating, but we're really just asking you a bunch of little questions. We want to figure out like who you are, what you're doing, and how you're enjoying the competition. So could you give us like a little bit of an introduction, like what are your names and what school are you competing for?
So I'm Jake Winfield, and we are competing for so this is a combined school district group from the Shawnee Mission School District. We all come here, and we go to the cybersecurity class at our school's group district area.
That is awesome.
That's pretty
You have a cybersecurity like area for your district or for your school.
Yep.
I want that. Wait, that is amazing. I'm
I
really
wish
happy
I
to hear
had
it.
that. What the heck? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. So, in terms of the competition, how are you guys enjoying it so far?
It's been pretty fun, and I've been enjoying it a lot.
Okay, perfect. I mean,
I mean,
but you might have seen us run through it on the live stream, but we were actually really having fun in the intro room. What room are you guys currently on?
We're like dividing and conquering, so we're all in different rooms. I'm
Nice.
on Ralph's
nice.
apartment.
Okay,
Okay,
sounds
perfect.
good. Perfect.
No, that's a good plan. I mean, yeah, that's the perfect way to do it. You got to go ahead and run through this on multiple aspects, and if you have multiple team members, I mean, that's
If you
what you
think
should
about
be
it,
doing.
us interviewing now, we're getting strats. So when we do a team next year,
That's
hey,
perfect.
this
I
is
think
perfect.
you're onto something.
So anyways, in terms of the competition again, like, have you guys ever like done this before? Is this your first time? Like, you guys new to this?
Yeah, this is our first year here, all of us. We've
Okay.
got two other high school teams here. One's advanced and then one's basic, and then we got two basic middle school teams as well.
Okay,
You guys,
that's amazing.
that's
Would
pretty sick.
would you want to give them a quick shout out real quick?
But we're all in like different rooms, so that'd be kind of hard to,
No, no,
kind
no,
of
no, no, totally
focus
all
on the
right.
competition.
Yeah, no, I get it. This is already taking off enough of your valuable time. Um, well, and you were saying that you're kind of from the same area, but how did you decide on the team that you're currently going, like playing through this competition with?
We just like see who wanted to sign up for the competition, and then we just split into groups. So that was about it.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. So in terms of like, uh, what section you're on, what part of the competition are you guys on right now? You guys, want to give away like your position where you guys are at right now? How far you guys are in?
Um, Can't really say much about it. No one really needs to get any flags that they can't find themselves. So
Okay,
No,
pretty
fair
good.
enough.
Yeah.
And then, okay, final question. We know your time's valuable, and you got to get back to this competition, but I just want to know, to get myself ready as well. What's been your favorite part of the competition so far?
I really like just the challenges finding the flags. I've really been big on puzzles, and I have a lot of fun doing those.
Awesome. No, totally. I mean, that's what I'm looking forward to as well. And then we're kind of getting ready for that. Well, thank you, Mac. We really appreciate it.
Actually,
We
one more question.
actually
One more question,
no.
real quick. One more
I'll leave you
question.
to it. That's fair.
One
Sorry,
more
sorry.
question. I just thought of this right in the moment. If you guys were to give advice to people who are thinking about signing up, what advice would you give?
I'd probably just take like a quick cybersecurity class first because we learned a lot from our class that helped us in this competition.
Yeah.
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 Awesome.
Even just
Okay.
a YouTube video or something like that.
So I'm pretty sure that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Have fun during the rest of the competition. I know. I wish I was in your shoes right now. I wish I was doing the competition with you guys. But yeah, have fun. Take care, guys. We're gonna go ahead. We'll be right back. And
Thank you.
yeah, thank you
so
guys.
much. Okay, and we are back, but Kevin looks a little bit different in this scenario. Now, Henry has been the biggest help with setting up this entire competition and completely in the past. So for the California Cybersecurity Institute, just if I think, okay, someone who we need to have on this team, it's Henry Danielson. And thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate it.
Awesome. And many shout outs. I don't have enough shout outs for the esports team. Everyone all in the back for the esports team right now. Woo! Very excited. You guys are killing it well. It's awesome. I've been watching. Very excited to be here today, talking about Luna, talking about Space Grand Challenge. Really excited to be here as a guest. I brought my Tron for all you young people out there. My Tron badge is what we're showing today. Please go watch Tron if you haven't seen it. And in past events, satellites, again, from Aerospace as well, Corporation. So hope everything's doing great with the game. I'm excited. Teams are scoring. Everything's looking great. So again, thanks for having me, Ben.
Could you, you talked about it a little bit. Could you run through your outfit for today?
Yeah.
I loved it.
So I didn't even get to show my shoe. I'll back up in a second show, but I do have moon boots on today with LED lights. That's my favorite part. I wanted to change my helmet out a little bit this year, and I wanted to be a little bit more progressive. Last year I had a cool helmet, but this year I wanted to change it up a little bit, and I felt that a space blanket would keep me warm. We're going to the moon, people. I mean, so space blanket, moon boots, new helmet, and Tron badge. I think I'm doing okay. So thank you for asking. I love to dress up. I really love cosplay and all the fun stuff that you can do, and Space Grand Challenge especially. And yesterday's opening smashing ceremony was great. Had a great time with Bill and everyone else that participated. So again, thanks to everyone that tuned into the opening ceremonies.
Yeah. Well, and thank you for just helping set it up a little bit more. I think I got a little ahead of myself. I saw the outfit. I had to ask about the outfit, but also, could you introduce yourself a little bit? Like, what have you been doing for the Space Grand Challenge as well along the side?
Yeah, so very honored to work with all the Cal Poly students that are working in the back right now, all the different teams that put all of this together. Ryan, Dustin, some Isaac was just waving happily. It's been great. My position has been to help the students learn about space, cybersecurity, and set up a wonderful gamified game that allows them to play and try to figure out who's done it. Who is the person of interest, right? Who hacked that compromised satellite? And this year, our focus was 5G on the moon. Why do we do that? Bill Britton, again, we have a 5G innovation lab out at Avila. We are tearing down the barriers of the new 5G. Well, guess what? It's coming to the moon. So he said, why not put that in the game? How can we not be more progressive than talk about something that hasn't happened yet or is coming up soon? And I love to say, learn by doing, Mustangs, because that's what I love to teach about it. So I've been helping students understand how to develop a challenge, how to create a challenge, how to understand what cybersecurity is, and how and why our space assets matter so much.
Well, and we read through the story earlier. I love the story, and the fact that, like, now you're explaining it a little bit more, it is super awesome because it's something that is, I was going to say happening right now, but happening later.
Later, right? We're almost going to have to watch this Twitch and really see later, you know, into the future.
How correct we truly were.
Yeah,
I don't know,
and 5G, that's really a very secure network and really fun to teach students. They had to take in our class a 3.5-hour course on 5G. They had to learn about it, learn what the security is, why it's different than the past or previous generations. Just very excited to be able to put that on the moon. Isaac created, as well as Jacob and some other ones, some phenomenal 5G challenges that we put on in the Luna Room. And the Luna Room is epic, and I'll just say Epinar for epic and gnarly. Really good stuff there, being a surfer. So cheers, and shaka bra.
And some of the people that Henry's been mentioning right now, like Isaac and other people that are behind us, again, we're going to be talking with them a little bit later. Final question.
Yes.
What is one piece of advice that you would be you have to give to the participants today?
You know what? I don't know everything, right? I'm humbled and love to learn. And I know it sounds like a cliche, but learn all the time. And to me, that is such a fascinating concept that we now have AI to help us learn. We have Google. So my first biggest piece of advice is GTS. Google that stuff, right? I mean, and use your AI to try to help you find some of these solutions. And when you look at these, try to learn why. If you understand the why and can teach someone else, you are miles ahead of any other space cybernaut that we're developing and, helping protect our planet. And later today, we'll have some Guardians here from Space Force. Super psyched about that. We have some other guests that will be rolling by, and I'm just really thrilled. So my advice, back to your question, Ben, is basically, yes, Google that stuff. Use your knowledge to go find and learn how to learn. Right? That's a big, huge concept for people sometimes. And again, learn by doing. We are just very proud of our Cal Poly motto. And again, esports team, everyone in the back, thanks to Ryan as well as Rob has been doing a phenomenal job this year. He's been walking by, whoop, 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 back and forth and trying to help everybody make sure that the game is successful.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time.
Two thumbs up.
Again, best of luck to
Cheers.
everybody.
Best luck, everybody. Woohoo!
I'm back. I've aged negatively. We're back. I do want to say though, real quick, shout out to Henry. He's an amazing person, super cool dude.
No, it's awesome.
Some of the things he said as well, really just use Google for a lot of things. Google is I use Google to learn a lot of stuff, and it really pays off. So definitely listen to him. Yeah. What else?
Yeah, and you can Google through some of this stuff. You can obviously we ran through the Discord support. You can always ask our Discord team as well. Again, ask me in the Twitch chat. I'm hanging out in there. You can go ahead and see. Okay, real quick. We have a break coming up, but let me hit you with this first. Okay. We talked about this a little bit. Deep space networking. To be honest, I'd rather do it on Earth. It'd be a lot easier.
Is that supposed to be a joke?
Okay, guys. Well, okay. We are heading to a break, and we wanted to go ahead and quickly shout out Mark Sai for getting us donuts and morning treats. I've been nibbling a little bit throughout the stream. Just gonna go ahead and say that. So enjoy your break. Make sure to go ahead and eat. Take care of yourself.
Take some orange juice,
drinks, as well.
Eat some food. All that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see you after break. I'm gonna go eat some.
We'll have some coffee.
Oh, that's actually a good plan. I'll join you for that. Okay. I think I'm ready for that.
Yeah, we'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome, everyone.
Hey, everyone. We are back here. Space Grand Challenge Luna. Woohoo! 2024. Rob in the house.
Good to be here, everyone.
I just found him in a spaceship a couple light meters over and just thinking about how he's doing. So he's got his helmet here. He took that off for us. And we both have lost a lot of hair doing Space Grand Challenge, and we're very proud of that. So, again, very excited to be here really quick today. We have brought an CubeSat, live CubeSat, and I want to talk a little bit about that and show you how cool it is that you could build your own CubeSat.
Awesome.
And this is really, really fun because there's a place out there called the Amateur Radio and Space Folks, or AMSATs, and they have built a wonderful simulation of a CubeSat, and then right here we have the actual ground station control. And I'm going to fire this up here so you can get the feeling of what it's like to actually see when a satellite actually downloads an image and what it sounds like. And let me turn that up. That's awesome. So you can hear a little bit. But the whole idea of this demonstration is to receive radio signals from the CubeSat. There are two antennas here, and then we have the famous RTL SDR radio. And as you can see, if they can see just a little bit, it's downloading a picture directly from the CubeSat, mimicking if it were in LEO or low Earth orbit. And let me put the mic in here so you can hear him a little. Is that better?
So cool. Yeah, I hear it.
So that's what a satellite signal sounds like when it's receiving data. A lot of times what happens too is NOAA will take pictures of the Earth for, guess what, weather and other geological and geography type of reasons. And that's what it feels like and how slow it takes. So remember, LEO, we're spinning around in orbit, so satellites, we can't see them every minute, every second. So sometimes it takes a little bit. And sometimes they also work in deep space network. They call that a delay tolerant network. So I wanted to share with you how cool it is. I want to give a shout out to Alan from Villanova University who shared this kit with us. And right now we are actually building one here at Cal Poly. We are going to make our own, and we're going to have a couple videos and kind of show how to build an amateur satellite or CubeSat on your own. It has solar panels on the outside. It has a camera on the side. And we have this wonderful spinning device to let you see all views of the CubeSat. And I wanted to give it a little bit of Rob a shout out to talk about our CubeSat program here at Cal Poly.
Yeah, so our aerospace space students at Cal Poly help to design, build, and also launch their own CubeSats, which is really cool. They go to Vandenberg Space Force Base, and they watch it being launched. And I think it's really cool when you're talking to prospective employers like, hi, my name is so-and-so. Actually, I have a satellite in low Earth orbit. If you grab your telescope and watch in the night sky at this particular time, you can actually see it. So how cool is that?
I just also really appreciate the fact that Cal Poly has a CubeSat program. Last week we had the CubeSat workshop where a bunch of folks that have been doing CubeSats for many, many years in different universities and different folks that are experts in this. Like we have a great a story of Maverick Space that is here, a local company from Cal Poly Aerospace that builds CubeSats all over the world. Very cool. And again, I'm very excited to tell you a little bit about today and share with you that you could build your own CubeSat. How much does it cost? Great question. Thanks for asking in the back there. It's about $300, not too much cost, but again, a really cool way to understand how ground control works. You can also change the telemetry mode in the satellite. You can do packet inspection on that and other different types of tools. And again, software is free. You just have to buy some of the components. Again, a little mini screen with the Raspberry Pi in the back to make it work, and there's a Raspberry Pi inside as well. So anyway, thanks for letting us quickly share. I just wanted to say, you know, satellites are awesome. If you're interested in this stuff, here's an easy way to build a satellite. And again, thanks, Rob, for joining me today. And we got to play with this the other day, and it was, pardon my French, but pretty bitchin' Camaro.
Pretty
right?
awesome.
It's
pretty awesome.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So,
thank
all
you,
right,
Henry.
thank you very much for listening to us, and have a great space challenge.
Woo!
Woohoo!
Hello, hello.
Well, thank you, Rob and Henry, for a little bit of a demonstration. I was reading through the whole story, and I was like, okay, CubeSat, what truly is it? And I wasn't sure what the components look like, and now I don't know,
I think it's a
I feel
little
like I know
better
a little bit
understanding
better.
now
Definitely.
of what it is, what
Yeah.
it's truly about. So pretty interesting, pretty cool. The noises it was making when I was behind the desk, it was like I was like
What is
peeking over,
going
like
on?
what is
Yeah,
that?
no,
What's going
totally.
on?
I definitely
So super
understand.
cool. I might get my hands on that after this broadcast is over. We'll see.
Well,
Don't know where they put
you
it.
can check it out during this amazing video. So we have a video from one of our sponsors over at Splunk. And, well, McLaren and Splunk actually teamed up together for a new campaign. Splunk has worked with the racing community to synthesize loads of data for better performance.
So, from the racetrack to the virtual GP Grand Prix series, actually, Splunk and McLaren bring data to everything. Let's go ahead and see what they have to say about that.
At McLaren, we look at decision-making and the way we present people with data through the lens of human in the loop. We can make lots of decisions and you can present people with lots of data, but sometimes you still need the human in the middle of it to pull all that together and make the right decision. So as much data and insight as we can produce, we want to give that to humans faster and in near real time to make on-track decisions, which could mean the difference between being at the top of the grid or being at the back of the grid. We do lots of simulations. We run hundreds of thousands of simulations of each race before we go out over the weekend. And we're excited to see where that could take us with Splunk.
In F1 race preparation, data is really important. Working with Splunk has been really great because we now have access to all of the data from the Virtual GP series, which is even more than what we have in F1 itself. Using the Splunk dashboards has seemed really easy. Working with some of our colleagues in Splunk, putting together the race trace, some of the sector analysis, the race positions chart, all of that kind of stuff normally takes quite a long time, but it's been quite surprising seeing how quickly our colleagues at Splunk have been able to put all of that together.
Well, I think there's a lot of exciting things coming up in virtual racing. I think the future it's got is extremely good. And the more we can integrate Splunk and McLaren and obviously virtual racing and Splunk, in comparing this data and making it easy and simple for anyone to come in, look at data and make self-improvement straight away. With me being very into my virtual racing and everything, how they've been able to just come in, show data and the rate of improvement that they've had in terms of understanding what I would also like to see and look at in my data, how they can transform that into having my own little dashboard and looking at those things that I want to be able to see as a racing driver and the critical things to help me improve.
So I think the relationship with Splunk could be really deep. We have a lot of data and we struggle to analyse all of it. And when I say a lot, I mean 1.5 terabytes per race weekend. We have strategy data, we have car data, we have GPS data, but also we have lots of aero data as well. So we have our own wind tunnel, we have CFD clusters and supercomputers. And for those, we actually have our own storage facility to store that data. So we're talking petabytes of data.
It's a huge amount of data for us to deal with, and we're going to have to process that in near real time to make better on-track decisions as we go forward in our sport.
What a lovely ad sponsor. Anyways, in this video, right, Splunk heads down to the McLaren Technology Center with Lando Norris. Pretty famous guy. Maybe
Man,
you
that is
know.
awesome. That is actually super cool. I'm okay. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
I can see you're a little F1 guy, aren't you?
Okay, never mind.
Anyways, they head down to the Technology Center with Lando Norris to see how data can help boost his esports performance. Watch his quadrant teammates, Riamish and Steve Alvarez Brown go head-to-head and find out how the art of data can give them the ultimate Formula One experience through gaming. Go ahead, check that out.
Hi, I'm Lando Norris, and you're about to experience the art of data. So the first video game I ever played was Gran Turismo when I was around 3 years old, and I've clearly loved gaming for a very long time, and esports has become an important part of my training regime, helping me optimize my racing both on and off the track. In Formula One, there's a lot of data. Each of the 300 sensors on a McLaren racing car generates around 100,000 data points per second during races. One of the things I love most about esports is that I'm able to see even more data than I'd have access to at a Formula One race. And no one knows more about that than my friend and gamer, Riamish.
You're right, Lando. With esports, we have more access to sophisticated data, and with e-racing, it's really important because everyone drives the same car. So that's why I rely on real-time data that shows sector times, throttle, and apex speeds, which ultimately help me make smart decisions and race faster. But enough about data points, let's go racing.
Let's do it.
I'm heading to the arena.
And I'm off to mission control. Am I allowed in here? Normally I'm behind the wheel. Hello, hello.
So welcome, Lando. This is where the magic happens on race day. Usually there's a team of more than 30 engineers in here using data and telemetry fed back in real time from the race car to make decisions to tell you drivers what to do.
Today, I'm turning the tables and we're going to be monitoring two of my Team Quadrant's very own gamers, Rhea Bish, Steve Alvarez-Brown, and we're basically going to be seeing how good of the drivers they are. So, let's check in with the races. As Rhea and Steve race, we can see the data in real time to make vital decisions, like how to keep the all-important racing line and who's the bravest on the brakes. Right here, we have a lot of car telemetry. We can see the gear changes, the braking points, and the acceleration points. And by making the massive data easy, they can both give me a run for my money.
So these insights help the drivers in real time, but we can also take all of this data and use it to make further improvements.
So we're just going up into turn 5 now, and this is where it turns out I was braking a little bit too late. So after looking at the data, it shows that I was losing too much time in the first sector, mainly because of turn 5 here. So it's actually amazing the level of detail and sophistication with the data. But it's all of that data which has helped me to beat the likes of this Rhea Bish.
I do less talking, more winning. You should try it sometime, Steve.
So we're reviewing data from today's racing, and we've used Splunk to harvest data from every millisecond of the race. So with that, we can see things like acceleration, braking, and the performance gains you guys made from practice to the race.
Oh wow, this is actually really interesting. I can see I braked way too hard on this bit there. How'd you go on, Steve?
Yeah, I did the same thing. Going into turn 4, I just braked way too late and went, I don't know, maybe about 10 metres too wide into the corner.
Well, at least I can see where I need to improve now.
The beauty of esports is that anyone can experience the adrenaline of Formula 1 for themselves. Just grab a gaming setup, put it onto drive, and let the data guide and help you. As you do, we'd love to hear who has the fastest lap out there. Post your best lap time via Twitter or Instagram or any social channels using hashtag #SplunkArtOfData. Keep practicing and maybe you'll end up in one of McLaren's gaming rigs one day. See you next time on The Art of Data.
And we are back. And we're back with, I think, one of the coolest guests possible. Eric, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Just to go ahead and show the same excitement, could you introduce yourself and what you do?
Yeah. Hey, everybody. My name's Eric Escobar. I'm a red teamer, adversarial tester. Basically, I spend every single day committing felonies if I didn't have permission to do what I do.
And the problem is, well, not even a problem, but you are like, with every single Space Grand Challenge, you keep coming back. And I think some of your interviews, and we always bring up your background and just kind of like the whole pen testing, like everything that you've been doing. Sorry, I'm too excited. Let me calm down for a little bit. But it's just awesome to have you here in person today. And we do also have a little bit of a live interview with you later, or at least one of the pre-recorded ones that we have. I'm just kind of curious. So how did you even get started in the pen testing world?
Yeah, so let's see. I got a degree from Cal Poly in civil engineering, which is a far cry from anything cyber related. I basically just ended up networking with different individuals, and my college roommate, actually, his dad was a like director of security at Barracuda Networks, and we were just talking. And he's like, I think you just really have a mind for this and solving puzzles and doing that kind of a thing. So kind of try out and see, have your hand at the whole cyber realm and see where it goes from there. And so I started doing blue team stuff, and blue team is basically like defensive, and red team is more like offensive, like military terminology. And so I did that for a couple of years, and I loved it. And then I saw, oh wait, the real fun is for the adversarial individuals, the red teamers that get to do all the breaking in. So I went there and never looked back.
Yeah, perfect. Well, and you described it a little bit, but I still remember watching the first ever interview, and that was back in 2022. That's when I first kind of got to beat you, or at least online. You were talking about penetration testing, and I was like, what is that? Could you explain that a little bit as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So basically the way that I explain this to like my family, what penetration testing is say you have a bank. Bank says, we think that we're secure. And so what we do is we come in and we act like bank robbers, trying to steal the gold from the vault, the money from the safety deposit boxes, whatever that looks like, all in the name of making that bank more secure. Now, when you put that in the cyber realm of it, it could be breaking into, say, a school, trying to get all the students' personally identifiable information, or breaking into a hospital, a power plant, any of these really sensitive places. all to make them more secure so that when a real adversary comes, when a real threat actor comes, they're prepared for it, they know what to expect. And for me, it means I get to do all the really fun work without having to worry about doing anything illegal.
Oh, no, that's perfect. I mean, it has to also kind of follow the, well, maybe, yeah, no, it should. It should follow the legality behind it. You have a couple of cool stories. Do you have like a surprising or embarrassing story about any like pen testing that you've done in the past?
So I'm gonna borrow one because this happened fairly recently, and this is from one of my coworkers. And so we do a part of what we do in red teaming is also physical security. So trying to break in physically into a building, and this one is just hilarious. And it was with a coworker that I'll remain nameless. So so if he sees this, he'll be like, "Oh, Eric, I saw that you mentioned me." But we have a tool. It's called an under the door tool, and basically it's like a big piece of metal. We slip it under a door, and we can like pull the door handle from underneath a door. And so he's trying to fish this door open, and all of a sudden the door opens up, and it's a security guard, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And without missing a beat, the guy goes, "Oh, did they not tell you that I was going to be here? David should have let you know." And he's like, "I'm going to call security." He starts calling security, and he takes the phone out of this guy's hand and goes, "I told him that I was going to be here. You should have let them know," and then hands it back and hangs up the call. And he's like, "Well, I'm just going to go back and make sure that I have this," and escapes down the maintenance elevator. So yeah, it's one of those things that you would see in like an Ocean's 11. But
perfect.
yeah,
That is
the
quite
physical physically breaking in is always really fun. There's always a lot of really fun stories. But then when it comes to like the cyber realm of it, the embarrassing things that happen, we'll break in somewhere. We have to show this report to all of the C-suite executives, to the technical individuals, right? And one of the things that we saw, we broke into this company because they had a website that basically said, hey, if the user forgets their password, if a user, they can answer a couple security questions, and you can reset password, reset multi-factor authentication, all those good things. So the first one was fairly easy. It was like, where's their dream vacation spot, right? And it was like France or Italy, I don't know, so somewhere like that. The other one was, what is your maternal grandmother's maiden name? And so it's like, well, how do you find that information? Well, you start Googling it, and, after about an hour or so, I find in an obituary what that name is, because it's all laid out there, all the family, like, inner workings. And so I'm having to explain to a boardroom full of executives how I went deep diving through people's Instagram and their family's obituaries. So, yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, no. I mean, it seems super cool as well. I feel like I always love these stories, and this one's completely new as well.
Yeah, no, it is.
It's fun. It's cool that it's also up to date. Heck, I think. Do we have enough time? I think we have enough time. Do you have one more story? I feel
Sure.
like, yeah, if that's okay. I'm sorry.
No. I'm trying to think of just fun stories. Give me like a topic of like what's something that you want to know that would be like.
Well, we talked. Actually, I'm kind of curious. So, Space Grand Challenge, obviously, space, kind of cyber. And one of the things that we constantly focus on is kind of what makes it like a little bit more difficult or different with security on, like, with satellites and all of that, but also versus Earth. I don't know. Does maybe that spark something?
So the funny thing about this is like with satellites, you can't just go up there and like flip the switch to reboot it, right? So anything that you do wrong when you're interacting or interfacing with a satellite. Oh, we have a question live.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll ask that first. How would I be able to get into pen testing?
Yeah, so there's a number of certifications. So there's like if you look at offensive security, that's like one of the main certification bodies. And that training is not incredibly expensive compared to like a SANS training or something like that. And it gives you a good general breadth of knowledge. And having a certification like that is a surefire way to at least like land a job interview. And it kind of puts you in like an elite club of like, like a Discord or other community where you can like interact only with other people that have also achieved that certification. So that's a good way to just get like your foot in the door and like understand like technical things. And then past that, really just I go to conferences and show interest. One of the main things that, I get that posed, questions a lot as far as like, how do I get into the certain job, or how do I do this? What technical skills do I need? And just being technical is not enough. Doing something like public speaking, Toastmasters, being comfortable with talking in front of a large group of people, that will set you apart professionally. And so if you go to conferences, you network, you do all that kind of stuff, and you can speak well, that will tremendously help out your career. Because a large part, I was telling this in another interview just recently, but half of what I do as a consultant is the technical aspect of it and being able to compromise things and do all the fun stuff. But the other half of that is communicating that to the relevant stakeholders and explaining to different companies why they need to invest in time, training, resources, people, better tooling, like that sort of a thing. And if you don't communicate that effectively, it's not gonna matter how good of a hacker you are if you can't communicate why they need to fix what we find.
No, totally. Well, and the people aspect is always important.
Yep,
right?
always important. Doesn't matter what
You're
job you
kind
go
of in
into.
this, yeah, no, 100%. And well, I see you're getting in a little bit of practice right now as well.
Yeah, there you go. Boom. Training
I
done.
personally do. I just graduated with my business degree from Cal
Okay.
Poly. Yeah, and I feel like the kind of the person aspect, I'm really getting into sales and marketing and kind of focusing on that. And I feel like slowly as time goes on, I may be a little bit more in the other boat. I'm like, okay, I maybe need something a little bit more technical on that side
Yeah.
of things as well. And that's kind of why I've also been helping out with cybersecurity here and there. I'm also kind of curious. So, talking a little bit about technical with your offensive security expertise, how would you generally recommend securing a space asset?
A space asset,
Mhm.
like any specific space asset.
I always go with the satellite space assets.
Making
thought
sure that
process.
all your communications are in some way have authentication and authorization. So not just receiving a signal that does not have that does. If a signal comes from an incorrect source, you want to be sure to somehow validate, either cryptographically or some other means that this is a valid source with which to receive commands from. It seems pretty basic on its face, but that's one of those things that making sure that some rogue person with an antenna or ground station can't send malicious commands and make your spacecraft irrecoverable or do something to the orbit of it.
Yeah, totally.
That's very generalized information.
Mhm. Well, and in today's story as well, for some of the players playing today, it's like, oh, okay, it's like we'll go ahead and move the antenna. It's like you can't make contact.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, it might be a little bit more difficult with space asset as well. But I don't know. I feel like the whole competition has just been awesome so far. I don't know. I feel like people are enjoying it as well. We're getting a lot of information in, and yeah. Do you have any remarks maybe about Space Grand Challenge? What's been your favorite part in the past?
I just wish they had this when I was in school.
Totally.
I mean, that's really what it comes down to, is that seeing different things like this pop up, and being able to get your hands wet, and that whole learn by doing aspect of it, I think is great.
Awesome. And if you could give one piece of advice for our participants today, what would it be?
Don't be afraid to Google things. Don't be afraid to use ChatGPT. So often people run up against a challenge and they're like, oh man, like the first Google link didn't work. And I'm like, well, good thing there's like 300,000 other results that you can go search from.
There's
Yeah.
the second page.
Yeah, there's a second page, and when you get to there that it's going to be a tougher nut to crack. But in reality, that when you come up against something, you're like, oh, that didn't solve it, to just like pursue different avenues. You don't want to be like the ants in a bug's life where the leaf falls in front of them. They're like, the path is gone. Where do I go? You're going to be able to find ways around it, and find different solutions to different problems.
Totally. No, I love that analogy. That's actually awesome. And if I want to learn more about your field, about pen testing and all of that, where would I be able to learn more about that?
I would look at just go to YouTube and look at all the different DEF CON talks that are available. There's something there for everybody, as far as like, hey, how do you break into a smart thermostat? How do you break into a phone? And how are the different things that come out that protect against that, and make it so it's not possible. So I would look at just basically YouTube. Look at DEF CON. They have a bunch of great talks out there. And then just if you're interested in something, Google around until you find information about it and go down that rabbit hole.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
the first ever live interview on Space Grand
Not
Challenge.
wrong, not wrong.
Super awesome, but I appreciate it. And yeah, we'll see you soon.
Sweet. Talk to you later.
Okay, Eric, thank you for that amazing conversation. We genuinely loved having you in person. Once again, Eric's been online for 3 years now, and having him in person, I'm sorry, Twitch. I have to apologize. I got too excited, and I'm gonna get more excited because we're finally looking at one of the new rooms. It's the Luna base, and we're looking at it with someone who actually helped make Luna base. We're here with Shrikar.
Yeah.
Could you go ahead and introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, my name is Shrikar. I have been working at CCI for like 6 months. I'm a second year Cal Poly student and I major in computer science.
All right, awesome. And could we walk
Yeah.
through some of this?
Yeah.
I'm just, I haven't seen it yet. I want to go ahead and check it out and just see what's been going on.
Yeah, so this is the Luna base, and once you enter the room, you get automated
Awesome.
doors, and then there are basically 2 rooms with most of the challenges in them, and then this is the room.
No, that's super cool.
Yeah.
And while we're doing this, what do you currently do at the CCI?
Yeah, in the CCI, I work as a Unity developer, so I basically developed the room, I made the room, I made the challenges, basically like all the game development stuff is done by me and my team.
Awesome. No,
Yeah.
no, no. It's super cool. Well, and I've liked the little like touches here and there, and just kind of walking through this entire base.
Yeah.
I think you did an amazing job. I love the doors. I love the images of the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Explain it a little bit. What's been going on there?
Okay, so that's the Mars rover, which is in a specific challenge where you have to go in and you need to use the Mars rover to access the terminal, and you're supposed to like connect a few wires, change some settings, and then get the flag. So that's what the Mars rover is used for.
Okay.
And yeah, that's the Mars
No,
rover.
no, no, that's awesome. And is there anything else that you'd really like to show off? Because that just blew my mind, but there's probably some other cool things here.
Yeah, this one challenge which like has its own music and stuff. But like yeah, this challenge, so basically you have to like decode the hexadecimal and guess the song that's playing, and then yeah, it's supposed to play a
Okay.
song.
Well, that's something for the
Yeah.
contestants to go ahead and
Yeah.
do. No, no, no. I don't blame you. I want
Yeah.
you to show me the answer because I wouldn't be able to figure it
Yeah.
out myself.
Yeah.
But we'll leave it for the contestants here and there. I'm kind of curious, what goes into designing a stage like this? Like, what have you really like looked into?
Yeah. So basically, when designing the challenges, most of the challenges are pre-made, like they have a text and the answer. But then once you start building the room, you have to like think about the architecture and stuff, like how are the rooms going to be. And then once you build the rooms, now you have to build the challenges. And the challenges is where mostly the logic lays with, because usually the room is just moving stuff around and getting the assets.
Yeah.
While building the challenges, like you have to code the challenge, you have to know how to check for the answer, you have to think about the user input and how you can like basically think what the user's input could be and be like, oh, these are some things I have to account for. So yeah, that's what goes into developing a room and then the challenges.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
And okay, I'm just kind of curious. Okay, what's through the door on your left there?
So this room is basically, it has like 2 challenges, maybe 3.
Okay,
Yeah, it has
awesome.
3 challenges, and
And
it's
I want to
supposed.
check out some of the scenery as well.
Yeah.
Well, walk me through because I feel like
Yeah.
there's so much stuff that like the
Yeah.
average person is actually going to like go ahead and like
Yeah.
skip, right? It's like
So
there's super cool like little pieces that you added in that
Yeah.
like someone who genuinely thinks about game development can like
Yeah.
really appreciate.
So this is basically the main base, and these are the challenges that are outside the base. And then we had to render the entire terrain basically, and then build upon it. And then there's the Earth, because you're on the moon, the Luna base.
Alright.
And then there's another base behind it. It doesn't have any challenges, but then it's just something we have built in the to add challenges in the future, because the challenges will increase, and then it'll become a bigger and bigger
No, that's
competition.
awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the Luna base.
Okay. Is there something extra specific? So there's a huge tower that I'm seeing on your screen
Yeah.
right now.
Huh?
And I'm like the tower?
Yeah.
Or like just even the building itself. I'm kind of
Yeah.
curious, like what is something that you would want to make sure? Like what is something maybe that someone might be overlooking as they're going through the game that you want to show off?
I mean, the thing is, even though there are no challenges in the second floor, it's
Okay.
like it looks cool. Like it has like med beds and stuff. It has like a cryogenic chamber. So those are some stuffs we have added just for like look at it rather than like, you know, solve challenges.
Yeah.
You can go to it on this staircase. So this is the second floor, and yeah. And these are like the chambers,
that is
the
awesome.
med bed and stuff like that. So yeah.
Okay.
And
will this be an area in future competitions?
Yes.
So people currently playing now,
Yeah.
that would be something to look forward
Yeah.
to in future comps.
Yeah. So right now, for this version at least, like most of the challenges are on the first floor, and then you have to go to the last floor again to access a few more challenges. But yeah, in the future, I think we are going to be adding more challenges in the floors and like make the players explore the base more, and then yeah, use
No,
it to its
totally.
fullest level. So yeah,
Okay.
this is the peak.
The main like control room feel
Yeah,
to it. That is
yeah.
amazing.
So yeah, that's
Okay.
yeah. There are a few challenges here if you
And
go here.
from a developer point of view,
Yeah.
what is one piece of advice that you would give our participants today?
Like if they want to develop their own stuff or just play the game or
Like for the game, yes.
okay. Usually like try to get in multiple inputs and then like try lowercase, uppercase. Those are like the few questions that we have been answering so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's basically the only thing as a developer of the game that I would give you as an advice. So, yeah.
Totally. Okay, well, I love the Luna base. It's super cool. I think you and your team did an amazing job, and we're going to be talking with a couple of other people from the Unity dev team
Yeah.
as well to kind of walk through this a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have any final remarks.
Yeah, I hope you have a fun gaming experience, and any issues, just ask the help bot on Discord, and then we'll be right there to help you.
Perfect. Well,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
All right, thank you guys so much for that. Ben, of course, yeah, you've changed. You're a new version of Ben now, apparently.
Yeah.
But yeah, how's it going, guys? We're
I'm a
back.
shapeshifter.
Pretty much. Real quick, just want to say the Unity walkthrough. I was hanging out with the Unity team a while ago, and it was pretty funny. One of the Unity members, her name's Madison. She was struggling trying to figure out how to get the entrance door open, and she spent. Were you there for that when she was like troubleshooting like the door, like the entrance to the lunar base.
Oh, I remember
She was like
that, yeah.
struggling for so long trying to figure out how it worked, and then she like ran up to Rob afterwards, and she was like, "I finally got it to work." It was super funny because it would open the hitbox, but it wouldn't open visually.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. So, anyways, I'm here right now with Isaac. He's a student at Cal Poly. I'm just gonna ask first of all, tell us a little bit about yourself. You know what you do. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready to. I'm already banging out some support stuff, but yeah. So I'm a local. If you guys don't know what that means, it means I'm a local to San Luis Obispo, which is where the California Cybersecurity Institute is based, and currently I'm a computer science major at Cal Poly.
Nice.
And
What year are you?
I'm a third year.
Third year. Are you doing the 5th year route, or are you doing 4 years?
I mean, I'm not trying to do the 5th year route,
But you might have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. It's like engineering majors and like computer science majors have to do the 5th year route. It's like
Yeah.
a mess all over the place. Yeah, pretty much.
I think it's only like 25% of electrical engineers actually graduate in 4 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a stat right there. Jeez Louise. That's pretty interesting.
They're fixing it though.
Yeah, okay, that works out. Oh yeah, we're going to semester system as well.
Yeah.
So, anyways, getting off topic
Yeah.
here. Tell me a little bit about like what you do here at the CCI, what you do, like what you work on, things like that.
Yeah, so towards the beginning of my work here, I was mostly just working on security challenges and flags for various challenges for the competition.
Yeah.
And then as time progressed, I gradually shifted more and more towards the infrastructure side of things.
Okay.
So currently I'm on the AWS team.
Okay.
And while that does include support back there, I'm also helping to develop some of the infrastructure that supports the game.
Oh, okay.
And one of the things that I was working on just this week was developing, or modifying, I should say, a Lambda function, which is essentially a way of the computers connecting and communicating between each other.
It's like a server, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a server, but in the cloud.
Okay.
And like a server without the physical hardware.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's
And
pretty
so
interesting.
I was working on that to improve the tracking for the competition.
That's pretty interesting. That's like a lot of like big words for those of you that are really
Yeah.
big like cybersecurity tech people. But yeah, that's really interesting nonetheless. What like sparked your interest working in this field? Like, are you like very interested in this field? Like, what really like sparked you to work here and love what you do?
Actually, Henry Danielson, one of the other one of my supervisors, actually.
Yeah.
I met him during a project I was working on over the summer with one of the professors at Cal Poly. And
Oh, okay.
then I saw him at DEF CON, and he invited me to work with him, and ever since it's just been a blast.
That's super. Wait, so you saw him at DEF CON?
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, DEF CON is awesome. For
that
those
is-
of you that
yeah,
don't know,
explain DEF CON, because that is
yeah.
that is super cool.
For those of you that don't know, DEF CON is kind of like a massive convention slash 3-day long party for different types of hackers. Includes AI hackers, car hacker, people who break into cars, physical hackers, people who break into buildings, and a whole myriad of different people who hack different things. And it includes security researchers, like people in the government, people from other countries, and it's just wild.
I've heard so many stories about it. It's like super cool. Are they doing it this year or next year? I can't remember the next one.
Yeah.
I might end up going. I'll see if I see Henry as well.
Highly recommend it.
Yeah, but I have heard about it. It is super
awesome.
interesting. But yeah, like I don't know. When did you see him? Like what day was it?
Oh, I actually saw him on my second or third day there. I mean, he invited me to visit him at the aerospace village.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Basically a place where they hack airplanes, satellites, and everything that's up in the sky. And yeah, I just hung out with him there. He gave me some sweet swag. I watched one of his friends give a presentation.
Oh,
actually. It was really
That's
something.
super cool. Yeah.
And all the speakers there are just fantastic. Like they talk about things ranging from misinformation and like how nation states use that to control other nation states in a way.
Yeah.
Like what you saw during the 2016 election, and even stuff that's still happening.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, you might need to take me this year because you, Henry. Let's all go. Let's go.
It would be.
I heard it's even like you can't like leave your Bluetooth on your phone because it's like they can just hack into your phone that way.
Yeah, they've actually got what they've called a wall of sheep, where if you connect to the public Wi-Fi there, like the unsecured Wi-Fi, and then you log into something there. They just have a ton of servers that read that, and so they just broadcast your password and username.
Oh my gosh,
out
that
there.
would suck. That is super funny though.
Yeah.
Why would you connect to this network? Here's wall of shame.
Yeah.
That's super funny. Yeah. In terms of like just overall being here again, like what is your most memorable experience? Like working here, or like even working for like cybersecurity? Like what's like a favorite like memory that you have?
That's a good question. Probably. I built a satellite constellation simulation a while back.
Okay.
It's one of the challenges in the competition on the forensic machines. It's the satellite STK viewer. I mean, that was just a blast to work on.
There's always something you love working on when it comes to like coding and stuff like that. So yeah.
I mean, and when I got it working, like I actually built the solution after I developed like all the stuff to go with it.
Okay.
And then I just added or removed stuff as I developed it, as I developed the solution. And when the solution finally came out, I mean, it's pretty long, but it's a wild ride.
Yeah, that is super cool. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you got to go back helping out the support team and all that. So real quick, I just want to ask you a question. To the people that want to work in like computer science, cybersecurity, like that want to get into those fields but don't really know how to, like what's some like advice that you'd give them? Like just how to get into the field or what's some just general advice?
Yeah. My number one advice would just be online classes, like Khan Academy especially. That's kind of how I got into computer science. Just Khan Academy and code.org. I haven't used code.org as much, but Khan Academy has some fantastic classes, and I highly recommend starting with Python because I started with JavaScript and then Java. I mean, that was the wrong choice in my opinion.
Yeah,
but
and they always tell you like Python's like the first language you should always learn. Like it's like I heard it's like the easiest to learn and stuff like that.
It's the easiest, most versatile, and I mean it's industry standard for a lot of jobs.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's super cool. Good to know. Thank you so much, Isaac. I appreciate it. Now we're going to go ahead. We're going to jump to a pre-recorded interview that we have with Laura Chappell and Ginny Spicervin. For those of you that don't know, both of those, it's like a mother-daughter company corporation that they work together. Laura helps to research and educate people on TCP and IP communications with the focus on troubleshooting, optimization, and security for Earth-based and interplanetary internet working. Let's go ahead and see what she had to say to us.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah.
All right, welcome everyone to Space Grand Challenge. Woohoo! My name is Henry. This is Laura, and this is Ginny. But we're gonna have them introduce themselves today, kind of like that Reddit. I am a MODA, a mother-daughter space cyber team. Oh my God, hats off. Oh my goodness, Henry shaved his head. Oh geez, was okay. Focus. Here we go. Here we go, people. We also have satellites and fun stuff, and Space Force and all kinds of crazy stuff. So first of all, we're going to start off with Mom there. What is your name and your current focus in the cybersecurity and space industry?
Okay. Thanks for inviting us, Henry. We're always excited about, your projects that you do. That is awesome. So my name is Laura Chappell, and a lot of people associate me with Wireshark training. I focus on network analysis, picking up the packets and analyzing their contents. And in the areas of space comms, Ginny and I have done some training on the bundle protocol, which is used in space communication, and the Lichtleiter protocol as well, also used for space comms. And we belong, along with Henry, to a group called IPN-SIG, which is the Interplanetary Networking Special Interest Group, along with some really amazing people, including the guy that wrote the bundle protocol. So that's the area.
Yay, Laura. Okay, dun, dun, dun. Ginny, you're a DAW from MODA, mother-daughter.
Second half, yeah. So I am a cyber threat intelligence analyst. I work in critical national infrastructure, and seeing as space is increasingly seen as critical national infrastructure, that's very relevant. And also just for funsies, working on space stuff is very cool. And IPN-SIG has let us see more of the process for standardizing space communications, as well as some of the cool projects using those same technologies on Earth.
Whoa, Daddy. Did everybody just hear that? What? That was awesome. All right, so I'm going to throw it out and see who goes first. Can you tell us a deep space story?
A deep space story.
Dun, dun.
Well, I'll tell you who is the best with the deep space story is going to be Vint. He's got an amazing story about the early days of space exploration and how the power that we had on one of our exploration devices, the power wasn't strong enough to get a signal back to Earth. But I think one of the most interesting things happening in space right now, one of the stories that I think a lot of people out there may not have delved into deeply enough, is what's going on with Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 right now. And I mean, it is absolutely incredible what's going on. And yes, there have been some issues there. At times we lose connectivity with Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, but the fact that we've got these man-made items and they're outside of our solar system and still communicating back to us, and we're still able to do some control of them and communicate with them, it's just unbelievable. And I know you can go online. I think, Henry, didn't we spend a little time finding a website that was the golden record?
Yes,
and it went through the
record.
Contents.
Yes. All Space Grand Challenge cybernauts should look up the golden record. Man, just life-changing.
Yes. But imagine if we sent it out today. It'd probably be so depressing and stuff. They'd probably go, oh, we're never going to go to that planet. No aliens would come visit us.
Last time I was at JPL, they had one, and it was on display, and I was like kind of twitching and, getting spacey, if you will. Ginny, what do you like about the Space Grand Challenge?
I just think it's wonderful that people are interacting with space right away. It seems like something that is often a far off field for experts in basements, but it is something that is relevant to everyone. The technologies we develop for space are really useful for Earth and let us understand our universe more. So really, it's kind of aspirational and also the perfect time to get into this stuff. And that's a fun way to do it.
Yeah, I think we're living in such a beautiful time with zeros and ones. And I still, to my day, thinking about how wireless work blows my mind. Or just a radio when you're cruising in your car and can still hear FM, AM radio. I don't know. Radio is just still blows my mind. Okay, this one's going to just get Laura so excited. How do you think AI, artificial intelligence, and ML, machine learning, will be used in deep space networks?
Okay, I think it's going to be so incredibly important. If you look at the idea of putting a habitat on Mars, and you factor in that it takes from 5 to 20 minutes to get a signal from Mars to Earth, we cannot wait for decisions to be made and round trip all of our communications and questions about things that are happening on Mars. We're going to have robots on Mars that are doing the research, doing the decision making, doing the actual troubleshooting and everything else. It's going to have to be done remotely. We're not going to be able to live with that 5 to 20 minute timeline. And of course, that's when things are good. We have conjunction that takes place where we're on the other side of the sun from Mars. And that can, delay things quite a bit as well. So we're not going to be able to take that. So we're going to have the intelligence there to do everything that needs to be done. And then as we move forward, going to other planets, we're not going to be able to have a habitat on that planet. So we're going to have to send a robot to go and actually explore the planet and do everything there on that planet. It's going to have to gather its own information there and make its own decisions about what to learn next and what to research next. And I think that's going to be fascinating. Of course, I just can't even wait until Artemis, till we get our habitat on the moon and then we launch from there. I think it's going to be incredible.
So both quick questions for both of you. If Henry talks to someone at a large company that flies to the moon and back in another, 6 years, would both of you go to the moon?
I would absolutely. You have to, right?
Yeah, I know I originally said I wouldn't, but I would, as long as they can knock me out during the whole takeoff part and probably the landing part and maybe the middle part too.
Okay. So you guys are in. If I can make that happen, we could take a little snippy trip up there.
You've got a guy?
I might.
You got a guy.
I know some peeps. I know some people. So
yeah.
Okay, Ginny, back to you. How would you generally recommend securing space assets or satellites? Little technical. Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I think that because of the nature of space, that you put something up and you don't expect it to come back down for a very long time, if all goes according to plan. You have to have a really long-term vision of space, and that comes down to, what is your architecture? What is your plan to build out your network? What is your control of processes at your ground stations? There are all of these things where you need to invest in that long-term commitment to security in your processes, your technologies, forward security, so perfect forward secrecy. Every level needs to be addressed, but mostly it's thinking 30 to 100 years ahead.
Isn't that crazy? And I think in early on days, we didn't have that thought. But our satellites are still out there. And I still can't believe how many are still functioning and zipping around, 10,000 miles an hour. It's just absolutely crazy. Okay, so Laura, in a small amount of time, generally, what is the delay tolerant network and bundle protocol? What do those heavy words mean?
Well, the delay tolerant network is basically a network that allows us to communicate with objects out in space down here to Earth. And we have, of course, the 3 satellites. If you go to eyes.nasa.gov, bottom left-hand corner, you can actually go and see to whom we are talking right now in the Deep Space Network. And we have the 3 big locations on Earth where we have these big antennas listening and transmitting data. The bundle protocol is the protocol that we use that offers our store and forwarding process for getting data towards Earth, always using the split horizon capability of going towards Earth or going towards the target out in space. And that bundle protocol understands how to do opportunistic transfer of data. So something comes from the surface of Mars, some data, some amazing pictures or scientific research results or something from a robot. And it comes up to the satellite, and the satellite holds onto it until it has an opportunity to transmit it, forward it on to the next satellite. And the next satellite holds it. And then it has maybe a determined time that it's going to run across another satellite, not run across, but you know what I mean. Be in proximity of another satellite where it can forward it on. It keeps forwarding until it gets to Earth. So it's very different than, standard TCP/IP communications. And because it's done this way, you really only need error checking between the surface of Mars and the first satellite. We're going to error check that data as it gets that far. And then once it's that far, we can drop it off of our hard drives on the surface of Mars because we know it's on its way and we no longer have to hold these big amounts of data. And that's important because the satellites don't have a lot of hard drive space. They need to take that chunk of data, forward it on, error check. Yes, it got there. Now I can drop it and I'm ready for the next amount of data. So it's a very clever protocol.
Just that baseball glove waiting to catch, drop the ball and go. Awesome.
That's right.
So thank you very much. All right. So favorite hack, Ginny, of 2023. Kind of crazy. What was one of the fun ones that you kind of thought was interesting?
I think the Move It transfer hack from last year was pretty wild. The mass exploitation of this really common third-party tool, where by its nature, it was used for transferring sensitive files, and it was often internet exposed. So when it turned out that there were like 3 critical vulnerabilities, it was wild to see that exploited. It actually got 3 of the big 4 consultancies all across the world, companies were affected, and seeing how that was treated really showed how third-party security is changing and how that needs to be considered going forward. We now consider file transfer tools like that to be really high risk.
Awesome. Good one. Thank you. All right. Da-da-da. Laura, what was your favorite hack from 2023?
Oh, well, it's got to be the MGM Resorts hack. I'm sorry. Just the stories that came out of that where people, it's this ransomware attack, the Black Cat ransomware gang, and people couldn't even get their doors open in the MGM Resort. You had to have somebody going along and validating who these people are and letting them into their rooms. They couldn't do the ATMs didn't work. They couldn't do so many things, and it was amazing. They have this whole interconnected network there, and they can't control any of it. And I thought that was absolutely fascinating. And of course, then it went from MGM, it went over to Caesars Entertainment was the next one on the list. But wow, I thought that was really fascinating. That it shows the potential problem of having things so interconnected with a centralized system, with the inability to split it off, so that some of it can live while the other part is held ransom. I thought that was really fascinating.
Yeah, and I think it's not even a power outage. I mean, to me, that would be another way. Earthquake, something happens, natural disaster, everything's done. No, this is the power's on, folks. We hacked you, and your whole system does not work. So yes, a really good one. I'm glad you brought that one up, and I think it's just really interesting. All right, last question. So if you could share one piece of advice, how do you keep your data secure? Let's start out with Ginny. How do you keep your data secure, Ginny, so hackers don't get you?
If I could just use one piece of advice, I feel like it's the thing that a lot of security professionals yell constantly. Please use a password manager. Please. You will make better passwords. You will make more unique passwords, and it will just make life easier so you can have both worlds. Yeah, using a password manager. You will never want to go back.
Awesome. Totally agree. 2 thumbs up, 3 thumbs up. If I had another thumb, I'd extra.
Yes.
Laura, what about you?
Oh, I have to agree with Ginny. Definitely password manager is number 1. But coming from the world of packet level communications, it's also a matter of grab your own traffic sometime when your machine is not doing anything. You're not logged into anything at the moment. You're just letting your machine, you just booted it up and then start out Wireshark, start capturing your own traffic. And just get so that you feel comfortable with what the background traffic is, so that you recognize all the applications on your system that phone home and where they phone home to, and maybe even use a little geo-IP mapping to figure out where these things are going. I mean, some of the interesting apps out there do interesting things. So
yeah, a lot of times you find out your, I don't know, special doorbell is doing some calls out to some very interesting websites that you can go follow or look on Shodan and take so cool. Well, again, a short and sweet. This was so fun to have you today's guests. And thank you, by the way. These two humans always write the Wireshark challenges. So we're going to give them a two-side shake of the fist up here in the top. And congratulations again. Thank you so much for coming today and helping us always with Space Grand Challenge. Please take a look at Chapel University, as well as take a look at space and how cybersecurity works. And thank you again for your time today. We love you from Space Grand Challenge and all the way from here to Mars. Have a great day today and take it easy on yourself and stay safe out there and secure. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, I don't think you guys have seen me before, but I'm usually behind that computer, and I'm here today with a very special guest. Bill, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure, thank you very much. Hi there, everybody. I'm Bill Britton. I am the Chief Information Officer here at Cal Poly, and kind of the brainiac behind this whole concept and start, and really glad to see where we are here today.
That's amazing, yeah. Do you want to talk a little bit about your background? And
Sure. So I had 20 years in the Air Force. I did electronic warfare, electronic combat, which ended up becoming things like cybersecurity and other things. I also did 10 years of intelligence work. And then I worked around the Beltway, or National Capital Region, Washington, D.C., in different companies, to where the last company I was in before I came to Cal Poly, we used to build tools for the government that they would take out into the field. They would use them out in the field. They were really cool stuff that would sneaker net stuff and all that sort of thing. And then they would bring that tool back and they'd put it on a shelf next to the Ark of the Covenant and forget about it. So really cool stuff.
I feel very inexperienced now. Dang, I need.
No. You're at the other end of the spectrum. You know, the starting side. I'm at the holy crap, how long have I been around finish side. So
that's absolutely amazing. Yeah. What's your place in the CCI? Like, what is that?
So I'm officially the director for the Cybersecurity Institute, and we started off quite a few years ago. Originally, I came out here on a contract as a contractor for Cal Poly, and in that role, I was to help stand up the Cybersecurity Center. That center morphed into an institute with our partnerships with the National Guard, the State Attorney General's Office, and others, to where now we service all sorts of customers and all sorts of capabilities. But we've never forgotten our primary focus, which is about getting to students and helping them understand cybersecurity, and particularly working with the great students at Cal Poly. But you guys kind of get it already. So our whole goal of this competition was to figure out we have to find a way to get to people younger, to get them excited and understanding what cybersecurity is. So we created what was the Cyber Challenge that was originally done in person here at the campus. And then what we've done is expanded that to the online format with the e-systems and the esports and gaming and all of the other stuff. So it's really blown up to be such a bigger thing now.
That's amazing, yeah. For me, I wasn't really introduced to cybersecurity until college. And in high school, I felt like, I heard about the DDoS attacks when I was playing Minecraft or different type of video games.
Right.
But understanding cybersecurity concepts, I never had that opportunity in high school.
Yep.
So now that I'm in college, I learned all about it at Cal Poly, but bringing down that barrier of entry is absolutely amazing. The world is, I guess like we're fully going to be on technology. We already are on technology, right? And without cybersecurity, we're not going to be in a good spot.
Absolutely. So it's like, how many high schoolers do you know today don't own a phone? Not many.
I can literally count them on my fingers.
Right, right? Not many, right? And so they're exposed. We know that they're using Chromebooks and other devices, and we know that the protection and security of those students is imperative. But who's really teaching them about what security is, about what the tools are, what can you do? And so that's why we really created this game, was to get to a younger developmental cycle, middle school, high school, and develop schools' ability to use our tool sets, our educational opportunities, our training, and teach that, right? And let the students participate. And so what we want a student to do at the end of the competition is to not just say, well, I competed, but to say, I can do those skills. Yeah. I know what I'm talking about. And when we say, these skills are related to the NIST standards for cybersecurity education, you can go, I know that one, I know that one, I know that, and I am confident enough. And now you can start to think about maybe cybersecurity is something I want to do
100%.
when I go to college, or if I don't go to college, maybe it's something I want to do anyway. So now it's a pathway out that we didn't have before.
Yeah, 100%. Because like when I was in middle school, I think some police officers came in and they're like, hey, this is why you shouldn't share your password. And that's all I heard back then. But if I have an opportunity to participate in SGC in an amazing competition, that's how you're going to expand your knowledge. People say that working on projects is like the best way to do that, but this is one of those, it's like just like a hackathon, right?
Yeah.
You're doing those CTFs, you're learning along the way.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's really important in this is a lot of the students are out there listening, and they look at me and they go, okay, there's this old guy that's been doing this for a while, and they don't really listen, but they'll listen to you because they see them in you, right? And so the more you can share with them, the more you can tell them how this is really exciting. This is something that can be a career. This is what really is cool, and all the work that we're doing to learn this, that means a whole lot more to them than anything I could ever say. And so again, this whole group in here is our ambassador of that cybersecurity experience for them to think, maybe I can go do that too someday.
No, that's absolutely amazing. Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you're younger, you're very curious, right? And we can give you those answers to the questions that you have, and you can find your way along the cybersecurity world.
Sure.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, and now as a competition, this is like an esport, right? This is, look at the graphics going on in this thing, right? They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it. And so again, because we've made it exciting, it's not a standard lecture. You know all about lectures. I'm sure you've sat through how many so far?
I mean, I'm pretty good at skipping those lectures.
Yeah.
Right? So.
We don't talk about that. Yeah. After you've attended all those lectures, you know what a lecture is like. You know what a classroom laboratory is like, right?
100%.
This is different.
Yeah.
This is way more experiential. This is way more about what that person is thinking to compete. And I know I heard this. I know I saw this in one of the training sessions. This is what I got to do to it.
100%. And I mean, especially here at Cal Poly, we have that learn by doing mentality, because that's the only way you're going to learn. It's the best way you're going to learn, by actually doing the stuff that you're working with.
Yeah, this is total extension of that learn by doing. It's just in a different pace and a different speed. And I think, like with the Twitch channel we have running, right? This is more like how they live and learn daily anyway,
100%,
right?
yeah.
And so if you're a gamer, you are tied to a Twitch channel somewhere. If it's either to learn how to play the game to win, or if it's learn how to accelerate, or what are we used to call cheat codes, is all that. That's what you're trying to do, right? So again, that's what we're talking about here, but this is about a cheat code for life. This is about how to get ahead in cybersecurity. Even if you are 10, 12, 13, 14 years old, you can learn these skill sets. You can get engaged and do something really cool. So here's the opportunity to prove it.
Yeah, 100%. Quick question. Do you have any advice for contestants that are here in SGC right now participating?
Yeah, keep doing it. Don't give up. Keep participating. Keep trying. Remember, this is all about proving what you know. And if you don't know it this year, do it again next year. Keep at it, keep practicing. So one of the major skill sets in cybersecurity is the desire to know more, to learn, to dig, to do more, to learn more, to really challenge yourself against that thing that you're going against. It could be a bad actor. It could be somebody who stole somebody's money through a hacking or social hacking. Always stay in front of that by asking more questions, be inquisitive, be challenging, go do your best to really solve that problem set.
100%. Yeah. Quick side story. I think that because we're especially really young, we have a lot more knowledge than a lot of people assume. For example, my mom accidentally got caught by a phishing attack when I was like 13 years old. But I was the reason why that she got out of it, right? I was like, hey, this doesn't seem right. I heard this stuff on YouTube, and I was the sole reason that she got out of the situation. And easily people like you can do that now. So
absolutely right. Yeah. And in this game, there are different things that you're going to do and see, like firewall management and basic blocking, tackling things you can do for your home environment. These things are not rocket scientists. It's something you can really achieve for yourself.
Yeah. Switching it back to you, Bill.
Okay.
I guess, like, how do I go about learning and doing the stuff that you do? Like, how do I go on your journey in a way?
Well, that's really fun, because if I had to sit here and say I planned out how I was going to be in this chair today, I have no idea how I got here. It was all a series of right time, right decisions, where a mistake that went right. always took advantage of the opportunity. So even if it was a really bad assignment or a really bad job, you have to figure out how to make it work for yourself and get something out of it that helps you move to that next level. So it's always about one-upping where you're at and what you're doing. I think, again, for me, the bottom line was be inquisitive. I am a techno nut. I love new technology and technology insertion, right? I got to work at DARPA for a while. It was one of the coolest places I ever worked because everything was being invented there as you touched and talked about it, right? So that inquisitive element is really critical. Find those who are as inquisitive as you and hang around them, because together you all will just solve all the world
It's
problems.
always the people that are around you, right? They build
Absolutely.
you up. Yeah.
Absolutely right.
No, I was going to say, like, I want to be you one day, right? I have 3 concussions. I don't think I can join the Air Forces, like, you know.
No, but, you know,
much,
if I hadn't have done that, it's interesting because that got me into electronic warfare because I have a poli-sci social science graduate degree or undergraduate degree.
Okay.
I have a degree in history from Stanislaus, CSU Stanislaus. I have a degree from the National Intelligence University in Strategic Intelligence. All of those were building blocks to help me get where I am today. And it was always about figuring out, okay, something went right or wrong. How do I build on that? What is it I want to do that's cool? And I always look to emerging markets, right? 5G is an example. That's an emerging market. We're not sitting back waiting for it to show up. We're trying to figure out how it works, what it does, why it does, and how do we use it for us at the university.
So how do we use that at the university?
Well, that's a great one. So a lot of people think that 5G is only about the cellular communication on your telephone, but really there's a whole world of private networks, digital private networks that's being developed right now. It's based on a 5G format. In the future, it'll be 6G, 7G, 800G, whatever they're going to develop, you know. The idea is to really create an opportunity with this digital networking that changes how we do Wi-Fi, Ethernet connectivity, and telecom today and really enhance that. So one of the things that we did is we took a look at one day in the life of the university, right? And so we went down to the device, to the laptop level, and figured out what was the traffic flow, who's using the network, and what for reasons. We found one really unique individual who, in a 12-hour window, downloaded 1.7 terabytes of data on their Xbox. On their Xbox.
1.7 terabytes.
That student was playing a game with 1,500 other people, and they were using their Xbox not for the game, but as a geospatial. In other words, all the imagery for the game was being run on their Xbox.
So
that's why all that data.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly. And so again, they play on one device, but the imagery for that game was being done on the Xbox. 1.72 terabytes of data on our network, on the Cal Poly network. Imagine if that student decided to do that game on the day of registration.
It would not be good.
Right? I mean, if you're not registered in the first 30 minutes of the window, what happens? Do you have a meltdown?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, you have a meltdown, right? And so imagine if you're competing now with somebody else who is sucking down terabytes of data for imagery for a game that has nothing to do, hopefully nothing to do with the university, may have been. But that's part of the problem that we see is in the future, we're going to have all these data requirements. You know, AI is going to generate massive amounts of data. How do I move it on the networks that we have without expanding the networks to terabytes on your Wi-Fi, which, by the way, can't be done.
For quick context, if you're not really, in the technology world, I guess like a photo would be a few megabytes at most. A video, maybe like a few 100 megabytes. A gigabyte would be like, let's say, like a small application on your phone.
Absolutely.
Modern games are usually about 20 gigabytes to 100 gigabytes. Terabytes of data is absolutely insane, and seeing that just fully go through an Xbox on campus Wi-Fi would affect a lot of processes.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi would melt down.
Yeah.
Basically you'd see the little needle go all the way over. Yeah, exactly. So again, what we're looking at with the 5G and the private network is, can I create an HOV lane, a specialized lane for networking communications that's more controllable, that has more security built in, that has all these attributes that we don't think about today in the modern world of networking. And so what we're seeing in the world of private 5G is the opportunity to do what they call bandwidth slicing. So we're doing that today. We send a signal from the university to the Cal Poly pier. And so if you know where the pier is, it's over in Avila Beach.
I assume so,
the pier goes a mile out to sea. So we actually send a signal across Cal Poly, across Spectrum, to an antenna that then shoots the antenna signal out to the pier, which is a mile at sea. And then we slice the data when it gets there. So not only is there a spectrum signal out there, Eduroam is at the end of the pier. So they went from 3 megs, I'm sorry, 1.3 megs to 300 meg out at the pier with that signal.
Yeah, and that's like a very isolated location.
Absolutely.
Too. Yeah.
And that's a game changer. So what we were doing in that one was figuring out, can we use this 5G signal to supplant fiber? The estimate that we got to put fiber out to the pier was about $2 million. We put the 5G signal out to the pier for $120,000. That's a game changer.
That's almost more than half. Like that's amazing.
It's significantly lower,
Yeah,
right?
100%.
And we have a lot more control over how it gets there. And we still have that other Wi-Fi signal available on the pier. So it's like a public pier Wi-Fi.
And the pier is just, I feel like, one example of where this can go, right? We have an entire world that many locations aren't connected, and the technology and this utilization of it can just connect everybody.
So that's why we're doing this for the competition, is the 5G signal. So what we see is that private network is something exactly like what they'll use on the moon to communicate with, because it's private, it's secure, it's controlled, and the bandwidth is pretty much exponential. In other words, you can expand it out as much as you need based on your architecture. And so again, what a great way for our competitors to really learn that 5G is more than just your cellular network. It's a communication path that'll carry a whole lot more data on it. And you're learning already how and why through the competition. So we're adding even another data set of learning that goes on during the competition.
This isn't like, it's more than just your phone, right? You have your cellular data, but now you also have these devices that can fully connect.
Correct.
And just the potential of just being able to connect my Xbox, my phone, my iPad, and everything in any location is just absolutely amazing.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
And again, the kinds of things that we're looking at in the future with the 5G potential, the game is helping us with that, so we can use that in that context. But really, in the real world that we're talking about creating connectivity to classes, for clubs, that are private networks for those institutions to use, for those entities to use. So they're communicating one-on-one, not traveling the Wi-Fi, not traveling the internet as normal, competing for bandwidth, but really specialized pathways.
Yeah. So as a gamer myself, recently Cal Poly Esports got a small esports lab set up on campus, but we were talking about ping and latency issues and not getting that really good Wi-Fi.
Absolutely.
But this 5G capability would just make that so much
easier. It would blow that out of the water,
awesome.
And it would make it yours. So it's a private virtual network. So it only you would be on that network at the time you're on it.
Which is a lot more secure. Right?
Absolutely. A lot more secure, and also the bandwidth is available to you. So, in normal condition for like Wi-Fi or Ethernet, we compete for bandwidth. So you may have classroom activities, personal activities, there's utilities, all this other data is going across the Wi-Fi simultaneously. In the current world, it's a one-up. In other words, whoever gets there first owns it, unless we do traffic shaping. When we do traffic
with my
shaping,
family at home too.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm watching Netflix. I'm playing a game. I'm downloading like a movie. Yeah,
precisely. So that one-up, that's not a good way to run the network. That's why we're trying to create these off lanes, which are like super highway lanes for certain types of traffic.
Okay.
So if we can identify what traffic it is, we can put it into that super highway and isolate it and let it run crazily.
That's awesome. Yeah, because I remember like if you're at a cafe, for example, you're not supposed to connect to the cafe Wi-Fi, right? You're not going to know who's on there. But if you have your own 5G network, you're going to be perfectly
You
fine.
could, absolutely right.
Yeah.
So one of the things we hope to do in the distant future is create a 5G network just for students at Cal Poly. So they would have a guaranteed delivery for access no matter where they were at in the community.
That's awesome. Yeah. My last question for you, Bill, is what do you think the future of cybersecurity is? Is it like 5G? Is it a merge of like AI or some weird new cool tech, or like what's going to happen? What do you think?
I think 5G and cyber all have something very similar. The more we learn, the more we know we need more capability. It's interesting that when I first started with cybersecurity, there were only certain specialists that got to do cybersecurity, and everybody else was on the outside.
Yeah.
And now what we see is that skill morphing to where if I'm a network engineer, I better understand cybersecurity. I better understand the premise of security. We call it security by design, where we build security into the portfolio as we develop it for implementation in the cloud. All those sorts of things are becoming common needs.
Kind of like the secure software development lifecycle.
Absolutely.
Thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So that not as with software, it's also hardware and development. It's also the user component.
Yeah.
You mentioned it earlier. Don't give your password away. You know how many people write their password still and put it on a piece of paper and put it underneath their mouse pad?
A lot of people.
Right? Way too many people, right? And they don't get it.
My mom actually does that.
Yeah? Oh, okay. Don't go to your house. Got it. Or they write it down and give it to somebody else in the family, or, it's just a common everybody knows, and they use the same password for everything they have.
Yeah.
Well, I had a password. Yeah, well, you had the same password for 62 accounts. All 62 accounts are now compromised.
Yeah.
Yeah, not good.
I get that notification on Google Chrome. This password has been compromised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, take those serious. You really have to do something about that. It's interesting, and when you get to older people who have been around, they really don't understand the importance of that password. And they go, well, I heard you can crack any password. Well, sure. But the idea behind a password is to slow down them getting into your account. If you make it hard, right? If you make it hard, they have to work harder. They have to work harder. They go elsewhere where it's not so hard.
Yeah.
But if you write it down to where somebody can find it under your mouse pad, you made it way too easy. Trust me. Not good.
100%. So it's all about, I guess security isn't a Band-Aid effect. You're not putting it at the end of something, right? You're doing it along the way. It's kind of like the glue in the
as long as we have networks and capabilities, we're going to need a security of some way, shape, or form in the process. The more we can get everybody involved in it, more, I would say the word cognizant, understanding what security means to you in your life, in your architecture. We used to give a demonstration or a discussion where we start off and we said, okay, do you live in an apartment or a home? Let's say you live in a home. Okay. In your home, does your house have locks on the doors?
Yes.
Do you use them?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. But you control that,
But
right?
yes, I do. I
All right.
control it fully.
So the key on that then is the same thing with your computer. Your computer has all the same stuff in it your household does.
Yes.
It has secrets. It has information you don't want shared. So why don't you use the locks on your computer to protect yourself? Right?
Yeah.
It just makes sense. So you've got to understand these things carry over. I remember when people used to name their computer and give it a name.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And they treat it like themselves, and they would tell it secrets. Right. The problem with the computer is it doesn't care. If somebody says, "What secrets can you tell me about you?" It'll tell you everything.
Yeah.
Right. There's no limit on what it will tell you.
There's no loyalty with your computer
That's
unless
correct.
you make it loyal. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The same with all computers and all equipment. So somebody in that security architecture has to be in that loop. The more people can do that for their own, the better it is.
100%. Yeah. Absolutely. Cool. Well, thank you so much for. I did not want to take up too much of your time. No. I love talking to you today, Bill.
Absolutely awesome. Everybody out there, listen, here's the challenge for you. Do the best you can. If you think you did the best you can and it wasn't good enough, keep doing it. Don't give up. Keep trying. Keep going after those things. And then come back to us next year and challenge yourself even more. We'll see you then.
Yep. Thank you so much, guys. Talk to you all later.
Hello everyone, my name is Jenny Huang. I'm currently a third-year computer science major and I'm one of the Unity developers. And today I'm here with...
I'm Hugh Gannam. I'm also a third-year computer science major on the Unity team, and we're going to show you one of the other rooms. I know you previously saw our coworker go through the lunar base, but here we got a different room.
Okay, and then right now we're going to go through Ryan's apartment, and I believe Ryan is just one of the employees at Moonshot, so we can just go through a little bit of the development process as well as walk through the room a little bit, and we're just going to be exploring the room together. So here, I feel like we have a really cool room. Why is my mouse not working? Oh, there we go. I needed to click to engage. And then I feel like one part of the development process that was really interesting is we have screens like this where we have like it full screen and we have everything covered with just like a question box and you can answer these. Like these are pretty straightforward to develop and it's like a pretty basic template that we go through. But then there's challenges like these. I know Hugh developed a challenge like this where it's like a more like zoomed in feature, which is a little bit more complicated, but I think this is something that was really fun. Do you want to talk about that process a little bit?
Yeah, so kind of having objects that you can interact with in the rooms themselves adds a lot of character and value, and it feels like it's actually a lived-in place, and you're in this guy's apartment. I mean, you can kind of see around the room where they have like a Bruce Lee poster, like a fan that's spinning in the back room. Like kind of the lighting and all the shading and all the different things you can interact with. Like you can imagine a sticky note in real life.
Yeah.
Somebody writing down a password or a value or something.
Exactly.
And so having the character be able to zoom in and kind of interact with it like a human would adds a layer of realism and kind of makes it a full real world moment.
Yeah, I think that is something that's really interesting because mainly throughout the development process, I focused on challenges like this as opposed to making it real human. So I think that's something that I'm looking forward to working on in the future. Let's just, I guess, play around with the room.
Yeah. I think if you want to look over to the left, I think something that's really, really unique about this room is kind of the lighting and the shadowing. It does look like it's a window, and it's a little darkly lit. It's kind of set some atmosphere. You can tell you're in an apartment complex in like this compound almost, and having some of the stuff and different posters on the wall makes Ryan kind of feel like a real person.
Yeah, and I feel like it really integrates you into the storyline and makes it feel like, oh, like we're in Ryan's room, like we can like move around and like there's objects that like make us like we can't just climb on top of his bed like and things like that. And I guess we can just
Yeah, go around a bit. Like that's a cool looking PC. That looks like my friend Adigo's PC back at his apartment.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
it's got the RGB, it's got the lighting. This could be somebody's actual setup.
Yeah. Are we allowed to do the challenges? Yeah, so I think a really interesting part of this is that like even though like you have like you're able to see like, oh, I'm able to interact with this, you can obviously tell that this is a part of a challenge. There's like we can tell that like I'm unable to like use the computer and I have to like do something beforehand. And I feel like it really makes you explore each and every single bit of the room. For example, like I think I know the answer to this challenge already, but like if we just look around, like we're able to see that this changes color, like maybe that has meaning, maybe it doesn't. And I feel like when we're developing this, it's really important to like make things not too complicated and like pretty straightforward, but also have a level of like, oh, like I truly need to like go through the room like step by step and see what there is. So for example, for this room, I believe, yeah. So if you hover over this little area over here, we can see this deactivate, which we have currently a Wi-Fi jammer on the computer and that's why we can't use it. So after we press E, we're able to actually interact with the computer now. And I feel like this computer is something that was really interesting to develop because it operates just like a regular computer that you would see. Like you can open these files and they're like, it's really quick and responsive and it's similar to like an everyday thing that
Yeah,
you would
you have
use.
different windows popping up.
Mhm.
And I think something that's really cool and interesting is something that I think we learned in the development process of making things easy to understand for the players. I think
Yeah.
Unity has a lot of cool built-in tools. Like when
Mhm.
you hover over something, you can have the mouse interact and pop up. I think one good example is like when you can interact with an item, you have like a little white
Yeah, I think that
outline,
was really
makes it
helpful.
really pop up, and then a little task of like, okay, use E to interact with this. And I think it makes it a lot easier for the players to move around and understand what they need to do in the game.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you guys for joining us in this little walkthrough of Ryan's apartment. I hope you guys enjoy the competition so far, and I hope you guys have a great lunch break.
Yeah, best of luck to every player.
Hey everyone, we're back, and we're back with a very, very cool interview. I'm here with one of our very own guardians here at the Space Force. So if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, David.
Yep. I'm Master Sergeant David Piedra. I work for the 65 COS over in the Vandenberg Space Force Base. I do the cyber crew lead for defense of all launch missions across space.
That's awesome. Yeah. Personally, I feel like space is the final frontier, and I feel like having a very secure and cyber secure space in space. That's a very funny play on words. Is very important.
Yeah.
So.
I've been doing networking, cybersecurity for the last roughly 17 years. I got my bachelor's in network security operations, a master's in cybersecurity information assurance. A lot of my team is really some smart new guys coming out there. We're building a lot of new skills. And it's one of the growing fields that we're seeing a lot of benefit coming out of integrating cyber with things like launch, which is more industrial control systems and based. And then on top of that, it's just a lot of really cool ways we're working with like SpaceX and Firefly is kind of other big partners we have on base.
That's awesome. Yeah. So you said you did get your bachelor's, right?
Yes.
So did you go straight into the Space Force after that, or what was your career history till now?
Yeah, no. So I just started just a normal grunt, enlisted, and then I got roughly about 10 years in. I started my bachelor's.
Okay.
Right around when I started my master's is when the Space Force came online, and then I said, "Hey, I would love to do this," and joined, and they took me in. So
That's absolutely amazing. Yeah. So what do you do? Like, I guess you talked a little bit about doing the cybersecurity for launch stuff, right? So what is like a cool little fun fact about that? I don't know.
There's a lot of prep people don't realize for launch. It's about a 2-year buildup before they actually get to the launch day.
Okay.
So there's things from designing the payload to building the booster out to planning the weather, checking air winds. There's all sorts of transportations and testing that happens weeks and weeks in advance. and then day of launch, we're just all counting down, hoping it's going to go successfully, and then boom, you get the launcher, you see it go to orbit, and then it gets handed off to a whole bunch of different teams to make sure that it all floats correctly in space.
And these launches, are we talking about like satellite launches, like going to different planets, or like?
Well, I mean, right now it's mostly SpaceX. Their Starlink program is huge right now on base, so they're throwing a lot of things out in the sky. We're looking at roughly, I think it was 54 launches this year on Vandenberg, but next year we're going to grow to try to get to 100, and each year we're going to try to grow more and more until eventually Vandenberg becomes the spaceport on the west coast of America.
That's amazing, yeah. I remember, like, I'd just be looking at the sky or something, I'd just see stuff going by, and like I would always hear about launches from Vandenberg, so that's very, very cool. I was gonna ask, like, what do you think the future of, I guess, like the Space Force is, right? Are we like, what would you say, like, your purpose and how cybersecurity is gonna evolve that way too?
So I say the future of the Space Force is the space terrain in general is a very highly contested environment where we see a lot of different nations trying to gain advantages in space. The Space Force is going to grow. It's going to become a very strong force where we are directly competing with the other nations out there, and it's gonna expand greatly. I can't see us getting smaller by any means, but I also can say, like, as a cybersecurity technician in there, we're going to see a lot of more advances in how we integrate and put sensors. We're going to see a lot more incident response, forensics. We've been doing a lot of our own supercoders, kind of building out applications for us. We literally are touching every field from the civil engineering to the intelligence to space operations, and just building these partnerships everywhere we go.
That's absolutely amazing. Yeah, I love space, and I think just having the potential to work with like things that go up there is just very cool. I guess last question for you is, how would I get to where you are today, right? How would I join the Space Force, and what would you recommend to people that?
Yeah, so definitely, if you're interested in doing the Space Force, start with your recruiting office. There's really three main skills we look in Space Force. We're looking for cyber, we're looking for space operations, so people who actually control the satellites, and then intelligence officers or teammates who are building intelligence from what we get from space. Those are the key assets that we're looking for. And then we're really looking for smart individuals who are looking to be ambitious, be ready to challenge yourself. That's kind of the skill set we're really looking to kind of capture, and then be ready to take on the adventure wherever it goes. I mean, we could go to the moon, we could go to Mars. It's going to be a really fun ride no matter what.
That's amazing. Yeah. Thank you so much, David, for your time.
Problem.
Yeah. Now we're actually going to head on to a lunch break. So if you got your pizza, you got your pasta, you got something that you want to eat, now's the time. 30 minutes starting now.
All right, welcome to another Space Grand Challenge interview. Today we have a super special guest, a wonderful partner, friend for many, many years, and just super excited to have him today. My name's Henry, and I'm going to let him introduce himself and tell him all about what he does. But first of all, thanks for everyone watching Twitch stream live. This is happening. Woohoo! Go Space Grand Challenge. I hope all the players are having a great time, and I really appreciate all your skill sets and your determination and your tenacity to get it done and find the person of interest. Who was the person that did the bad stuff this year? All right, so please tell us what your name is, what your current focus is in the cybersecurity industry.
Yeah, first of all, Henry, thank you for giving me an opportunity to do this. My name is Hamlet. I am the vice president and one of the co-founders of a company called Elementrix. Elementrix, we built basically a extended detection and response platform, and then wrapped that around with an MDR service. So this is an EDR, this is packets, this is logs, this is deception technology. This is threat intelligence. This is, what we call like law enforcement level dark web, and then all wrapped around our services with full incident response. And then we install this and work with organizations across the world. But my part is I usually handle North America. I work with partners, engineers, threat analysts, the SOC team. Obviously customers. So it's a pretty exciting, very, very exciting, and every day is different.
So what do you like about the Space Grand Challenge? You've been involved with it even when it was called CCIC back in the day. So what do you like about it that intrigues you?
So it is unique in the entire United States. I don't think, and we talk to organizations all across, and we're traveling all the time. So there is not another organization that has put together a sort of a consolidated program from first responders to military to academia to industry partners that touches, what does it touch? It touches STEM topics, problem solving, cybersecurity, forensics, computer science, and obviously today machine learning and AI and all the buzz that's around that. So it is unique in that approach, and then it brings in these amazing middle school and high school kids into a real life competition. And I know many years ago we were doing these physically, and now we're doing them virtually. But to be able to say, oh yeah, hey, we had a satellite crash as an example. What typically what really happens? Like we get police and fire involved, and then hey, why did the satellite crash? And suddenly it's getting escalated to the FBI, and then the FBI is escalating to potentially the NSA, and you're having forensics work done. So it's the entire chain, and it's really just problem solving, detective work, and trying to figure out the who, the where. You may never know why. But and how it occurred, and attribution in cybersecurity, is very hard, to attribute, hey, who really did this, because they can hide their tracks. So it's unique in that, and so it's absolutely amazing. I haven't seen another organization that does it in this manner, and so we're just happy to be part of it and be sponsors of it.
Awesome. And again, thanks for your sponsorship from the bottom of my heart to the young people that are trying to change their lives and get into cybersecurity and space and understand about forensics. And I think you hit the nail right on the head. So with offensive security, your expertise, what are some of the threat actors' latest techniques? What are they doing? What's interesting, Hamlet?
Yeah. So as always, it's always the low-hanging fruit. That's the easiest, right? And obviously, I know, Henry, you've got a book on this as well. And really, what are the things you got to be careful about? But one of the interesting, if you look at one of the interesting hacks from early this year in January, this the Microsoft hack, where it's called Midnight Blizzard. That's the group which is associated with a company with an APT group called Nobilium, which is associated with a Russian-based group, and they're very one of the most advanced APT groups that exists out there. And they were able to infiltrate Microsoft and eventually listen in on corporate emails of major executives to figure out what Microsoft knows, what knows about them. And so again, this is Microsoft. This is unlimited resources. They are the major investor in OpenAI and ChatGPT. They have access to the latest and greatest technologies, the latest and greatest large language models as it relates to AI and machine learning, right? And it was a couple of SOC engineers that were looking in the logs that discovered the data breach. Okay, so this is again, what we would call one of the most advanced companies in the world, right? Being breached, and the way that breach happened is a very methodical password spray, but very low level, not high level, across using what we would call a residential proxy infrastructure. So coming in from multiple IPs, very, very low level, not to raise any alarms. They basically attacked a legacy application that did not have MFA. They logged in, again, back to the MFA, right? So they logged in. They discovered there was an OAuth application in there that had elevated privileges. So they lived off the land. They built their own OAuth application, several of them brand new from scratch. They signed, they assigned that more elevated privileges. Then they basically came in using those applications and assigned mailbox permissions to that, and then basically started reading executives' emails. And mind you, this wasn't caught for 3 months or 4 months. With all of the latest AI and all the latest machine learning, and because machine learning, and I want to make a little topic about this, and I know we've got some questions around this, but Amazon at the scale they're at, if you look at Amazon's in how big Amazon is and the amount of money and amount of engineering wherewithal they have, they can't filter out fake product reviews on their website. If you're looking for some sort of a product and you go, that's a fake review, a human can tell very quickly. So then you're trying to apply AI to a much more complex topic. Can we catch an APT group with AI when we can't even really use machine learning and AI to filter out fake product reviews? So that's the reality of it today. Now AI has made tremendous jumps. It can tell the difference between a cat, and a dog very easily. What OpenAI has built with Sora and image generation and video generation, absolutely amazing. But we're still a long way from machine learning and AI being able to by itself catch a human threat actor. Today, we still believe it takes a human to catch a human. So that's one of the interesting things that I kind of wanted to sort of discuss today a little bit.
Yeah, that's amazing. And what's interesting about that Microsoft story is the advanced techniques that they employed or implied during that, all those steps they did and made their own app. I mean, it's just mind-boggling to find out what kind of level of, I'll just say, hacker or threat actor that is. And remember, this is a group. This isn't just like 3 or 4 people. This is professionals. And my guess is they throw a lot of money at them, and look what they were able to do. And I know a little bit of social engineering is in there because of the spraying, right?
Sure.
And I'll just say passwords. Please change your passwords, people, for the love of Pete. How many more times I got to bang that in your head?
Awareness is the key. Just being aware. A quick side blurb. I was sitting at my desk, my phone rings, and it's Amazon. And apparently I've ordered. I'm sorry. It was AT&T. Sorry, it was AT&T. Okay. Right. It shows up as AT&T. Hi Hamlet. Did you order a new iPhone? I'm like, no, I did not. Well, there's one being shipped to Iowa, and I live in California. So we caught this with our fraud detection tools, and we want to verify a couple of things. We're going to send you a text, right? So I'm in the middle of a bunch of stuff, and we're going to send you a text. I'm like, okay, hold on. I go, stop. Did you get the text? Can you read the text back to us? I go, hold on. I go, can I call back in and get connected back into AT&T fraud department? He goes, well, you can't call us. We're in AT&T fraud. I'm like, so you're telling me, right, that AT&T, I can't call you? He goes, well, you can call this direct number. I go, no. I want to call 1-800-AT&T, the main number, and I want to patch into you. And so then I started questioning. I'm like, what address? I go, but very, very, very sophisticated, right? I go, where's my home address? He goes, well, we can't give you that because, that's PII information. So they make it sound like they're legit, absolutely like, and so very quickly I'm like, oh, this is, so then they basically hung up on me, right? But that could have easily caught anybody that is really not in tech, maybe your grandma, your grandpa, and it's something what they're trying to do is maybe add another device, maybe they've already got your password, try to add another device in, so now they can get access to your MFA capabilities and then log into your bank and et cetera. So
yeah, so sophisticated, Hamlet. I mean, even you and me who do this every day have to question it. And my biggest thing about what you just said was urgency. Yes. That guy or that girl that was pounding the urgency, let me call you back. Stop what you're doing. Yes. I'm about to ruin, and let me just okay, I'm going to get back to you. I'll get back to you. Thank you. And it stops the hack right there. And that's beautiful. I love the fact that he hung up.
I just saw the movie Beekeeper, and then in the beginning of that movie, it's interesting because they basically socially engineer one of the actors, and she ends up allowing the threat actors to log in, and they clear out her bank accounts, and that's how it kind of starts. And it's a little bit of a violent movie, but it's a good beginning from cybersecurity perspective.
It's awesome. All right, so. If you could share a couple pieces of advice about how to keep their data secure, what do you think you could say?
Yeah, it sounds like a broken record, right? Just being aware, right? Awareness is I think just number one. Just being aware, just in general, being aware of your surroundings, being aware of what you're doing around the computer, and all the basics, right? MFA, long, strong passwords. Make sure data, at both at rest and in transit is encrypted. So it's all the basics. It's a general cyber hygiene, and this is the same thing that we tell companies that we're working with, and they want to bring in like an advanced company like us to do monitoring. We're always saying, hey, you haven't even done the basics yet, right? We brought in a large government organization. This is like 4 years ago, Henry. Very well known, and they had not implemented MFA, and now like 2.5, 3 years later, they're almost there. By the way, with MFA implementation, almost. So very slow process, right? So, but that will eliminate a significant amount. So I don't know if there's one specific answer to this, other than, you know, if I were to pick one, I'd say just be aware. But there is a list, right? And you can Google these lists, and you know, from an organizational perspective, you know, obviously make sure you have good business continuity, good backups, ability to respond, and you have to have resiliency. So what that means is a single social engineering attack against one of your employees should never result in the entire corporation or organization being breached, ever. So, you know, case in point, Uber. Uber's been breached multiple times. This last one was a single, this was now almost like a year ago. They basically socially engineered one of their senior, you know, engineers, and they got in, and you know, and it was done for fun by a 19-year-old out of the UK. You know, literally, it was done for fun. But if that was a nation-state organization, a single social engineering attack on one single employee resulted in that threat actor getting access to the Amazon admin console, the Slack infrastructure, the identity management infrastructure, every single application within Uber. They could have shut down Uber and caused havoc if he wanted to. He just did it for fun. You know, obviously he was caught. But so again, how do you, you know, defense in depth is, you know, segmentation. You know, there's a whole concept of zero trust is out there, which is really more of a journey than really a single set of technologies. So, you know, and it's confusing, I think, even for the professionals out there, even for the CISOs who are in this business, right? The chief security officers, the VP of security, it's confusing for them too, in a lot of cases, like, because otherwise, you know, I was just doing a talk on this, right? I wasn't even thinking about this. Let me see if I can find it real quickly. It is a list of data breaches that I started with the talk. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so Western Digital, right? I started my talk this way. Western Digital, California Department of Finance, CNA Insurance, Rackspace, Latitude Financial, MGM, Caesars, Johnson Controls, HCA Healthcare, Fidelity National Financial, Staples, 23andMe, Okta, New York Bar, IBM, Idaho National Labs, AutoZone, Toyota, Samsung, Zacks Investment Research, T-Mobile for the fourth time or something, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, the United States Commerce State Department, where threat actors infiltrated and were able to read Gina's emails. She's the cabinet official. Every one of those companies has had a data breach over the last year and a half. And these
mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing. And these are not small organizations. You know, Idaho National Labs does nuclear research for the United States government. It's one of the primary facilities. And, you know, so and all these companies have multi-million-dollar stocks. They have armies of folks. And so this is the field that I think your students are getting into, right? It's vast. It hasn't been figured out, right? When you go to Black Hat and you're walking the floor like we do, Henry, and we walk in there and I'm like, gosh, there's a lot of vendors here. There's something like 2,500 vendors, right? And I'm like, I feel like we should have this thing figured out by now.
Right. Yeah,
like,
it should
you
be
know,
close.
but we don't. It's
No.
actually not even close. It's actually getting worse.
Yeah.
You know, and you know why it's getting worse. It's getting worse, right? So
Yeah.
these are the things that we're dealing with. So it's super exciting to be in. And there's so many areas within this. There's infrastructure, there's security, there's policy, there's governance, there's incident response, there's forensics, there's infrastructure. You know, there's so many components to this.
Yeah. Okay, so our last question, and again, thank you. This has been so fun. I love talking to Hamlet. It's always like, OMG, friends. So how do you think the AI and the ML will be used in cybersecurity in the future?
Yeah, well, we see it already. Literally day one when ChatGPT was made available to the public, threat actors started using it right away to write phishing emails. So it's amazing. So we've seen a massive increase over the last year since ChatGPT from OpenAI was released, and other large language models. There's not just them, there's a ton of other ones now. There's open source ones you can download. But so the massive increase in phishing attacks, so that's one. Two, early versions of those large language models didn't have a lot of controls, a lot of safety around them. And so you can say, I need to write a program basically, and that does this, you know, copies this data, moves this around, injects into the and so it's basically writing malware for you. And then hey, right. So then they started putting controls around it, where, you know, you can't. It's harder. I don't want to say it's impossible. It's harder to get, you know, something like a ChatGPT to write malware. So what's going to happen, and what we're seeing is a massive proliferation of additional attacks. The machine learning and the AI and a lot of these large language models are great for us, right, as defenders and investigators, but it's also great for the threat actors. So they're going to have access to the same models. So eventually, you're going to, Facebook has open sourced their Llama, very advanced, and so a lot of the organizations have. So they're going to have access to the same models, and so it's going to be a continuous fight. I think over the next decade, you will see a continued increase in cyber attacks. And then hopefully at some point, and maybe a decade down, we'll hopefully see a little bit some evenness. But it is, again, amazing tool, and it's going to help the threat actors as much as it's going to help the defenders.
Yeah, and I got my fishing hat on today, gone fishing, and one of the things I show my students is, okay, hey, write me a phishing email, and it shoots back, no, I can't help you, that's illegal, that's blah blah blah. Okay, hey, write me an email for an end of year bonus.
Right.
What? The end of year bonus is the phishing email.
Is the phishing email.
Beautiful, beautiful end of year bonus. I tweak it for 6 minutes and boom. And again, I'm not encouraging this. I'm telling you so that you know, because there are ethics out there, and we don't do this to hurt people. We do this to help people. So that's another big thing I was going to say.
What I've noticed is if you have a good handle, if you're a good writer, right? Just generally a good writer, what something like a ChatGPT does, it kind of lowers your skill level in all honesty. If you're a poor writer, right, you just don't have a good handle on the English language, and you use ChatGPT, it makes you above average, right?
Right.
And so I've seen people when I get emailed, I'm like, what? I know you don't talk like that. I know I've talked to you. That's not the way you verbally speak. And the way you verbally speak is the way you typically write in most fashion. And so I'm like, you wrote that using ChatGPT. I can tell, And so I think there's going to be companies that generate other large language models that are able to detect these language models. So AI can detect AI. And there's a bunch of companies working on this right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much. Our conversation today has been, pardon my French, bitchin' Camaro, just really awesome. I hope that the students and everyone watching today got a little bit about this. I always love talking with you, as I said before, Hamlin. It's been a super joy, and thank you for supporting the humans and the little people that are trying to change our lives in the next generation of cyber warriors, or cyber knots, I like to call them, that are going to help us stop the threat actors in the future. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you for your time. Much appreciated. Take care, everyone.
And we're back. Hope you guys had a really good lunch. We had some really good pizza, pepperoni pizza, and I really enjoyed it. But now we're here today with another very well-known Guardian, Lieutenant Phillips. Thank you so much for coming out today. And yeah, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, we can start.
So I'm Second Lieutenant Grady Phillips. I am a crew lead with the 65th Cyberspace Squadron here in California.
That's awesome. Yeah,
glad to be here.
No, thank you so much for coming out today. I got to talk to a lot of Guardians in the back. I'm glad that we can show you guys off to the public here in CCI on Twitch. So yeah, what's your background like? Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I grew up super interested in computers. I've been doing the cybersecurity thing for a long time. I think I wrote my first line of code when I was like 11 or 12 on Roblox playing around. But yeah, so I really enjoy it. Love computers. I double majored in computer science and cybersecurity at the Air Force Academy. So I did my 4-year degree there, graduated, commissioned as an officer in the Space Force, and now I'm here, serving the community, protecting our space networks from attackers.
That's amazing. Yeah, double major is actually insane. I wish I could do that. I'm currently a computer science major myself, so seeing the computer relations.
Oh, it was only 6 extra classes, so it wasn't anything crazy.
Okay, but it's still really cool. Yeah. What do you specifically work on? I guess because you're a part of cybersecurity and the Air Force and the Space Force specifically, right? So what specifically do you work on right now, like a project or something like that?
Yeah, so right now we're helping build up and plan out what exactly the Space Force's cyber capabilities are supposed to look like. So as a new branch, one of the things is that we haven't gotten policy directly defined for what exactly a cyberspace squadron in the Space Force is supposed to do. Sure, that exists for the Air Force and it's very well defined. But as a new branch, we have to develop that ourselves. And as an officer, I'm part of building that policy.
100%, yeah, because I feel like space itself is still like an aspect of the world that we haven't really like gone into. I feel like building like organizations built around that is like very new. So making sure that foundation's there is very important, especially with cybersecurity. Right?
Yes, yes. So integrating space and cyber is somewhat of a newer thing, and as far as like doctrine and how we set up our cyber posture, that's still, how we set up our cyber posture, that's still something we're defining.
Okay, that's awesome.
And I'm helping build part of that.
So. Tell me like a day in the life of someone on on the cybersecurity world of the Space Force. Like, give me like an example of your day.
So, show up to work 7:30, bright and early, ready to work, and usually, I'm going through my calendar for the first hour, making sure I know exactly what meetings I have to attend that day. But the rest of it, I'm usually working on checking in on my guardians, the people under me, making sure that they're on task, make sure that they know what their guidelines are, and they're going in the right direction with their stuff. And then a lot of time I'm spending, coordinating with different people and different agencies to figure out what exactly we should be looking at right now. So like one of the things I'm working on is on a network that I'm helping manage and build a policy for, what tools and systems we're supposed to be using on that network, how we're supposed to use them, and the right way to approach things.
That's awesome. Yeah, sounds really fun. Sounds really cool. Corporate life, but also working on really cool stuff, right? Cool. I guess one of my questions was like, I asked the last guardian this. I'm gonna ask every guardian this. If I want to be in your place in the future, what would you recommend, and what is that process looking like?
Yes. So specifically to be in my place as an officer in the Space Force, you have 3 options. You have to go to a commissioning source. So to be an officer, you have to commission. Those 3 sources that are available to you, you have ROTC, so do an ROTC program at any college that has one. The Air Force Academy, which is a 4-year program. If you've heard of West Point, Air Force Academy is just the Air Force version of West Point.
Okay.
Yep. So that's where I went. And then OTS, which is enlisted to officer, but you don't have to be enlisted. So if you have a degree from a civilian university, you can apply to OTS programs.
Okay.
You'll go through like basic and then leadership training, and then you can commission as an officer in any of the armed services.
That's really cool. So like for the high schoolers, you can obviously go to the Air Force Academy, or potentially do more like an ROTC thing, which is more I guess accessible to a lot of people at different colleges. But if you're somebody like me in college right now, you can do the third option, which was that program at the end.
Yeah, OTS.
Yeah.
OTS.
Okay, that's awesome.
I do not know what it stands for directly, but yeah, OTS.
Yeah, we have a lot of acronyms in the world, right? So
lots of acronyms.
Yeah, that's awesome. I guess my final question is like, do you have any advice for somebody that loves cybersecurity, loves space, and just wants to combine it all? Like, any advice at all?
Yeah, absolutely. So, polish your skill set. That is like the #1 thing. If you want to advocate for yourself and to get into these programs and have doors open to you, make sure you're taking advantage of the skills that you can build. Like, take your time. Learn those, learn the fundamentals, and opportunities will present themselves. Like they will show up. They learning more things and working on certifications and learning skills only opens doors for you. So go right ahead, do that.
That's awesome. Yeah, make sure you hone your skills because your skills are who you are. So that's awesome.
Absolutely.
Actually, one last question. It was on the top of my head. If so, cybersecurity, space, it's all really new. What do you think is gonna be like the next big thing with all of that? Like, where do you see this entire field going in a way?
Oh shoot, that's a great question.
If you want to answer it, but
so I think a large part of what will be in the future of space and what's being developed right now is commercial spaceflight. So possibly we'll be seeing, the big 4 like Deloitte and other cybersecurity contractors starting to offer cybersecurity protection for those manned spaceflight.
Okay.
I think that's something we'll see pretty soon. If not, I imagine they're doing it already and they're planning to do it. And I'm sure they've thought about it before, but I imagine we'll see more of that stuff in the public sphere pretty soon.
Yeah. I feel like have there already been commercial flights to space?
There have. So Jared Isaacman, who was the commander of the Dragon capsule, he actually came to the Air Force Academy, and when the Space Force officers commissioned, he gave us ranks. So like this rank that goes on our dress uniform, he gave us lieutenant bars that had been to space.
Okay.
So yes, there have been commercial like manned spaceflight.
That's really cool.
Mhm.
Okay.
Super sick.
Well, that's gonna be it today. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Phillips, and it was an
Yeah,
honor to
thanks
talk
for
to you
having me.
today. We'll have a live interview from, not live interview, but a video interview from Eric Escobar, the person who was here a few hours ago. But feel free to check that out, and we'll see you guys right after.
Eric, first question. What is your current focus in the cybersecurity industry?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So I work as a penetration tester, which is basically hacker. So I work for a company called Dell SecureWorks, and our whole goal is compromising other companies that hire us to show them where their weak points are. So you can think of it like people will pay us to literally try and rob their bank to see how could a real bad guy, a real threat actor, actually do that. And so I focus specifically in kind of the stranger areas of that niche. Such as wireless technology. So that's why I'm involved in stuff like Space Grants Challenge. But then also stuff like operational technology or OT environments. You can think of like factories, like big industrial stuff, and then social engineering and all the fun stuff that has to play with.
Awesome. And I'm going to squeak in another squeaky one. You've been to DEF CON before and you have, I don't know, some credentials. And I think the technical term is black badge. Can you tell us what that is and what you do have?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been going to DEF CON ever since I started in the cybersecurity industry and started off not knowing anything at all, just being a spectator and just being like, whoa, all this stuff is crazy. Look at all this stuff. And then I got a little bit more involved, started competing in the wireless capture the flags because I like all things wireless technology. And so started competing there, and the first couple of years won a couple of the minor events of it, and then 3 years in a row we won the entire wireless capture the flag competition. And after the third year, they said, you know what, you guys can't play anymore. Here's a black badge. So I got a black badge from DEF CON, which gives me free entrance to life. And our team got banned from competing in the wireless capture the flag, and now we help create the different challenges for that competition. So it's super cool, and it kind of shows the entire arc of like me coming in as not knowing absolutely anything at all to then going through being a competitor, then winning several times, and now helping create the challenges. So kind of that full life cycle of what everybody at Cal Poly and everybody that does Space Game Challenge is more than capable of.
Awesome. Thanks. So I wanted to see if you could tell us a social engineering story of a physical penetration test that you've done before.
Yeah, so I have I have one that's really funny. That is, I was in Switzerland for a penetration test, and we're casing this building. It's a multi-tenant like office building, and our client is on like the fourth story. So we're sitting around there, just walking around. We're dressed up as like UPS and like DHL delivery drivers, so that we can kind of walk around and not be too unknown, or too like suspicious looking. And so as we're walking around, we decide there's like a little cafe that's like right outside of this building, like the entrance and exit of it. And mind you, while we're doing this, we have all of our gear to like clone like wireless passwords. We have all of our gear to like, we have basically like, so this is a Proxmark, which is like a badge reader or like a badge cloner. So you can think of like when you go into a building, you badge in. This can make a copy of that, kind of like what you would see in like a Hollywood thing. But we have another one of these that sits in. I don't have it around me, but it sits in a briefcase, and it's one of the big badge readers that you would see on the outside of a building or like at a car wash, right? That's meant to read at long distances. So we have that in a laptop case that we're carrying around with us, and we have it just sat down as we're eating at this cafe right outside the entrance of this building. Well, as luck would have it, they were actually having a fire drill just randomly, and so everybody in the building leaves the building through this one choke point, and we have our badge reader just leaned up right there. And so every person in the building, including all the safety officers and all of that, they all just walked right past this badge cloner. And so we're looking at it on our phone and just watching badges like click, 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 click. I mean, just it was raining down badges, and it was like we couldn't have planned this any better. And then we decided to get the bill really quickly, and while they're doing all their safety checks, what happens when there's a fire drill? Everybody leaves the building, but then everybody, when the coast is clear, has to go back in the building. And they're not like waiting one at a time to check credentials for every person going back in the building. So we just happened to slip in with everybody else. And so it's just one of those like you couldn't have planned it any better. It's just how it happened. But it's just a really funny story of just like, yep, and that's how you get into a building.
So is that technically called tailgating, or did you actually have to use your pass to blip to get through?
So when we got in after the the fire drill, that was just tailgating, right? I mean, there was hundreds of people going back into this building, and so people were just holding the doors for everybody. Nobody's worried about that somebody would be that opportunistic. In which case, we got to go in the building and did a lot of scoping out of the surroundings while we were there, which was awesome. But then we also had copies of the badges too, so we'd go back in after hours with our copies of the badges to go do all that kind of stuff as well. So in that case, it was tailgating, but we also were able to use those clone badges to get it into.
Awesome. All right. Thanks for helping me out with that. Want to make sure I kind of understood it all. That's such a great story. So what do you like about Space Grand Challenge? You've been helping us develop challenges for a while and doing some fun stuff when I call you and have you help us.
So what I like about it is kind of like the whole Cal Poly ethos of like learn by doing, right? It's not just like a challenge for the sake of it being a challenge. It's not that it's not, it's not like, oh, this is some unrealistic thing, right? Like these are things that have a storyline associated with them, that are like potentially real life scenarios, real life things that, could potentially happen. Granted, it's in like the scheme of like a game, but there's still real life challenges and real things that kind of have to be investigated if you do this in the real world. So I like that aspect of it, that like it is real life, and then you learn by doing that, and it's just kind of cool just in general. So
Awesome. Cool. Thanks.
I'm a bit biased though, so
Yes. Go Mustangs, right?
yeah, there you go.
So with your security expertise and experience, how would you generally recommend securing space assets or satellites? Because I know you have a little bit of, or have dabbled with that a little bit. How would you say we could better secure, or kind of just the general terms of securing a satellite?
Yeah, so satellites are most computers, right, are somewhere that people can easily access them. So it's one of those things that, with a satellite, you're not going to call help desk and be like, "Hey, satellite isn't responding, and can we have somebody go up there and like turn the power on, turn the power off?" Like it doesn't work like that, right? And so really for satellites, the biggest piece of it is securing it. And so that is basically comes down to rigorous testing. So while the satellite, before the satellite ever launches, make sure that you do rigorous testing of the protocols that are in place, of all the different, edge cases of different things that could happen. And then, so that would be like security testing, that would just be like general protocol testing, that would be testing of just like running through all the different playbooks of what's possible and what could happen. But then kind of like in addition to that is like having a duplicate device that is like, kind of like if you were to look at the Mars rover, right? They have a duplicate Mars rover at JPL that they can run, all the simulations with, and like say, hey, I wonder if we could get up a hill this size, or if there's dirt like this. Having that like separate device that you can run, hardcore tests on, that you can flip that switch, and that you can, make any of those changes to, and see how does it operate, how does it, how does it go. But realistically, it's just making sure that the way that that you would communicate with your satellite, to make sure that that communication protocol is secure and robust, so that somebody else can't also make successful communication with that satellite too.
Awesome. Great. Thank you for saying that. So I definitely wanted to know, what was your favorite hack from 2023? Do you have a favorite one that you're thinking about?
Yeah, so the one that immediately comes to mind, just because I think it highlights where we are as far as like, society and technology, is looking at like what happened to 23andMe. So 23andMe got breached, right? And really what happened in the case of 23andMe, if you like read the news and you believe what is being told about it, is that people reuse the same password for a compromised website, say like, a previously compromised password that was known, and they used the known email address with that known password from a previously compromised site to log in to 23andMe. So it wasn't really necessarily a fault of 23andMe. People were just reusing passwords that they'd used at previous sites, and then that was getting them logged in and getting their data stolen. But what was interesting about that I thought, is that when you log into 23andMe, which is, the genome sequence, for anybody who's not familiar, it's the genome sequencing site where you can see like your ancestry and, all the different like pieces of your genetic makeup. Well, you're linked with family members, obviously, that also are in 23andMe. And depending on how those family members shared their data could also be compromised as a part of just one of their family members being compromised. And so it was an interesting, like kind of like thought experiment of just like, you could be compromised, like you and your data and your family tree and your genetics could be partially compromised because one of your family members didn't use a secure password, right? Or that they had just reused the password. So just thinking through all of that and like, what does that mean and what data is available and how do you share it? Because I was in 23andMe and I had locked down my data before that had happened. But if you're just a general user on 23andMe and you look and say, oh, well, of course I want to be able to share, some of my ancestry information and some of my genetic results with my family members because they're my family members, right? You think like, obviously that's totally fine, but now you realize that each one of your family members is now a potential vector into compromising something about you and yourself that you can't change. A lot of websites, like if you got your Twitter, your X, your Facebook, your Instagram, your Snapchat, you name your website, you can change all that information, right? You can go through, change that information, update your passwords. But the problem with a site like 23andMe is you can't go back and change your ancestry. You can't go back and change who your family members are. You can't go back and change any of the genetic information that's out there. And so that site is really meaningful when it gets compromised because it's information you can't change, and it's information that can be used to potentially re-compromise you again in some other way, shape, or form if it's looking for like a mother's maiden name or some other type of security question. And so to say favorite hack, like it's a terrible hack. Obviously I wish it never happened. But it's interesting because of all the other like ramifications that happened with it. And also the fact that it came down to something super simple. It was just password reuse. It wasn't some big breach of 23andMe's database. It wasn't that 23andMe was necessarily doing anything wrong at all. Just the fact that end users with crummy passwords led to tons and tons and tons of their family members' data now also being breached and sold as well. So anyways, that is one of those things that like I think about that and just all the implications that it has.
Wow, what a cool story. Yeah, that piece of information I don't think a lot of people know about, or I mean, know it's in the news, but it's a really good one to discuss and kind of how it went and how simple it was.
Yep.
So my last question of the day, if you could share a piece of advice with people on how to keep their data secure, what would that be?
So I like my main, whenever I give like guest lectures or whatever, my main three pieces of advice are keep everything updated, right? Like right now, go look at your phone, make sure it's updated, make sure you're running latest patches because that's one of the number one ways that I compromise a network, external perimeter, internal device, like whatever it is. It's just because I'm using a known vulnerability that was publicly released that there's a patch available for, and somebody and like some system administrator just never patched it because they're busy and they have a lot of other things on their plate. But just making sure that your personal devices, stuff like your home router, your thermostat, your security cameras, your phone, like just the generic things that you use on a day-to-day basis that are in your home network, make sure they're updated, but specifically your phone and your laptop, your whatever device you use to connect to most of your accounts. The other one and the last two kind of go together are use a password manager. So a password manager, it doesn't matter which one, they're all pretty darn good. LastPass, Dashlane, Bitwarden, they're all pretty good. And if you're not familiar with what a password manager is, basically think of it, it's a piece of software that keeps all of your passwords secure. And the immediate pushback that I get when somebody says like, "Oh, you're telling me to put all my passwords in one spot," and it's like, I am, but that one spot is far more secure than just a note on your phone or a text document on your desktop. It's designed to hold those secrets, and it typically requires multi-factor authentication. It typically requires, like some other piece of information about you, and it secures that information securely, which is. When I say that, it's like it encrypts it at rest, it encrypts it in transit, you can share it. It's just a secure way to do things. And if 99% of the clients that I compromise as part of my day job, if they all use password managers and different passwords for everything, I would break into them way less than I do right now. So that's a great way to kind of like up your security, and then obviously kind of going. That's why I said these two things are together. Making sure you have strong and unique passwords for everything. If you don't use the same PIN that you use for your debit card that you use to unlock your phone that you use as the door code to your house, right? Make sure they're all different, because if somebody knows the door code to your house, then they also know the way to unlock your phone. They also know all these different things. So don't use the same information everywhere to like log in. And likewise, avoid being the next 23andMe hack and use a different password everywhere that you log in, specifically, for, your bank account, your, corporate account. Use different passwords for that. And typically what I recommend is not using a word, but using a phrase. And when I say, basically a sentence like, I graduated from Cal Poly in 2024, right? Using a sentence like that with spaces, punctuation, capitalization, and the numbers meets all the password requirements typically, right? It meets all of the, all the upper characters, but it's not something weird that you have to remember. It's easy to type on your phone. It's easy to type on a keyboard, and it's also easy to remember. So all the things that normally people hate, that make them keep short passwords and reuse the passwords, using that full sentence, is typically a great way to be secure, easy to type, easy to remember. So yeah, that's it's not. I cheated, right? I said it was one piece of advice, but I got 3 pieces of advice. So using that hacker ethos and taking that extra step forward.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time and dedication to Space Grand Challenge. Good luck to the participants. I hope everyone's having a great time. And I really appreciate you coming on and talking with us today, Eric. And I hope you have a great day. And we'll see you on the Hack in Space and hopefully at Space Grand Challenge that day. And we'll say hi.
Yeah, and everybody have a great time. This is, one of the most fun things you probably be doing. So good luck, and may the odds be ever in your favor.
And we're back. Thank you so much, Eric Esbar. It's always an honor to listen to your awesome, amazing pen testing insight, and it was awesome to see you today, 3 hours ago. I'm now joined by Specialist Lewis from the Space Force, and it's going to be awesome to be able to talk to you today.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Specialist Lewis, just like he said, from the Space Force. I'm out here at the 6th Cyber Squadron in Vandenberg, California, so short drive for me. I'm just, enjoying seeing all of this going on out here. It's a great opportunity to come down and look at all this stuff going on live. It's great.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I feel like a lot of us put in a ton of work for this, and we're glad that people can see it and we can see the fruits of our whatever the saying was. But do you want to go ahead and talk about your background? Like, how did you get to the Space Force? Like, what'd you do?
Yeah, sure. So I actually come from culinary, which is kind of funny. I went to school for a little bit of culinary work, and my family's always been restaurateurs, did a lot of that kind of stuff, but I've always expressed an interest in computers. And so from a very young age, I was attending college courses while I was in high school and just trying to get after cyber, learn all kinds of stuff. And it kind of led me down this path to over here. And, here I am trying to do cyber for the Space Force. And I'm proud of myself, to be honest, and my mom's proud of me. So that's all that matters, right?
No, it's amazing. Like culinary work, like cooking, full on cooking, or like how did that process go?
Yeah, so I was going to, this was my intent, was to open a bakery and also be the main baker, come up with recipes and kind of, I wanted to do a low-cost bakery and provide to the community. That was my initial goal. But I got kind of told off of doing restaurant work. It's a lot of work. I saw my parents go through it, and it wasn't for me. So I just stuck with cyber, and honestly, I'm glad I did. I'm really having the time of my life out here.
No, it's really cool. I feel like tech unites us all, no matter we're all from different types of fields and different types of backgrounds, but technology is what unites us and brings us to here we are now. So it's really cool that came from culinary background to now cybersecurity at the Space Force too, right?
Yep.
So I guess what was the whole process of getting to where you are now? Like you talked about why and what you went through, but what was the programs and what did you do for that?
Yeah. So a lot of what I joined for was actually for education. So I went through a little bit of schooling towards my cybersecurity degree, and I additionally ventured into mathematics a little bit. So I did a lot of really nerdy stuff. And what I ended up doing was joining the military to get hands-on experience and to kind of take advantage of the free education that they provide. And a lot of that stuff is what I received exactly as I expected it. And I'm very, very grateful to the military, honestly, for putting me through all of this. Just recently, I finished up a course, and it's a SANS course that I just finished up, and I was able to, take an attempt at the certification, all on their behalf. It was all paid for me, and all of those kinds of opportunities are just rolling in, and I'm very, very appreciative of it. And getting that hands-on, it's slightly different than how you learn it in a textbook. So I wanted to continue doing college for the degree, but that's all it was for at that point. And I think that the hands-on that I'm getting here in the Space Force is really helping me learn. It's just the way that I learn, And I know maybe some people learn better through textbooks, but I definitely learn a lot better when I'm going through and doing the things and, touching boxes basically. I learned that way.
No, 100%. Like, I mean, you're talking to a Cal Poly student, right? Like, what's our motto? Learn by doing.
Yep.
And I feel like that is the ultimatum, and it's the best way to learn. And it's really cool that you were given this opportunity by the Space Force and just the military itself, right? So was it just fully like an isolated program that you like went through, or like how was that whole process? Like, just signed up, went through, and was given education while also working for them?
Yeah. So I talked to a recruiter, and this is how you would do it if you're trying to join as enlisted, just like I am. So you would talk to a recruiter, and after you're done with talking with the recruiter, they'll walk you through the whole process. They'll get you ready. You'll get shipped off to basic training. It's about a month and a half, I believe. It's not a big deal, to be honest. Like everybody dreads it, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna get yelled at, and I can't handle this." But it's really not a big deal.
Hey, you're
And
hearing it from a man
when you're
himself,
done with that, it's straight into tech school for me. This was my path. I don't know what path you'll be taking specifically if you were to join, right? But my path was I went from basics straight to tech school. I learned a lot of networking, so I went to the network tech school. So cyber transport is what it's called, out in Mississippi. I did that for about 5 months, and then I came out here to California, which is home for me. So, they put me close to my family, and I really appreciate that. And so I do cyber ops here, and I'm in training a lot. So I learn a lot just on payroll, basically. I'll go out in my uniform, 2 courses, 2 classes, educate myself, learn and progress further and further, and it's all paid for. And on top of that, I'm receiving a paycheck for that. It's a great opportunity. And then on my own time, I get to use my tuition assistance to pursue college. So I'm looking at Purdue Global right now, and it's just so many opportunities have been given to me.
That's awesome. Yeah, I have a friend who goes to Purdue. I
Yeah.
think it gets really cold there during the winter, but education is education, and Purdue is a great campus. So it's really cool to see like you're able to pursue so many different types of like aspects of technology and cybersecurity fully paid for, right, by the government, and that's really cool. You said I was gonna ask specifically, like, what do you do in the Space Force? We talked about a little about training and space ops at all.
Yeah.
Or
So as of this moment, actually, I'm a facilitator for a course.
Okay.
So I'm teaching people how to do a little bit of cyber offense and cyber defense. It's kind of a purple team course.
Okay.
It's a course that I've actually been able to. I was blessed with the opportunity to help a little bit during the production of, and kind of, I guess, restructuring the course. So it was already built out. I went there. I was one of the first students to go through the course, and I was able to bring it together and kind of give my thoughts on it. And we were able to restructure it a little bit. And I was given the opportunity to be one of the facilitators for that course, which I'm enjoying my time a lot.
That's
It's a
awesome,
lot of fun.
Yeah, teaching's pretty fun. I don't do that much of it, but what did you mean by purple team? Like, what's the terminology with that?
Yeah,
Like, how does that
so
work?
purple isn't just kind of red and blue teams mixed together, red and blue making purple.
Yeah,
So the idea behind this course is kind of teaching the students a little bit of blue team and a little bit of red team, just, a mile wide and an inch deep kind of thing, where they get to experience all kinds of things and kind of see where they want to take their own knowledge and, pique their interest. Because at the end of the day, if the individual doesn't have the interest or the want or the drive for it, it's a little bit hard to push something on someone.
100%,
As an
yeah.
example, like I was taught piano from a young age. I didn't have the drive for it, and I ended up dropping it, and that's just what happens. But these people, they're picking up the drive, and I'm watching their eyes light up as they're learning these things, and I love that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's curiosity that drives you, right? If you're not passionate about something, you're not going to get something done. I wish all the parents that force their kids not to force them that hard, and all the kids to find stuff. You got to find what you want to do, and it's that back and forth balance, right? So that's really cool.
Yeah.
I guess, like, why does what you do matter, right? Like, why does it matter? I guess, in a way.
So everything that I do as a member of the military, at the end of the day, it affects things higher up on the chain, and it's a large part of it is being a part of an organization and being able to defend a lot of American things, and working towards the greater American good. And I appreciate being able to serve the country, and walking around and hearing people say thank you for your service. It really brings my day up, and I appreciate everyone that still does that. I know there's some. It feels good. It feels good, is what I'm trying
That's
to
amazing,
say.
Yeah. Well, we need you there, and we really appreciate everything you've done for us. Last question, I guess. or I guess I have the last two questions. If you had any advice for someone, I guess like trying to get into what you're doing, like what would you give them right now?
Yeah. I think, like I said, curiosity is what will drive you forward. Just take yourself, and if you want to learn something, go for it. You know, send yourself off the deep end in it. Just learn as much as you can, acquire knowledge, and just like Lieutenant Phillips said earlier, just those things, they'll lead to opportunities in the future. Just keep on learning, keep on pushing yourself to, you know, chase your curiosities. Don't let them just dry up and die, because it's a wasted line that you could have followed, if that makes sense. It's a great opportunity when you're curious about something. With the amount of information we have on the internet, just chase it.
100%. Yeah. You know, we have such a, I feel like we're very gifted in a way that we have so much access to like everything we want to, right? You can Google anything you want to. You can
Yeah.
search up whatever you want to do. You have AI that can teach you things. Might as well use all those resources and just keep on pushing forward. That's awesome. I guess last question for you is, what do you think the future of cybersecurity is, whether it's with the Space Force, whether it's with like us civilians, or just the world in general?
Yeah. With cybersecurity, there's a lot of avenues and a lot of directions that we can go. And something that I've been looking into more and more recently is actually machine learning and AI.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff really interests me. And I've been seeing a lot of people pushing to use it for blue teaming and even for red teaming. And then on top of that, the securing of those networks in and of themselves, those systems rather, in and of themselves. So I think that a lot of the future of cybersecurity is going to involve AI, as will a lot of fields. And just from my personal opinion, it's a really cool and really interesting world. And you know, I can't wait to see how that technology progresses.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like nowadays AI is kind of controversial. You know, you got your pros and your cons, but like I feel like a lot of things have their pros and their cons. It's about finding the right balance between the two and getting stuff done.
Exactly.
But yeah, thank you so much, Lewis. It was
course.
actually an honor to be able to talk to you today, and thank you for your service.
I appreciate it. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Next, we'll be doing a video interview from Jacob, who is a future Cal Poly student who helped create the Dev Unity rooms. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the Space Grand Challenge. My name is Henry Danielson. I'm here today and very excited to chat with our guest, Jacob, high school senior, Unity developer, and challenge creator for Space Grand Challenge. So I want to tell you a quick story before I let you talk a little bit. Is that okay, Jacob? And welcome.
Yeah, it's completely fine.
All right. So the story of a small school district located here on the Central Coast has connections that keep on giving. One of the amazing teachers at this high school, got to give a shout out to Mr. J or Ian, told me about Jacob and how he was interested in cyber and developing Unity games, as well as really doing well in his cybersecurity course. I went and I got lucky and met Jacob, and we bonded and shared our interests and experiences in cybersecurity and space and gamification and gaming, specifically for a vehicle for learning, how it's so much more fun to learn a skill set playing a game versus maybe just opening a book and learning from traditional book learning. So one of the great things over this year is Jacob has helped the Space Grand Challenge develop the Luna room that you'll be able to play today, as well as a pre-qualification room that we were able to showcase and share at a national NICE conference, the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education Conference in Arizona this past year. The teachers were so excited when I put the URL up for them to try it and test it. The whole place stopped listening to me, flipped up their laptops, and were starting to play the wonderful room that Jacob had worked on. And again, I'm so proud to be here with you today. Jacob, can you tell us what the experience has been like for you volunteering and working at the California Cybersecurity Institute on Space Grand Challenge?
Yeah, of course. Honestly, the experience of working at CCI has been absolutely amazing. It's led to so many amazing opportunities, and including helping out this year's Space Grand Challenge competitors. It's been absolutely amazing. In addition, being able to work with the college students that have helped me along this journey has been just a completely different experience and has led to an awesome environment in places that I've never even thought about working, such as the 5G lab that we work on with the Space Grand Challenge and even a military base. Working on this project has been it's been so rewarding, and being able to help teach this year's competitors is just like, it's something I'm so grateful to do.
Awesome. And again, Jacob, I want to give him a shout out. When we met, I was enabling him to learn more about cybersecurity and some of the trainings that we do. So Jacob has done some AWS training, Splunk training, Cisco cybersecurity training. And it was so interesting because as he was going through all these different trainings, I remember asking him, hey, what do you think you want to do later in life after college? And he calmly said, I think I want to be a full stack developer, Henry. I was like, what? And for those who don't know, working on the front end and the back end of computing, it's every kit and caboodle, if you will, of the parts from cloud all the way down to the hardware. So anyway, I'm just really proud and stoked that Jacob's been helping us. So another question for you, Jacob. What do you enjoy about cybersecurity and space?
Honestly, the main thing that's led me to enjoying cybersecurity and just loving to do it is the complete encompassment, I guess, of devices and especially the internet. The length that devices have gone over the past 40 years is something that's absolutely amazing and something that's really intrigued me to continue the development of. And as for space, it's such an intriguing topic, and there's so much that we don't know about it. So being able to help with this year's competitors learn more about space and technology, it's just a way of furthering development and advancement of science and technology, and something that I really stand by.
So the thing that's also interesting about the space and cyber is it's protecting our assets, and we use stuff every day from GPS all the way up to our warfighting and protecting our wonderful world that we live in and our nation. So there's lots of cool things that happen with that. So I heard some great news, and I just want to be able to say, what exactly college will you be attending in the fall?
I'm going to be going to Cal Poly at the start of this fall.
What? Can you show us your sweatshirt there so that we can get some representation? Yes, go Mustangs.
Cal Poly.
Okay, and my last question, do you know where you'll be working at once you get to Cal Poly?
I'm going to be working with the California Cybersecurity Institute next year.
Awesome. So again, instead of volunteering your time, you will be actually a paid member of the team. We're very excited about that. And we want to get you, just like you would like to do, working on the front end, the React, the back end, React as well, AWS, also looking at creating forensics images and other cool things that go along with this, also with the Unity. And I have another mini story. The other day, Jacob says, so Henry, what's next year's going to be like? Let's go. And I'm like, okay, oh my gosh, he's so excited and ready to go. So is there anything else you wanted to share to the participants about solving challenges, seeing how you've written some of them, some advice? What would you say to a first-time participant going to a challenge and trying to figure it out?
Honestly, I would say make use of the resources that you have. The internet is something that is amazing, and it will help you out more than anything. Even after you're done with schooling, you're not going to learn everything. And utilizing the internet to figure out these challenges, which may be about things that you don't know, is something that's so important. And then also, if you're working with a team, make sure that you utilize your teammates. It's not a solo event, so make sure that you take all the resources that you can get and use them to their max extent.
Awesome. Well, thank you again. I'm super honored to have you here today, and good luck with the wonderful participants. Give them a shout out, Jacob, before we leave. And thank you very much for your time today, and cannot wait to continue to work with you. And I hope you have a great evening, and thanks for your time.
Yeah, of course. Good luck, everyone.
Welcome. I am really excited to be here. My name is Dustin DeBrum. I am the Operations Director overseeing the California Cybersecurity Institute. First off, I want to say thank you to all the students, all the staff, and all the support that we've had here today. And I want to say thank you to all the players who are playing with us today. on the Space Grand Challenge. It is phenomenal to have so many students from across the nation participating in this event. And it's so incredibly humbling to be part of this program and to work with such incredible students here locally at Cal Poly that are actually putting this all together. I'm really excited today to introduce Professor Zachary Peterson, Associate Chair of the Computer Science Department at Cal Poly. We're going to talk a little bit about what Zach's department is, what he does, and some of the connections that he has to cybersecurity. Zach, welcome for joining us today.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right. Well, the first question, I'm going to ask a little bit about yourself and about your department, if you could share that with everyone.
Sure. So, as mentioned, I'm Zachary Peterson. I am a professor in the Computer Science and Software Engineering Department at Cal Poly. That is one of 3 departments that are part of the Noyce School of Applied Computing. This is a kind of recently stood up institution at Cal Poly, supported by the Robert Noyce Foundation, Robert Noyce being the co-founder of Intel. And when I arrived 12 years ago, I was hired as part of a university initiative to enable our ability to do cybersecurity research and education. And so I helped stand up one of the first cybersecurity labs on campus with support from the Northrop Grumman Corporation. I helped design some of our earlier curricular standards. And 12 years later, we now have 5, 6 full-time faculty, plus a handful of other lecturers that teach full-time security, operate their own cybersecurity labs, from autonomous vehicle security, network security, IoT security, wireless security. We've really, I think, maybe met our mission of trying to expand our capabilities in cybersecurity education and research.
That's incredible. You know, in that 12 years, that's a big span. And in this type of arena, there's a lot of change in that. What do you see as one of the biggest threats that are out there, and how are you addressing that with your students?
Sure. You know, 12 years is a fair chunk of time, and some things have changed, but a lot of things have also stayed the same. Still plenty of vulnerabilities out there, still plenty of threat actors, from, you know, what we might call a script kiddie, just someone who is like taking, you know, operationalized malware and just kind of launching it without really knowing what they're doing, to more, you know, advanced cybersecurity, or, you know, kind of cyber attackers, to, you know, full-on nation states. Now, the abilities of there's kind of an old adage in computer security, is like the attacks only get better. And so the real challenge for our students is not only to kind of what we call develop an adversarial mindset. So how do you start thinking like an adversary, to then be able to apply that to defensive techniques. So how do we write secure software? How do we you know, improve our software development lifecycle? Or how do we go about dealing with things like critical infrastructure? So, for example, you know, the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plant, built in the 70s, was built prior to essentially the deployment of the internet as we know it. So how do you start to, you know, address issues for technology that was made 40, 50 years ago, but has been, you know, put into a kind of a cyber arena that we have today?
That's really incredible. You know, that's definitely seems to be a key arena, is that infrastructure change out that we've seen over time. There is so much that has to be changed out, and it's not just critical infrastructure, but there's so many different pieces and parts that are out there.
That's right.
Are you having to find ways to teach your students some of these older systems that possibly aren't even in use anymore? And how do you integrate that into current programming and computer science approaches?
Yeah, it's a real challenge, and we actually do it with help from our industrial sponsors. We have a lab that was built by Pacific Gas and Electric that focuses on critical infrastructure. And so they gave us a bunch of critical infrastructure components, you know, program logic controllers and digital diodes, and you know, actual things that actuate. And we were asked to kind of like start to integrate these types of labs into our classroom. You know, as you know, the motto of Cal Poly is learn by doing. And so every one of our computer science courses comes with a hands-on lab. And so when we deal with hardware security, we'll actually go and you know, manipulate these devices, see how we can get them to break. But you're absolutely right. There is this expansion of greater attack surface from, it's not just software anymore. It's not just hardware. It's that it's the deployment of IoT. It's our vehicles. Everything has a computer chip in it now, and if it has a computer chip, it's prone to exploitation.
So that kind of tees up the next question for me, which is, Cal Poly does not have a cybersecurity degree, but how is Cal Poly, especially computer science, integrating cybersecurity into its curriculum? How are we ensuring that that understanding and that knowledge is gained by our students when they graduate?
Right. Yeah. So when I arrived at Cal Poly, we had exactly one computer security course. It was essentially the introduction to computer security, and it came at the end of a long prerequisite chain. And so if our students were going to see it, they might see it in like their last quarter of their last year. This is a little bit of a disservice because so many of your practices as a computer scientist, as a software engineer, have already kind of started to bake in. So one of my goals was to remove some of those prerequisites and try to figure out how do we bake in those core computer security concepts into even our first year sequence. So about my second year, I started teaching a computer security course for our incoming first year. So it was the first quarter of their first year in the computer science program would take a computer security course. And, we didn't get to see all of the topics or at the depth that you would at a more advanced level, but it starts to, again, begin that adversarial thinking. Like, how do we start to think about, what if an attacker did this? Sometimes we call that counterfactual thinking. It's true, we do not have a named cybersecurity degree program, but you can specialize in cybersecurity. So there's an emphasis concentration that will actually appear on your degree at the end of 4 years if you kind of take the right set of courses.
Oh, that's great to know. It reminds me of the adage from my days as a programmer of security by design, baking it in straight off the bat. And that approach has a much more, in my mind, a more effective way of ensuring that everybody has that philosophy and understanding.
That's true. That's true. It's really the best and maybe only effective way of actually creating secure computing devices and software. The challenge there is, though, that security always comes at a cost, and whether that cost is time or manpower or not being first to market, all of these things are realities. Sometimes they call it perverse economic incentives that you might actually not. You may be the best and most secure product out there, but if you came second, you might not be able to get, start to sell as well or kind of build your market position in the marketplace. So this is kind of one of the challenges of computer security in what we call real life. It's like, how do we find, how do we make security easier? How do we actually, again, do it by design in such a way that allows us to be competitive and secure at the same time?
With that said, and with your experience, we have a lot of students who are applying today, middle and high school students, thinking about where they want to go next. And especially given the fact that they're participating in the Space Grand Challenge, have an interest in cybersecurity. From your perspective and where we are today, what do you recommend and how can they prepare? What's the career path that you see that could be really effective for this generation of student as they get ready to go out into the real world?
Sure. Well, so computer science in general is really just applied mathematics. And so, taking the math courses that you can, some high school programs actually have kind of an AP computer science course. If that's available to you, great. But the internet is just replete with all kinds of resources on both core computer science concepts, but also cybersecurity concepts. There are websites. I'll give a plug to my Carnegie Mellon colleagues who have Pico CTF. This is a website. It's a challenge, much like the challenge we're having here today, a little more broad in scope, but it's designed for middle and high school students, and they've released all of their prior years. And so you can actually go online and practice on your own. What's great about that particular program is that all the challenges are scaffolded. So the first one is actually designed to be for entry level. So I knowing very little about computing or cybersecurity at all, and kind of gaining more difficulty as you go on. So I think just kind of practicing, seeing these things, reading, there's kind of just so much information out there about what the current state of, cyber warfare is, or kind of what the current state of cryptography. A lot of exciting things have happened over the last couple weeks in cryptography. For example, there was one of the, I don't know if we talked too much about this, but kind of post-quantum crypto, and there has been essentially a break in one of the kind of underlying mathematical underpinnings of what makes post-quantum crypto secure. So we're kind of in an unknown state right now whether some of our deployed algorithms are even secure anymore.
That's a frightening state to be in.
It happens not very often, once a decade, but we're there this week.
It's the fact of the world. Along those same lines, for the students on how they prepare themselves, how can they get started, especially in their schools? What are some steps that they can take to get started? What if they don't have a computer science program in their high school? Unfortunately, there are schools out there that don't have the ability to have some of these programs out there. What steps can these students to either be proactive individually or at their schools themselves to help to give themselves a leg up?
Sure. If you can find even some peers who are willing to kind of get together and you can create a club, maybe try to encourage one of your teachers. There are actually programs out there that will allow teachers who know little or maybe nothing about cybersecurity to learn those skills so that they can set up a club or they can start teaching a class in cybersecurity. This is actually a program that we've run at Cal Poly through this summertime called Gen Cyber that does this kind of teacher training. Again, there's just so many resources online. So even if you feel like you're by yourself, you can find a community online that will, generally the hacker community is very welcoming, particularly if you're curious and ask a lot of questions. There are forums, of course, and Discord channels. And so I would just, encourage you to be, continue to be excited about the topic. It is a very exciting topic. It's an exciting time to be in cybersecurity. So I think just going online and finding those resources that'll help you, get a foothold into a potential pathway to a career in cybersecurity.
Along those lines of online resources, one of the big things that our students do here as part of this program is work on a lot of online courses and certifications. Where do you see the role of those certifications in the educational process, both as a way to increase own personal knowledge, but also career potential as they go forward?
Yeah, there are quite a few number of certificates that specialize in things like network security or digital forensics, or you kind of name it, and there's probably a certificate program out there. Cal Poly tries to create a more, I would say, well-rounded computer scientist or even a cybersecurity engineer, so that all of the concepts that might be tested in those certificates you'll see in your coursework. So we don't necessarily teach to the test, but we kind of teach the concepts that the test might ask its questions from. Now, that being said, there are lots of pathways, in even if you decided not to be a computer scientist, to end up into a cybersecurity career. There are lots of cybersecurity jobs that aren't just for computer scientists. This is kind of the, if you see something, say something, kind of the public awareness element of cybersecurity is very, very important. And so I think there are certainly lots of different ways to find a pathway from wherever you are, whatever your interests are in, into kind of including cybersecurity.
That's great. Zach, we're coming to the end here. Are there any other final thoughts, words of encouragement, or you're here experiencing the Space Grand Challenge. You're seeing what our students are doing here. I know as both people who work at Cal Poly, it's incredibly exciting to see our students doing this level of work and this level of engagement, and especially having this level of impact broadly on a national basis here. any final thoughts in your mind about this program that you want to share out?
I am so impressed. This is really, really exciting. It's really fun to see both the Cal Poly students, some who I've had in my class, seeing the impact that this program is having across the world, across the entire United States. It's really, really impressive. I hope that we can continue to do this and to expand, and tell your friends, get them to join your club or join your team, or create a competing team. That's what a lot of this is just kind of like fun competition to hone your skills and develop a passion around the idea of computer security.
Well, my hope is that in the future, many of the players who are out there today are going to end up being students in your department.
I would love that. Yeah.
So,
join us.
Well, Dr. Peach, thank you so much for joining us today. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
My name is Hugh Gannum, and I'm studying computer science at Cal Poly. I'm a third year.
My name is Jenny Huang. I'm a third year computer science major here at Cal Poly.
My name is Shrikar, and I study computer science as a sophomore at Cal Poly.
My role working for the Space Grand Challenge is as a Unity developer, so that basically means developing all the challenges in rooms in Unity that will be used for the competition.
And my role in the Space Grand Challenge is to create the challenge, like the individual challenges and like the games that you can interact with.
And I develop challenges and puzzles for the players to solve.
This is my first time learning Unity, so also learning a new technology and kind of applying that to the work has been a bit of a challenge, but I'm kind of over that initial hump.
Since it's my first time like coding in Unity, so I have to like search up a lot of things like adding like different prefabs or assets and stuff like that.
Unity has been a learning curve, and implementing my first challenge was pretty hard, but once I figured out how to do the first one, it has taken pretty less time to the rest.
Teaching the younger people and getting people interested in cybersecurity and technology. I didn't really have access to that in high school, so I think it's a really cool opportunity and a great position to have.
I hope to gain a better understanding of game development through working at CCI. I'm really interested in game development, as well as just like encountering and like solving different challenges that come with working in Unity as well.
To work at CCI, I basically had no idea with working with Unity, but the tutorials and the videos CCI has compiled has helped me to learn more stuff, and I've been able to understand what goes on in real software companies and how actual companies function.
I just want to say that I'm really excited for the Space Grand Challenge and that you guys all play it and have a great time.
It's going to be a learning experience and a fun time for everyone.
I think people should be excited. The team is hard at work trying to make this the best one yet, and I think it will be.
Hey everyone, we're back with another live interview. Here we got Hugh Gannum from our Unity team. So, go ahead and introduce yourself, Hugh.
Yeah, as Audie said, my name is Hugh Gannum. I work at the CCI as a Unity developer, so I talked a little earlier about some of the rooms we developed, but it's been really fun developing the Space Grand Challenge LUNA.
That's awesome, yeah. What's your background? Like, how did you get onto all this?
Yeah, so I actually got introduced to CCI through a friend, and I was really interested in kind of this competition. It's very unique, something that I wished for in maybe high school and college. I had never really done anything cybersecurity related or even software related. I hadn't done a single line of code before I got to college. So with my background with CS, I thought it would be a perfect opportunity to kind of bridge that gap, gain some experience in Unity, something I hadn't really done before.
That's really cool. So you're a CS major now, right? And
yeah.
You joined the Unity team recently. Did you have any experience with Unity before you joined, or like how did that work?
Yeah, actually, I had zero experience with Unity, which
Okay.
was kind of scary, and thank Rob, my boss, for trusting me, and my other friend that got hired at the same time. with learning Unity on the fly, it was really helpful to have some of my peers and some of the resources that CCI made available, like online courses, as well as old rooms and old videos that previous students had completed and worked on. So it was really, really fun to delve into something new, learn a new technology, and apply it to something as amazing as the Space Grand Challenge.
No, it's really cool. I feel like as a CS major, we're taught to like, I guess, learn different software. So seeing how you learn Unity and fully like, help make the competition is an amazing opportunity. That's really cool. I guess like, what is like, how does like this experience help you as a professional that's supposed to be going into the industry? Like, how is this like benefiting you in a way?
Yeah, so I think as you previously mentioned, like as a somebody in software, I want to go into software engineering. A really, really important skill you need to develop is learning a new technology quickly and kind of adapting and being flexible, whether it's any team you're in. From company to company, from team to team, you use different languages, different technology stacks for different applications. So being able to kind of be faced with a new challenge, kind of build a system to learn a new process and then apply it to something is really, really important. So I think that's my main takeaway from the CCI, as well as building a cool competition like this. I mean, I think it's just a great opportunity for students who maybe have not been introduced or been able to have access to these resources. Make it fun. This is more fun than looking at a textbook or doing an online course that's kind of just doing like the coding aspect. Gamifying, I think, is really, really important, especially in this digital age. So I think it's awesome.
No, 100%. I play a lot of games, and I feel like one of the big things, I'm a part of the esports team. One of the big things is obviously making sure that we have a gamified competition so people have fun playing and also learning along the way. It's finding that really cool balance and just creating a really cool experience for everybody. I guess if you had any advice for somebody who's either a participant or a computer science student trying to go up through the same path, like what would you give them?
Yeah, I mean, some advice I would say is kind of focus on kind of the fundamentals. Obviously, you're probably going to be intimidated. I know when I came to college and I hadn't looked at a single line of code or touched anything kind of technology related, I felt very insecure and kind of like I wasn't good enough. But I think moving past that and gaining some confidence, working this job, doing some other internships and things like that sort of things, applying it to the real world, doing something tangible and making constant progress is definitely something that I recommend everybody does in whatever they do. So whether it's CCI related, technology related, I think a great skill in life is to be able to go into something and give your all.
That's awesome. Yeah. You did say you joined the CCI like what, your third year, right? So like, are you part of anything else on campus? Like, is this the one big thing you do, or is there other stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I work for the CCI, but I played a little bit of club tennis, just for fun, recreationally in my freshman year, and I do like intramural sports like soccer and stuff concurrently, and I was also on the game show Survivor Cal Poly. So
game show Survivor, like the really big one, or like
yes, like the really big one. It was adapted for the college life, and I'm currently.
Did you win?
No, I didn't win.
Were you close to winning?
Kind of.
Okay.
So
I mean,
watch,
hopefully you served
look
the
it
pot
up.
pretty well. So
Cal Poly Survivor. I'm there. That's me, Hugh.
That's awesome. Yeah. Cool. Well, on that note, thank you so much, Hugh, for coming out to get interviewed. I'm glad. I think everybody appreciates all the stuff you do for the Unity team. Next, we're gonna be doing another team showcase with somebody participating in SGC.
Thank you.
Hello, and we are back with a live interview. We're doing another team interview right now, and we have Team 145 on the phone.
Hack, welcome to the Discord live segment. First off, what are you guys' names? What school are you guys competing for? How are things going?
I'm Sam.
I'm Jack.
And I'm Hudson. We go to the Center for Academic Achievement, the school in Southern Kansas.
Southern Kansas? Yeah, I heard Southern Kansas. Sorry for cutting you off if you guys want to continue talking there.
It's a special school. It's like the signature program building where we have different high schools in the district, and we all come to this one school for certain classes.
Oh, that is
And
actually super fascinating. And I'm kind of curious, how are you enjoying the competition so far?
I'm having fun. I've done CTF competitions before. I've not done anything with uh, the Unity rooms that are in this one, but I
Okay.
think it's interesting.
Do you
Taking
like
the component.
the gamification aspect of it? I feel like that's what kind of keeps me interested in it as well. How's that been?
Um, well, it's been interesting because of the switching between like being in it and then like you find a clue and then I have to do something in another browser when there's one that was like a coding problem.
All right, pretty interesting, pretty interesting. So, how did you meet your team members? Like, how did you guys, you said you guys are like different high schools, so in one class. Is that how you guys found each other, or is it like you guys are a bunch of friends that decided to come together and, do the competition? How did that work out?
Well, we knew each other from doing other cybersecurity stuff with the same school, and our teacher put us in a team together because she thought our abilities would work well.
All right.
Nice. And what you write? It's been team dynamic has been going well.
Yeah, we've had absent team member, and then he came back.
Okay.
So,
I mean, it's always
but
helpful
we
to have like the whole team there. Totally, I understand.
yeah yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, pretty good. Go ahead. You want to ask the next question?
Yeah, totally. Just curious for the people here. So we're currently we're getting to the end. It's kind of wild that we've already made it so far. Hopefully the competition has been good for you. What section of the competition are you on right now? What is the strategy that you're using to tackle like just the whole SGC right
You
now?
don't have to spoil anything, but like, what are your tactics? How far are you in?
I think so. We did a lot of the Unity stuff, and then around halfway, I think we transitioned over to remote desktop forensic questions. You wanted to say something, Hudson?
Yeah, we kind of transitioned over to like, the EC2 instance problems, and now we're kind of going through catching up. So
Okay.
back over.
And are you doing the rooms together as a team, or are you doing a like divide and conquer kind of strategy?
Definitely more divide and conquer, I think.
Yeah,
Nice.
that seems to be the move. Like, just every team divides and conquers. I think
Oh,
we have our
100%.
strat
Yeah, I
for
was
when we
about to
make a
say,
team.
you guys are giving us information for next year's SGC. We're going to be competition. Hopefully that's okay.
I think the last question that I really have for you guys is, overall, what's kind of been like your favorite part of the competition? Like, just what have you found the most enjoyable?
I really like how wide, like how much of a wide range of different challenges there are and different things to do. And with like such a long time period, you can really like go do anything. There's such a wide range of challenges and topics.
Oh, totally. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and contradict that. I have one more question. Um, I'm just curious. Team 145 is doing really good, so I'm curious. What advice would you give for someone signing up? How to sign up, and what advice would you give for the competition?
Um, I think you should learn some cybersecurity stuff beforehand. Going in like some coding stuff. Steganography has been something using Wireshark, like knowing that software before.
No, totally.
I would say another thing I'd do is just like in the Unity rooms, make sure you're looking around at everything because there's clues hidden everywhere.
Yeah, totally. One of the challenges that got me last year, I was like, what? I'm like, I can't find this last thing. And then I was like, the trash can. So make sure that you're checking every nook and cranny. It was definitely super helpful. If you have any final thoughts, let us know. Anything else?
I don't think so. I think we're ready to get back into it.
All right,
Perfect. I know we'll
sounds
let you
good.
do it. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time, and best of luck with the rest of the competition. We hope you do well.
Yeah. Thank you. And.
All right,
Perfect.
thanks,
Thank you
guys.
guys.
Take care.
Yeah. Okay, so I was back for that team showcase interview, but you might be wondering, what the heck? Where did Ben go? He was gone for 2 hours.
He
It's like
just left me like
I
that. I
missed
can't
my
believe you
favorite
did that.
broadcast. Oh,
What?
sorry.
Are you
sorry.
serious,
My,
man? Are you? Oh
my
my
favorite
gosh.
broadcaster. That wasn't them saying that they miss their favorite broadcast because obviously it would be you. I think. So yeah. Okay. Sorry. Audie's saying maybe him as well. He could have been the favorite broadcaster. He
Yeah,
did
he
do a
did.
good
He
job
did do a
filling in.
good
So
job
I
for
do
some of the
appreciate
interviews.
you.
Yeah, I will
But
say
you
that.
might be wondering why I actually was missing. And are you curious at all?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I'm 100%
Okay, okay.
curious, man.
So this is Mr. Turtle, and I was doing a business pitch just a little bit ago,
This little
and
guy.
yeah, it's a business where actually no. I'm not gonna bore anyone here, but pretty much I was gone. That's why the fancy suit, obviously, for today's live stream. But I was also trying to go ahead and get into like person into the company spirit for Mr. Turtle. But I actually did an amazing job,
Yeah,
if I don't say so myself. It was a competition for $15,000, and we know the winners by
That's a
7
lot of
p.m.
money.
tonight.
Damn, that's a lot of money.
If anyone's curious, DM me on Discord. I'll let you know if we win.
You
And
should put it as your status on
super curious.
Discord.
That is actually true. If I won or not,
Yeah.
so you could go ahead and
Just
check
put
in
a
the
sad
Discord
face
I
if you
won.
didn't win, and then put a happy face if you did win on
I
your
think that'd
Discord
be good.
status.
I don't
You're
know,
like
that'd be
your
perfect.
Discord status already says Mr. Turtle with the turtle, and then just put in parentheses "we won" smile, or just put parentheses sad
Maybe
face.
change like the Discord like icon. It could be like that could just be changed. Because right now it's a turtle, just says Mr. Turtle and then a little turtle. It could be a smiley face or an
Yeah,
unhappy face.
happy or sad face. You should do
Yeah,
that.
no, I think that's a good plan. So then everyone will at least know.
If
I
you
also
won
wanted to
or
go
lost.
say real quick that this was a very big thing as well. I saw some of the lunch in there.
Oh yeah.
Super thankful for that. And I was like, who got this here? So I want to go ahead, Dustin the Brum, appreciate it for getting us food for the day, including lunch and drinks throughout the day. I've been drinking water, and I had like a brisk a while ago and stuff like that. So thank you for caring for us and the whole team back here. We genuinely do
Yeah, the
appreciate
food
it.
was pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah, the food was pretty good.
I'm gonna go grab a little bit
Yeah,
more.
you
but
should.
Yeah.
We'll grab it in a second because I think up next we have a very special interview from a former CCI worker, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, that is awesome. Who is it? Who is it?
I'll give you a hint. His name starts with an S.
Is it my favorite Netflix employee, Sal?
Perhaps it is. It is.
Okay, I'm
We
excited.
got a nice interview lined up from Sal Gutierrez. He decided to come back, hit us with an interview, and kind of talk. And for those of you who may not know who Sal is a software dev from El Salvador. It's actually half of my
That is
blood
super
is
cool.
El Salvador. So
Wait, that is awesome.
yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty sick. Pretty was nice when I edited the interview because it's nice seeing some representation there.
Totally,
So
totally.
like I said, Sal just graduated from Cal Poly and he's got his degree in computer science. He currently works as a software engineer at Netflix. So let's go ahead and see what he had to say.
Hey, everybody, welcome to Space Grand Challenge, another epic interview today with a former Cal Poly student, Sal. Oh my goodness, it's so cool to see you, and welcome to our show and Space Grand Challenge Luna for this year. Super excited. So tell us a little bit about what you did at CCI and what you learned.
Hey, Henry. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. It's very interesting being on the other side, not working on CCI at all. Yeah, I'm excited for this competition. So what I did for CCI, I was in the Unity team, building the rooms that all the players play. That was a really fun experience. And then something else I did for CCI was before becoming a Unity developer, I was in something called the Cyber to Schools program, which was catered for underrepresented high schools, where those students in those schools would be able to get certifications with a lot of different companies so that they would be able to get internships, either at the end of high school or during high school or while they went to college.
And do you remember we did 1,000 kids that summer? Me, you, and a couple other Cal Poly kids from Kansas City, and they were middle and high school kids learning Splunk, Cisco, and AWS, and then my social engineering basic cybersecurity course. And what a ride it was, friend! And I still feel very honored that we were able to hit so many young people's hearts and do a great thing. And again, thank you for doing that. So, how did CCI kind of prepare you for the real world job that you got?
So CCI was my first job ever. I
Awesome.
remember it was 2022, I think. And that was the first job I ever had. Had no experience whatsoever. Had nothing on my resume. The only thing I had was like the classes that I had, that I had taken at the time. Um, and so I think something that really helped me was the certifications that I was able to get. So since I was teaching those classes for those students on how to get certified with these other companies, I had to be certified myself. So something that CCI did for me was they they facilitated those like trainings, and they paid for certification tests, which was really cool. So I was able to add those, and then from that, I was able to get an internship with Amazon, and then from Amazon, I got Netflix. So yeah, it's like one step for the other, you know?
Yeah, and certs you had said once. So you have an AWS cert, Splunk cert, Cisco cert. So how is that beneficial to the interviews that you were doing? Did they bring up certs? Did they talk about them?
So for the Amazon internship interview, they did ask me for the certifications that I had, specifically the AWS one. Um, yeah, they really like when you have certifications of that they like have open for people to get. Um, and I think it's also something that makes you look special on your resume, not just like some other candidate.
Mhm.
And I think that's something that people should keep in mind, trying to be different, trying to be special on the resumes, like maybe the formatting or something, like the words that you use, the things that you have in the resume, the actual content. That's something really important to like making it through the parsing robot of
Yeah.
once you apply. Yeah.
And so why did you choose Netflix? Tell me a little bit about them.
So Netflix, I love Netflix. I remember it was before I was living in El Salvador, before coming to college to California. Um, so I remember the day that it was launched over there.
Oh.
Because before you would have to buy the movies, and that was like 2010, or
Uh-huh.
actually maybe not 2010, maybe a little later than that, maybe 2014. So you would still have to like buy the movies, like the actual CDs, or
Mhm.
you should have, or you had cable and you would have to like
Yeah.
watch the movies like that. And so I remember Netflix was always like something that me and my dad used to do all the time. Like after my dad came home and after school, we would always watch movies together. Um, and so I was genuinely interested in working for Netflix. I didn't know that it was a very desirable company. I just thought it was cool, and I saw they were applying. There was applications for new grads. I was like, okay, I'll just apply. But yeah, no, Netflix has been awesome so far. The culture here is really nice. Um, they have unlimited PTO, which is like one of the biggest perks for me. As long as you do your job and you do it good, you can take as much PTO as you want.
Oh, that's
Um,
awesome.
yeah,
Can
and
you
then
tell me about the interview process about
yeah.
leak coding? How was that? And what's leak coding?
Okay, so for people that don't know, leak code is kind of like a standard set of questions. There's like thousands of questions in leak code. So you can do like leakcode.com, yeah. And there's like a bunch of questions that range from like difficulty easy to like hard. Um, and so those questions are used in interviews, almost in any company that's gonna hire you for your software. Um, so basically what you would do is you would practice leak code for like a long time, try to
Mhm.
be really good at it, see the patterns,
Mhm.
do that do that like consistently, and then you would get good at it. And then once you got to the interviews, you would kind of breeze through them. That was like that's the ideal, right? But the thing is these are hard questions. Like companies when you have an interview, they're really hard. Um, so yeah, something I recommend is trying to cater if you say like you have a company that you really want to work for and you know what kind of questions they ask on leak code, then try to target those. Instead of doing like a broad
Mm.
uh yeah, instead of doing like a broad like just every type of question, I'll just do it. Maybe more targeted. But yeah, those questions are very important on how they see if you're fit for the company, and if you have the skills that it takes to like be part of the company.
Yeah, and a lot of it is trying to see how you think,
Yeah,
really. So
exactly.
it's like, how would you attack this problem? And I think they're really interesting. And I just wanted to bring that up. I thought that was a really cool thing. So
Yeah.
tell me the Learjet story at Netflix. I don't know about that. Tell me about some Learjet you were talking about the other day.
So so Netflix has this private jet that you can take. They have like 4 flights a day from LA, which is our offices are there for our studios. So not that many engineers are there, but there's some engineering over there. And then there's Los Gatos in the Bay Area. So there's a private jet that takes you from LA to LG for free. Like you just book your seat and you're good to go. Like no TSA, no anything. It's like a private hangar on both airports. Like it's in San Jose, SJC, and then in Burbank. Um, and so something else that we have is called an ERG, which are eth- ethnic resource groups, I think they're called. And so I'm part of the Latino ERG. And
Cool.
so the Latino ERG representative sent a message to like all the ERG people. And she said, "Hey, like there's this opportunity to go watch this movie. It's the pre-screening for a movie called what I don't know the name in English. But in Spanish it's La Sociedad de la Nieve,
Mhm.
which is about this this real life event that happened way back in 1980s, probably 1990s. There's like group of people that went on a plane in the Andes and they crashed and then like had to survive for like 72 days.
There's a rugby team or something, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a
Yeah,
rugby
yeah.
team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Society of the Snow. That's the name in English.
I understand. Okay.
It was a pre-screening for that, and so they had like limited tickets. So I messaged the representative and I was like, hey, I'm interested to go, and then she was like, oh, perfect. Like you have a ticket, and then
No
I
way, that's
remember.
awesome.
Yeah, and it was all the way in LA. And I was like, oh man, like I need to buy like a ticket in Southwest. But then I remember that we had like the private jet. And I booked it. And I remember I was in the office when all that happened. And then there was a shuttle, like a little bus that takes you from the office to the hangar. And then I
Wow.
walked to the hangar and they were like, oh, Sal Gutierrez, we're waiting for you. Um and
Like
so
you're the biggest thing, you're a movie star.
yeah, I know it was awesome. And then I got on the plane and then we took off. It was like an hour flight. Got to Burbank, and then they also had another shuttle waiting for me to
Mhm.
take me back to the LA office because we have another theater there that's private theater. Um, and then it was like an amazing experience because it was um it was a pre-screening for the movie, and we got to meet the director, the producer, one of
Wow.
the actors, and then also one of the survivors. And the
Wow. Oh,
survivor is
cool.
Roberto Caneja, I think his name is. It's like the
Uh-huh.
one that goes and walks like for like 12 days to like find
Wow.
help. Yeah.
Wow. Man, what I mean, that story is legendary. That is so cool and just awesome. All right. One more quick trip about El Salvador and the high school students that you wrangled. And we're going to show that video at the end of this presentation. But I just want to briefly tell me what you did, and it's so cool.
Oh yeah.
Touching story.
So that goes back to cyber to schools. So I was we were looking for schools that we could go for and try to help with certifications in cyber to schools program. Um, and I always had a really close connection with my teacher from my computer science teacher from back in high school. And
And where are
so
you
this
from?
one day,
Where are you from?
El Salvador.
El Salvador.
Yeah. And so because I graduated high school there, and then I came to college
Mhm.
directly from high school in El Salvador to California. And so I just emailed her this one time. I was not expecting to like hear back. And then she was like, "Oh my God, I'm so excited. Let's do this." And so we launched the Cyber to Schools program in El Salvador. Um, and yeah, we were able to like work with a lot of students actually. I was really impressed. It was like a lot of people wanted to actually be in the program, and it was like an awesome experience. We were able to like teach all about certifications, and then also we were teaching them Python, some Java, some LeetCode questions as well. Yeah, it was pretty cool. And then now one of those students is going to Santa Clara University,
Oh,
which is
no,
pretty cool. Like
awesome.
sometimes we hang out. It's
Oh,
really
that's
awesome. Yeah.
how cool is that? And the last part is they played Space Grand Challenge because of you.
Yeah.
And this was the first year we opened it for international students, and El Salvador won the international class. Your team won first place.
I know.
And I'll show that
Really,
video here in a
really
little
made me
bit
proud.
about that. But anyway, well, thank you so much, Sal, for today's great kickback and talk with you. And I really appreciate you coming on for a couple minutes with us. And it's so cool to meet you and, talk with you again. And I'm so proud of all that you've done, and everyone from Cal Poly all the way to the CCI. Everyone says thank you, and the students as well. And give them a good shout out and a good luck for today's Space Grand Challenge.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Good luck, everybody.
Hola, mi nombre es Sebastián Ortiz.
Yo soy Isabela Portillo. Yo Daniela Jerez.
Y yo Alejandra Jerez. Formamos parte de un reto que se llama Space Grand Challenge, que consiste en concientizar la cybersecurity, la encripción, los códigos, etc.
Los retos consistían de, se podría decir, escape rooms. En total habían alrededor de 6 cuartos donde había que encontrar diferentes pistas.
Nosotros terminamos completando alrededor de 5 cuartos. Eso nos costó como 7 horas. Ah, yo me metí y solo ponen la leaderboard en la mitad del reto y sale que vamos ganando y yo solo digo como, hey, vamos ganando, y todos se emocionan, y fue súper chido.
Somos los ganadores internacionales del nivel de beginners y la verdad es que no creo que pensábamos que íbamos a llegar tan lejos. Al principio estaba muy complicado.
Creo que la mayoría de nosotros nos metimos solo para ver qué pasa, para divertirnos un poco, y no esperábamos ganar honestamente, pero al final, gracias a Dios, terminamos ganando y fue un extra honestamente.
También cuando nos metimos en la website vimos que los patrocinadores eran empresas bien grandes como Fortinet. Estaba JPL
y NASA y empresas así asociadas con Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity y obviamente el espacio, que era de satélites también la cosa. Pero ajá, súper emocionante.
And welcome back. Thank you, Sal, for that amazing interview. We appreciate it. The fact that I used to work with Sal was amazing. An amazing fellow, and just the fact that now he's over at Netflix, I think the whole story is super cool. But and another amazing fellow sitting right here, Kayvon. Could you introduce yourself a little bit?
Absolutely. My name is Kayvon Chinichian. I'm the Senior Director of Development here at the California Cybersecurity Institute, and I'm thrilled to be here.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thank you for being here as well. I'm just kind of curious. So you've been working with CCI and Space Grand Challenge for a long period of time at this point. What is something mainly that has changed on the business side of things over the years?
It's a great question. So I think the biggest thing is every year we have more and more kids playing from across the country, really showcasing the ROI of this investment. So as we got more and more players, more and more great stories like Sal's story, getting opportunities through the CCI, it's generated a ton of interest from our colleagues and peers in industry. So I'm thrilled to have this year kind of our high water mark with as many sponsors as we got. And I'm hoping that every year it's just that much better.
Keeps
You know,
going up.
keeps
No,
going up
totally,
because
totally.
look, it's a great opportunity. You know, it's an opportunity for companies to get in front of the Cal Poly students, to invest in the Learn by Doing mission, while simultaneously doing something great for the community, which is investing in cybersecurity training and you know, expanding the footprint and eventually pipeline.
Yeah.
So, and it's worth just mentioning, the more kids that play, the more of them will go to college or consider cybersecurity careers, which means that there's more people that those industry partners can recruit from too. So, you know, putting a little plug there too, that there's a long-term investment as well.
Well, and we've seen that firsthand over at the CCI. We've had people go from playing in the game to making the game.
Yeah.
And then, right, like Sal's story, it's like, okay, now you end up as a software developer at Netflix. It's
Totally,
like,
totally.
okay, this whole process, like, has shown multiple times that it's working, which has been amazing. I'm also kind of curious, what stands out to you when it comes to the CCI compared to other companies' operations?
Well, so I think the biggest piece of what we do is that learn by doing culture, right? I mean, Cal Poly in general, it's the pedagogy of the university revolves around learn by doing.
Yeah.
And so when I'm out there kind of talking about the CCI, being able to showcase that, look, you know, what you're looking at with this game isn't produced by full-time staff, it's produced by students. And those students are picking up those skills, and they're going to be in you know, working for you pretty soon here.
Totally.
Makes it pretty unique and advantageous, right? So I'd say that is the unique identifier. And to put a plug for Cal Poly, I think that's the unique identifier across campus. That's a big differentiator between us and other universities.
100%.
So,
well, and I talked about it a little bit before, but right, the whole learn by doing process, it's like I went through, made the business, and then all of those things as well. I've seen that from the business administration point of view as well.
Totally.
And it's been amazing. The fact that you can really get in there, like start working like in the real world. It's like the education is genuinely applying to like what you're, I don't know, looking forwards to in a way.
Yeah, totally agree.
What are you looking forward to the most with Space Grand Challenge Luna?
You know, I'm thrilled by just how much engagement we've gotten just today alone in terms of players. That was exciting.
No, totally.
I think the amount of interviews, how many people were on site today was incredibly exciting. Just, you know, that generates interest. The full house we have behind us right now working, all of that is just, to me, you know, something that I can take and, you know, use as a talking point with my, you know, industry partners, philanthropic partners, and others who are really intrigued by what we're doing here. So, so to me, I'm stoked because I have a feeling that this is we're in the middle of the journey, not the end. So I think next year we'll be having the same conversation. I'll be saying practically the same thing. The numbers are even better this year than they were last year.
That's exactly what we want to hear. No, totally.
I love the idea of recycling my talking point. This is the high water mark. We've gotten even further.
Exactly.
So.
Oh, and it's perfect. And I feel like, sorry about that. We've been like really working towards setting up this live stream, right?
Yeah.
Esports team, but also everybody here. And now sitting behind this camera, like at this desk, and like really seeing it come to fruition, it's like, oh, okay, this whole competition is real, and I've been loving it.
Yeah.
You've been talking about philanthropic partners here and there. Who are some of the sponsors that have been helping out for the Space Grand Challenge?
Well, you know, I'm, you know, thanks for asking. So I'm thrilled to say that, you know, we had some great sponsors this year. So a special shout out and thanks to our partners at AWS, Elementrix, Splunk, and Splashtop. And then this year we had an inaugural media partner with Simply Cyber, who did a fantastic job in kind of promoting this event and getting it to just the community and just spreading the good word and what we're trying to do. And then, of course, this year we started a new tier of partnership with community partners. And in that tier, we had Aerospace Village and Paradigm Cyber Ventures, both of who were incredibly great partners and awesome in promoting our activities, helping us get the word out, helping us get some expertise for the game, just all around fantastic. So we have some phenomenal partnerships. Looking forward to growing those in the year ahead. And of course, there are a handful of folks that I think you mentioned earlier today for our sponsors for our lunch and breakfast.
No, totally.
Mark Kasai, who was generous enough to get us breakfast, and then Dustin DeBrum, who got us lunch. So makes all the difference.
No, well, you gotta keep the team up and running.
That's
fueled
right.
up, right?
Fueled.
Totally.
Fueled.
And I also want to say congratulations to you, because seeing that sponsor list like grow and what you're doing with like business relations, it's like the whole competition. Genuinely, also to you, thank you for helping us run this entire thing. So
thank you.
We appreciate it a ton.
You're too kind.
And then I just want to ask, what is some advice that you would go ahead and give the participants today?
Advice? I mean, I'll lead with saying what others have said, have fun. I mean, that's what the point of this is. Every point that you get is immensely helpful in your own kind of cyber journey and setting you up for your career. The very fact that you're showing up on a Saturday to play this is an epic testament to what you're committed to. So have fun, be curious. No one's ever going to say being curious is a bad thing, because the more curious you are, the more you're figuring out what you want to do as the next step, and that just means you'll be better off in the long run. So, but that starts with that first kind of piece of it, which is treat this as a fun day. So
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
well,
before we break, one thing I do want to kind of make sure that I make a pitch about, so one of the things that we did this year that was a little uniquely different is we're also crowdfunding for the Space Grand Challenge. And this is a little distinct from our sponsorships. Crowdfunding goes directly in support of our students and the activities that they do on around the Space Grand Challenge. So I think at some point there might be a link that'll go up, but it's bit.ly/SGC donate, and that'll get you to the crowdfunding page. Donations are fully tax deductible. It can be anything from 5 cents, $5 to $500, right? Every penny counts in helping kind of put our students and give them special opportunities. That's inclusive of trainings. I think one of the benefit levels is a pizza party, jerseys. It gives us the liberty to be able to do some planning and get some special benefits to the students. So special shout out to those that want to make that donation. And of course, we're very thankful for anything that you can help with. So different this year, but certainly we're going to be doing more of that in the years ahead. So.
All right, perfect. And I just want to go ahead and say as well, the bit.ly link is going to be in the Twitch chat. We're going to go ahead and put it there. We're also going to make sure that it's going to be on the Discord, all of that. So we're really putting it out there. And when we bring it up the next time, just in a little bit, we'll go ahead and have a QR code on the screen for people to go ahead and scan. Like you said, any donation is a huge help towards helping people out. And actually, with
boom,
magic,
wait,
perfect.
There it is.
Well, thank you so much, Kayvon.
It's a third member of the party here. I like it. The donate link. So, a pleasure. And again, congratulations to the esports team. Congratulations to the CCI team. And of course, congratulations to all of the players of the Space Grand Challenge for an awesome showing. So I'm stoked to see what the end of the day brings in and who our winners are going to be.
What the standings are.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about that.
And like you said, just make sure to have a ton of fun along the way.
Totally.
So, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Kevin.
Hi.
I have a proposition for you.
What's the proposition?
If I win in a 1v1 Jeopardy, then I win.
So what happens if I win?
Then you win.
I like those odds.
Okay.
Those,
let's do it.
I like that. I like
I
that
think we
proposition.
can go ahead and do this. Okay.
So, we actually created this Jeopardy board. Did we create this Jeopardy board? Like someone here.
Yeah, I was about to say we had some help creating
Yeah,
this
we had some
Jeopardy
help.
board. Where we sort of helped here and there a little bit, and I might know a question or two, but it should be okay.
Me too, perhaps. I'll
Okay,
probably. Yeah, we'll see. It's fine.
I'm gonna start with something that I don't know,
Okay. Okay.
and I'm gonna go with 300 CCI.
All right.
And I'll be team 1, by the way.
Okay.
That's
Do you want to name your team?
I'll be team Ben, Mr. Turtle.
Mr. Turtle. Oh.
Oh. Okay. Monthly.
No, you don't get that.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I'll close my eyes. It's okay.
Okay.
It
Okay.
happens.
Hold on.
Things
Hold on.
happen.
No, you saw nothing. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I want 300.
Okay. Okay. You can go first. Your team 2.
Okay. I choose CCI 300.
Okay. 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 Go ahead.
How
How
often?
often
Oh,
are
you
the
want to read it or
CCI
no?
newsletters sent out?
I think I don't know if I should do the real answer or the fake answer because I just saw the real answer,
It's
but
okay, you can go. It's
all
okay.
right.
I'll give you a
Monthly,
freebie.
Monthly.
It's okay. Hey, sometimes you need to give sometimes you just need to give them a little bit of a head start. Okay, I'll do 400 on casters. I think I know myself pretty well. I
400
feel
on
like I
casters, you said?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Ooh, who do you think has the longer broadcasting experience?
Okay, well, I know that you did YouTube for a while.
Oh, I did.
And I think you did YouTube for 4 or 5 years. You did some esports broadcasting throughout that. But I started YouTube stuff also 5 years. No, 6 years ago.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I think I have the longer broadcasting experience.
You really think so? I think the opposite, but
Yeah.
let's see. Man. How did...
What can I say,
this
man?
guy. All right, whatever. Next question. You know what? I'm feeling a little frisky. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a. Sorry, our dev, or not our dev guy,
Yeah,
but
the esports team is
our
throwing
producer
shade at
behind
us.
the scenes. He says he started earlier than all of us. That was the year I was born, actually.
Yeah, but he isn't a broadcaster, so.
Yeah, his channel fell off. So. Anyways,
Too far. Okay,
I'm
okay.
feeling a little frisky.
What's your next question?
I think we're doing 500. What do you think?
I think you could go 500 cyber or SGC, one or the other.
I think I'm gonna do one. I don't know. I'm scared because like these might be hard questions. Okay, you
I
know
think
what?
you can pull it off.
I'm gonna do 500 Luna.
Okay. Who is one of the 2024 Luna sponsors? We talked about
I
this so
can
much.
list all of them. We got
We just
AWS.
Mhm.
We got Paradigm. We got Elementrix.
Okay.
We got Splunk.
Okay.
We got Splash Top. Did I mention
Yes,
that already?
yeah,
Okay.
Splash Top's good.
We got Aerospace Village.
Yes,
That's one. Am
you're
I missing one?
One.
Oh, I'm
What's
trying to
the
think.
last one?
Oh,
I'll give you double the points if you get that last
double
one.
the points? I got it. Simply Cyber. I'm winning. That's all I can say. I'm winning. I'm winning.
Okay. No. So good. Yeah, go ahead. It's fine. That is a okay. That's
Okay,
a
you know
huge,
what?
That's a
I feel
huge
like,
head start.
I
But
feel like I'm in a handicap. Oh, I didn't even press reveal.
oh, well, we got to show the people.
We did not. Someone did not update
There were
this.
some more sponsors along the way.
All
Well,
right.
and for the sake of also going ahead and saying that, we just want to go ahead and thank those sponsors as well. Thank you to AWS, Elementrix, Splunk, Splash Stops, Simply Cyber, Aerospace Village, and Paradigm.
All
I
of
should get
those.
some points for really making.
You know, I'll
this,
give you some
like,
pity points for that.
come real.
Oh, I just gave you 500 for reading out the
That's pretty good.
sponsor
That's
list.
pretty good pity
You
points.
know what?
I'll
Yeah,
take
you
it.
know, that's good. Pretty
Okay,
good.
okay.
right
Let's
there.
make the field even. I'm gonna go 400 CCI.
All right, 400 CCI. Name one non-student staff member currently working at the CCI.
Easy, me.
Non-student.
I'm not a student anymore.
Yeah,
I
but
just graduated.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
you
a
haven't
student
received your
anymore.
diploma yet. All you did was
Yeah,
get an email.
I actually did.
Yeah, it's an emailed PDF. That
Counts
doesn't
as
count.
something. Okay. One. Well, I just interviewed Kayvon. Does Kayvon count?
What's his last name?
Starts with a C.
Fine. Kayvon C works. Look at that. We just doxed. That's a cybersecurity term. We just doxed all of them. First name, last name.
I just evened the field. You gotta give me some
No
points
way.
there, sir.
Oh wow.
Oof.
Okay. Oof. Okay. That's it.
Okay, what are you feeling like?
I'm gonna do Casters 500.
Okay, I believe in you. Who were last year's broadcasters for Space Grand Challenge Redux?
What year was last year?
2023?
2023?
Yeah, 2016? 2023?
Bro, trying to mess with my head. What the hell? I'm thinking, I think I might know who it is. I think it's, who is Ben and Sam?
That's true.
I feel like we haven't been saying that. Who is, what is,
Oh,
when
true.
is.
Take away all the points. They're
That's it.
all... No.
Even the scores. Back to zero.
it's
We've been
okay.
doing it wrong. All right.
Okay. I'm taking 100 category. I'm playing it safe. I'll do 100 cyber. Cyber doesn't look like we've done too much with it yet.
That's kind of crazy. All right. What is the name of the process that converts data into a secure code to prevent unauthorized access?
That's easy. I am at this. I was gonna say in this room at this table. I'm the best cybersecurity expert. I'm kidding. I know you know your stuff as well.
What's your diploma saying again?
Business, but
I don't think that will count.
What is encryption? See, I know what I'm doing.
Wait.
I know what I'm doing.
I don't think you're the real you. I don't think you're real. I don't think you're real, man. I don't think you're real at all. All right. I guess you get 100.
Okay.
You know what? Because of that, I'm feeling frisky. Also, are we allowing stealing, by the way, if we get an answer wrong? How do we get an answer wrong?
I think you can steal. I think that's fine.
All right. I'm going to do Luna 400.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Did you ask about the stealing question because you don't know this one?
No,
or?
I didn't know what this question was.
Okay.
I was going to do a cyber one, and then I backed out. I thought, I'll do a Luna one. That should be easy.
How many rooms are there in the Space Grand Challenge competition this year?
Okay, if I remember correctly, I was the one that set up all the Unity rooms. And if I remember correctly...
Oh, I mean, yeah, of course.
If I remember correctly, I'm going to say 10.
Okay. Are we doing with introduction room?
I don't think that counts.
Okay, well, let's see what the Unity team said for us here.
Wait.
Pretty good.
That was
Not
a
bad.
yes. Oh
Not
my
bad.
gosh.
Okay,
That
I'll
was
give
a
it to you.
yes.
I'll give it to you.
Wait,
Okay, I
I'm
can't play
cooking,
it safe
bro. I'm
anymore.
cooking. Let me cook.
I can't play it safe anymore. I'll go 500 CCI.
All right. What was SGC called before its rebranding?
Okay, I'm gonna date myself here. I've been working here for 2.5 years.
Date yourself?
Date myself.
Like
show how old I am.
Oh, I thought you meant something else. Okay, keep going.
I guess I'm going to dinner tonight by myself. Is that what you?
Yeah, man.
Possibility. Okay. Well, I actually do know that it was the California Cyber Innovation Challenge, the CCIC. Oh, thank God. Okay.
You are.
I was like, maybe I don't.
Well, I'm
have
pretty
this.
sure I forgot who mentioned it, but one of our live interviews they mentioned that.
Oh yes, very true.
It was
Yeah.
I forgot who it was. We had too many live interviews today, all over the place. But I do remember one of our live interviews. They did mention that. So pretty interesting. Okay, you are hot on my tail. So I'm gonna do SGC 300.
Okay. Thank you for going a little easier on me. I appreciate it. Well, what was the last SGC challenge called?
Well, if I recall correctly, when you said who was the last broadcasters, if I remember correctly, it's
unfortunate.
It's Space Grand Challenge Redux.
All right.
Do I get bonus points
He's
if I
listening.
guess what Redux means?
Sure.
I don't know what it means.
Oh, okay. Okay, then never mind. It's like kind of like to redo something. It's like I'm about to redo. I'm about to redux Luna 400.
I was like, you're gonna say, what do you mean Luna 400? There's no Luna 400.
That's what I'm saying. I'm reduxing.
You want to do it again?
No,
Okay,
no.
you can do it again.
10.
No.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Actually.
Okay. I'll go for. kind of want Casters 100. Looks fun. No, I'll do Cyber 300.
Cyber 300. All right, good pick, good pick, good pick. What is a term for the act of secretly observing and recording someone's keystrokes on a computer?
I mean, if I just look at your keyboard, what is the term? Secretly observing and recording someone. What? Bad guy. What? Okay. I think I want to say keystroke logging, key logging.
Oh.
Maybe just or looking at someone's keyboard.
I don't think that's the right term.
Okay, then I'll go with key logging.
Oh my gosh!
Not bad.
Wait,
Not
you're
bad.
onto something.
Okay.
What? What'd you say your major was again?
Business.
Uh-huh. Okay. I don't know if I should go for a higher one because you're kind of close. All right.
Low. Casters 100. Luna 100.
Casters 500. I'm kidding. I'll do a SGC 500.
Man.
Oh. You gonna read it?
Yeah. When? Sorry. I was lagging there a
It's
little
okay.
bit.
It's
That's my
okay. You're a
bad.
little tired today.
When was the last?
It's okay.
Boost
You know you're gonna lose.
Grand
It's all
Challenge?
it is. It's all it is. You know you're gonna lose. Okay.
When was the last SGC event? And you got to give me the month and year here. Like you got to give me like
do I
the
get bonus points if I do the day?
the exact date. If you have the day, then go ahead. I think we can figure it out.
I'm trying to remember because. Oh, I'm trying to remember. Based off the password, but I'm trying to remember.
Don't.
Yeah, I can't spoil the password.
Don't
but,
leak any password here.
Can't leak any password matching. I think that reminds us to update our passwords, guys. Is it? The thing is, it's April, so I feel like it has to be April, but I feel like it's also not April.
Could be. I remember when it was because I was a caster.
Okay, man. Okay. I'm trying to remember. You're stepping on my keyboard.
Sorry.
Bro does not want me to win.
Sabotage.
Okay, I'm trying to think. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go April 2023. April 25th, 2023.
April 25th, 2023. Almost.
Like
I just noticed one, so I'm just gonna steal it from you, and I'm gonna go ahead and say it was in May 2023. And I think actually 25th is correct. So
actually, no
I
way.
believe so. I think it was the 25th or the 24th.
Oh my gosh!
So the fact that you were pretty close with that. We could split the points. Just kidding. I'm taking them. I'm taking all of them.
All right, you can take it.
Damn it, Timmy.
I guess. Whatever.
Okay. Since I stole that one from you, I'll go CCI 200.
Okay, CCI 200. All right. Where are we located?
Like, how specific would you want it? Like, this desk. Does that count?
No.
Okay. In California.
No.
In San Luis Obispo. Does that
Close.
count? Okay. Can I say?
We said it at the beginning.
I don't remember. What did I say at the beginning?
That was also 9 in the morning.
It's been
it's been a hell of a day.
5, 6. It's been 6 hours since I said that. Okay. Good morning.
Just run through the whole thing again.
Camp San Luis. No. Good morning from Camp San Luis. I'm gonna go with San Luis. I'm sorry.
Why did I help you?
No. We can split the points.
That's okay.
I'm
oh
kidding.
wait, I didn't even notice it. Wait, I thought it was like.
I said
Camp
both. I
Slow-
said
yeah. All right, that's it.
Barely got away with that. Oh. Okay.
This is mine.
Dang. Okay, he's going for the 500.
What are 2 of the 3 layers of cyberspace?
I don't think you'll know all 3.
I don't even know all 1.
You'll know one. It's something.
What?
No. One
This
layer.
isn't even a wood desk.
It's a plastic layer. No. What is this? This is something.
This is
something.
This. Oh, a physical layer? Is that one?
That counts as one. Okay. And then the other one is a.
I think. Thinking.
Yeah, think.
Mental.
Almost.
Telepathically.
If A is B and B is C, then A is C. That is an example of
Logical.
Okay.
Logical.
That's
I
already
remember
two. I think you can
Uh-huh.
get the third one by yourself because we are very
Tired.
okay. I'll give it to you. You got two of them. Social. Since you're talking so much,
Oh,
man.
okay. No,
Yeah.
tired
Okay, I
also
want those
works.
points.
No, I get those. That's what you get for helping me, man.
Okay, nah, that's okay. You helped me out with a couple of questions, so
All right.
we'll
Next
keep
one,
it
next one,
friendly.
next one.
Okay, I'll go Cyber 400. I'm taking up the
Okay,
big point numbers.
okay. What is a term for software that appears to perform a desirable function, but actually performs malicious intent?
Well,
I get those all the time whenever I download YouTube videos.
that is actually fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even for this competition, we had to download some YouTube videos, and you have to be watch. Yeah,
You
you have to
be
watch
careful.
out there. Yeah.
You'll plop it into your video editing software and it'll go, sorry, we can't open that file. And it turns out it was a virus.
It's a fire.
So,
Then your
and
computer's
then
locked.
it's over. Yep, there goes all your money.
Well, I actually know this answer just purely because I was reading Storytime a little bit earlier, and Storytime talked about how the network over at the lunar base or Luna base was infiltrated with a Trojan
Oh.
virus.
Wait.
He's pulling them out again.
Trojan, that's the correct one. Oh my gosh.
Amazing.
I even got the horse.
Thank you. I needed it.
If you think about it, it's like
needed
it's
money.
also like Musty, the Mustang.
True. I
You
know.
think about it?
Multi-purpose in this
Do you think
context.
Musty is like who he says he is? You think he's not just like some horse that he's like?
Trojan horse.
Yeah, he's a
Trying to
Trojan
infiltrate
horse.
Cal Poly. You never know.
Maybe he's a horse from like Pomona, like Cal Poly Pomona. Maybe they're like infiltrating us.
What is the logo for Cal Poly?
Bronco.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
Anyways, either way,
Okay.
I give you those
back,
points.
Back on track. Back on track.
Back on track. I'm gonna go.
You take the last big one. I'll give it to you.
I was gonna go Casters 100, but yeah, we'll do SGC 400.
You can get that one next.
Okay. What game engine was used to build the SGC?
You'll definitely know this one.
So, we've had a lot of interviews throughout the day. We also know there's several teams now that we have. We have AWS. We have, which for those of you that don't know, it's Amazon Web Services. Excuse me, sorry. Lunch was pretty good.
Okay, AWS.
AWS, Unity. We have Discord, and then we have us. Esports. It wasn't built on esports. We're pretty good at what we do. Anyways, I have to cough. It can't be built on esports.
Can't be built on
Although it'd be
Discord.
pretty cool if it was. Can't be built on Discord.
It could be built on AWS.
Yeah, but they're like a web-based service. I don't think so.
never mind.
So I'm gonna say Unity. What is Unity?
I've been forgetting this as well. Yeah, I'm not doing.
I think I get extra points for
not
saying
doing
that.
very Jeopardy. No. I think
Alright,
it's
I'll
too
let
close
you
to
pick.
the
I'll
game.
let you pick.
Okay. I'll go SGC 200.
All right, SGC 200. Let's see what we got. How long is today's live stream? You just like said the hours not too long ago.
7.
7.
We're 6
7.
in. Right, we got like
We're
about
almost-
like 1-ish
about
to
an hour
go.
left.
We're
Yeah.
getting there a little bit more, but yeah, 7 hours. Not bad.
Excuse me. I'm sorry
no,
about that.
It's all good. Sometimes it's
Sometimes
like
you lose
that.
your voice after a pretty long day. All right, I'm gonna pick Luna 300.
Okay.
What type of competition is this?
Like hide and seek is a competition.
Yeah.
Like that.
I remember we
Jeopardy
said this
is
earlier,
a competition.
right? Yeah, Jeopardy's is it?
We're competing.
But like we're competing for like just who wins.
Yeah, that's gonna be me.
We're competing for the title of 2024 SGC Jeopardy winner. And
That's
it's a
true.
pretty rare
That is true because
It's a pretty
we'll
rare
only
title
have
because
one SGC this year. Well, we might have another.
bro spoiling. I think. Well, if I remember correctly, I think Henry said this in his live interview.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure we also said this at the beginning of the live stream when I was doing the intro.
Mhm.
Right? So I'm pretty sure it's what is capture the flag.
Nice. Yeah.
Cybersecurity competition also
It
works.
is technically a
Yeah, it
cybersecurity
also works.
competition.
Also
that is
works.
actually fair. Okay, I want to rapid fire because I feel like we know casters. I'm gonna go casters 300.
All right, Casters 300. What is my full name?
Kevin.
Don't butcher it.
I'm gonna dog chew here.
Don't butcher-
Polanco.
I have some people that go
He's a
Kevin.
good friend of mine, so I gotta.
I have
know
people that
his
go,
name.
what is Kevin Polanco? So it's like.
Polanco, yeah.
Thanks, man. All right, I go Casters 200.
What is my full name?
I don't know.
Why is also mine less points?
Because mine's longer.
No, it's not. Mine is 12 letters.
Huh?
Yours is, yeah. Benjamin is 8, and Arts. Oh.
I already knew it, by the way.
I get the
Benjamin
points.
Arts.
I get the
No,
points.
Benjamin
I get the
Arts.
points. I
Nope.
get the points.
Wait, fuck.
Perfect.
No.
Let's go.
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
Okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
I think I know why.
Okay.
My last name is harder. Your last name is a
Okay.
noun. Verb. Whatever arts is.
Okay, I'm gonna go Luna 200.
It's a thing that you do. Luna 200. What is SGC Luna happening? I don't know why you got excited there.
Today.
What's today? No phone.
April, you said April 27th. 26th and 27th. Because today's the outro, yesterday was the intro. Actually, today's also the event, not just the outro.
Good job. Well, we're pretty hot on our tails, by the way.
Well, now the questions are getting easy. We went bottom up, and now we just know them.
Cashers 100.
Okay, go ahead. Who's the best caster? It's pretty easy. Maybe the guy with the most experience. That's what I'm guessing.
I think it's Eve.
Have we seen Eve today?
We haven't seen Eve. Eve is part of our
That is a
esports team.
That is a good caster. I think it might be.
I think it might be Audi. I think so.
He's gonna crop me out the second I.
What do you think
say
what do
no,
you- what do you
but
think
I don't think so.
behind the
I think
scenes?
I don't agree with it. I
What
think
do you-
he is not the best caster. I think it's.
I think it's Henry. Yeah, see, there you go. See?
No.
See, there you go.
Wait. No.
And welcome back, guys. Today we're doing Jeopardy solo. Best caster, I'm pretty sure it's Audi. It's anyone. It's up to anyone's interpretation, really. I'm going to give myself the points there because wait, you're back. Oh my gosh, you're back.
There. What the heck?
You're actually not breathing?
What the heck? I couldn't breathe.
All right, go
Okay.
for it.
I need to catch the lead a little bit. I'll go Cyber 200.
Yeah, kind of through
Can I-
not
can I
picking
win?
Cyber 200 there.
Yeah.
What type of cyber attack aims to deceive users into providing sensitive information?
I'm gonna go with what is phishing?
You're so dumb. How do you spell it?
The PHISHING.
Okay, fine. You get it.
What is?
Fishing?
Okay,
I
sorry,
kind of like fishing, not gonna lie.
I'm down.
I'm
After
down
this.
to go fishing. Yeah, let's just
Okay.
go.
Fishing.
Okay.
Okay.
Luna 100. True or false? Ooh.
Okay.
The
The
you wanna read it?
SGC event was created by Cal Poly students. So I'm not, but you are.
Yeah, but what'd you do?
And okay, just answer. Is it true or false?
True.
Okay. Nice. Not bad. Not bad.
Sorry, I broke your heart there.
Okay. SGC 100.
What does SGC stand for? Get it wrong.
Space Grand Cookie. Challenge. Cookie challenge.
I can
Space
go for
Grand
cookie after this. I'm even gonna give you the points because it's already.
Thank you.
We should
appreciate
talk
it.
to like Dustin and Rob and Henry about renaming to the Space
Space
Grand
Grand
Cookie.
I think we might be onto something there, to be honest.
We should do it for like Thanksgiving.
I think we should ask for some money though. Like if we're doing a rebrand, and I'm like pitching this idea, like I'm already pitching my business and like I'm kind of working on stuff already there and all of that stuff. Like I feel like if I'm pitching Space Grand Cookie, I think it's gonna be a really big business and I think it would be a good opportunity. So I think, anyways, what do the letters stand for in CCI?
Oh, I know this one.
Okay, if you get this one right, I'll give you double the points for this.
If I get this one right,
Yeah.
I was just gonna give a really dumb answer, then give you a right answer.
No.
California Cybersecurity Institute.
Okay.
We're so back. Oh my gosh, we tied. Rock paper scissors.
I want my crown. Okay.
Wait, Audi, can we get a full screen cam for a second?
Let's switch it up.
Full
Best of 3?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Are we doing like rock paper scissors shoot, right? So like rock paper scissors shoot, and then we
Yeah,
go, right?
okay. Best of 3.
Okay, ready? I'm so good at this.
Okay,
like,
okay.
Ready?
Rock,
paper, scissors, shoot. Uh-oh. Best of 3. Best of 3. Best of 3. Best of 3.
go.
What are we doing?
Oh,
Best
okay,
of
sorry.
3. You said it
Okay.
yourself. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 1-1. Okay. Okay, ready?
All the beans.
Okay, right here, right
Okay.
here. Okay, ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
God. Bring me my crown, the 2024
The crowd is just me paying for your lunch.
Space Grand Challenge Jeopardy winner. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thank you to all of the sponsors that are supporting this amazing win. Anyone from Amazon Web Services to Elementrix to
They sponsored this
Splashtop to
segment.
Aerospace Village, Paradigm, Simply Cybersplunk. They all led me to today's
Win.
victory, and I couldn't be happier about it. So,
Winner, chicken dinner. Winner, cookie dinner.
Space Grand Challenge cookie. I think we're onto something. I'm gonna go pitch that to Dustin right now. And,
Anyways, we have a live interview coming up right now, right?
Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Okay. You want to introduce them or?
Yeah, of course.
Who is it actually? I'm kind of curious. Well, we've done a whole bunch of interviews.
I gotta clear my voice for this one.
We might have Terriot left.
You might be wrong.
Might be wrong. Okay, who is it? Who's the next individual then?
You don't know? He's like the guy. He's like super cool. You don't know him? Ready?
Okay.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay, give it.
His name starts with R, and his last name starts with R.
Terriot? Okay.
Oh, not R.
Rob, sorry. We'll go into a live interview with the amazing Rob Randall. Okay, and the time has officially passed. Well, it passed 4:15 p.m., and we all know that's when the game closed. The announcements have been made on Discord, and we wanted to go ahead and let you know on the live stream as well. Congratulations on completing the game.
Woohoo!
I feel like you came a far way. I understand that this was a Saturday, and you've been doing this for a long period of time, so just make sure to go ahead and, like, take a breather, congratulate yourself. It was amazing, and genuinely, great job.
You did it.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
And today we have Rob with us. Would you be able to introduce yourself a little bit?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Robert Randall. I am the technical project coordinator here at the CCI. I manage the 4 student teams. So we have the AWS team, the Unity team, the Discord team, and also the amazing esports team. So yeah, it's been great. I've been here since July of last year. It's been a great run. I'm super excited to be here as part of the great Space Grand Challenge.
Well, and you joining the team has really put, I don't know, students first, but also organization first, and like making sure that this whole competition can actually be run. I feel like your oversight, and this is kind of talking from esports experience, has genuinely just helped us out a whole bunch throughout this entire process.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here as well and kind of doing this interview. SGC LUNA is complete. What was your goal for the Space Grand Challenge LUNA this year?
I think the main goal was to create a different environment. So our big one was the Luna base, so the moon base that we have there. And we also tried to approach it to keep cybersecurity challenges current. So what's out there right now in the environment? How can we work that into the story that we actually built? And we built the rooms around the story, so that being the Luna base, our new room that we have, and also the EC2 challenges, building it into that Windows environment. So we always want to stay current. We never want to stagnate because, you know, cybersecurity just needs to stay up to date. You know, we have the black hat and the white hat hackers fighting their epic battle, you know, behind the scenes. So we just try to make sure that we, showcase like what's out there, like I was saying, to middle school and high school students, our participants, to get them to learn something and have fun while they play the game.
Totally. Well, and you were talking about how you've been managing the 4 teams. How has that managing been going? I know we behave, maybe, but how has that been going? How has it been managing all of the teams so far?
No, it's been great. It took me a little bit because I was used to working on site a lot. I used to work for client services in ITS, so I kind of had to flip my model of managing students, but I think I really have a handle on it. What I'm also trying to do is get the teams to be on site more, to collaborate more in person. So it's kind of like, you know, hey, do you know the Unity team, AWS team? Oh, likewise, do you know the AWS team, Unity team? So trying to get everyone to kind of like be all collaborative at the same time, because the 4 teams are the teams that actually make this game happen. And I think if there's great communication between the teams and within the teams, of course, is a big one, that we can just deliver an amazing amazing game and experience, and we also stay on schedule. So everyone knows what they have to do. We have our project management tools that we use to kind of manage our different parts and pieces. But I think as a whole, at the end of the day, as you can see with the game that you've played, they all came together.
Yeah.
So
No,
like that's the amazing piece right there.
It genuinely did. Well, and I'd love the Space Grand Challenge for the fact of the game and doing this entire broadcasting side of things. This like genuinely gives me a lot of joy, but also something that I feel like I maybe overlooked a little bit more in the past 2 Space Grand Challenges was, oh, okay, it's like you actually do get to see the whole team. It's like everyone is behind you, and it's like, okay, you're all working towards one common goal,
Yes.
and it's been awesome to go ahead and do that. So just also thank you for helping manage that a little bit more. I
Oh.
understand that's a lot of students.
Glad
and,
to do it.
It's been, I've had a fun day so far, so thank you.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, it's fun for me too. I love managing students. I've been doing it for about 17, 18 years now, and I just love it when, you know, you see a group of students, they flourish, they learn, they move on to greener pastures after they graduate.
Yeah.
So I also am a big firm believer in giving back. So I want to make sure that, you know, letters of recommendation are written for amazing students like the one next to me here. So yeah, it's great. And then, you know, as a on the management side of things, it's great to see, you know, your students graduate and, you know, do good in the world out there wherever they want to work in industry. So having them, keeping in contact with them and then having them let me know, hey, Rob, I work at Facebook. I totally love it. It's a great experience. I learned a lot from working with you and the other students on the team. So again, it's just full circle type deal. So
No, but that's also awesome. I feel like you genuinely have like the right mindset of like being kind of working with this team, like being in this industry, and it's amazing. And we can genuinely see it. And just, I know if everyone could say it here at this microphone right now, thank you so much for doing that.
glad to be here.
I
Thanks.
have one final question for you. What did you look forward to the most with Luna this year? Like, what was something that you were like, wow, it's like I really want to see this in action, or what was that one thing?
I think the one thing for me was actually sitting down with Henry Danielson, my amazing partner, and also Isaac Rudnick, our student on the AWS team, to actually create the challenges. At first blush, it may seem like an easy thing, but it's really not, because you're trying to take those cybersecurity challenges that we face in the world today and try to bake it into the game and keep it relevant. And also, I was just speaking to another student that came to watch the competition, doing it in such a way that middle school and high school students can easily digest it and learn from it without it being too hard for them. Because if you make something too hard, they might get turned off about it, right? And our mission is to teach through this CTF challenge called Space Grand Challenge, but also to make it in a way that's easily digestible to our audience, so the middle school and high school students.
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
Oh,
and so I had a lot of fun with that.
No, and it totally came to fruition, right? We've been keeping up with the Twitch chat and kind of on Discord and seeing how the game has been going, and it seems like everyone truly enjoyed it. So it's been awesome to kind of see it come together.
Definitely.
And well, thank you, Rob, for this little segment, kind of showing a little bit more behind the scenes of Space Grand Challenge Luna and a little bit more over at the CCI. And yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so
we're back.
We are back.
How'd it go?
And I think it's awesome.
I love
I
Rob.
still remember when Rob joined the team first, and I was like, oh, a new person. But you were also a new person. I don't blame you.
Yeah,
And
Rob
slowly
is
as
super
we
cool,
work
though.
together with everybody, right, the whole team, and again, once again, you, and we've really put this together. It's like, okay, it does take an entire team effort, and we'll go ahead and get into that very soon. But
I think
I got
Rob.
ahead of myself last time. This time, we have Teriot.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Okay.
That's right. That's right. You did get ahead of yourself. But the thing is, I said RR, and then you said Terry Ott. So it's like, how does RR and TO? But
Very, very rot.
anyways,
Okay.
we have another pre-recorded segment for you
Sorry.
guys. Our last one of the day. We have Terry Ott, kind of a new name here. Terry Ott is the director at Cohere Technology Group, working as an experienced software engineer focused on cloud-centric software system development. So let's go ahead and see what he had to say this year.
Can you just introduce yourself real quick and then tell me a little bit about yourself? You bet. Terry Ott, Cal Poly computer science grad in 2000. I have been in the computer industry, obviously, since I finished grad school in 2004, and then have been working in the government space since 2008.
Awesome. What is it that you do in the government space?
That's one of those that I have to be a little bit careful, but we can talk about it generalities.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been writing software to support government customers, both defense and intelligence, since 2008. I can say at a high level, safely, that it's a mix of I have done cyber. I can even say I have done offensive cyber. We didn't used to be able to say that, but we can say that now. Did some of that. Did what we call intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or we use the letters ISR, but in general, those are devices usually with things like antennas or cameras hanging off of them. And they go watch the world where we can't afford to have people 24/7, and try to find out if everything's still cool there, and they phone home if not everything is cool. So did some of that. But yeah, then came out to DC in 2015, or Northern Virginia, whatever you want to call it, and have done really a mix of things. Bounced around more than I wanted to, but that seems to be kind of the industry out here. So I've done some geospatial, so writing software to deal with map data. We were dealing with entire globe set of data. So that was a lot of it. Yeah, that was fun. That was the biggest data I have dealt with. Then I did some signal processing for the National Reconnaissance Office, NRO. So that is the government agency that fires and maintains what we can say is intelligence satellites, spy satellites, whatever you want to call it. So a mix of things on those, but it's very public that there are things like cameras up there, there are radar dishes up there. So all of that data has to come back to the ground and be processed. So I wrote software to deal with that data stream, which is very large and very important. You don't like it when that software crashes. But it was a good challenge. I then spent 2 years working for a British gaming company, which didn't seem to make sense, but it actually does make perfect sense. It turns out they had the back-end technology to do massively multiplayer games, and they had just gotten a bunch of funding, and there's a lot of overlap between that and military training. The training systems for the military in general aren't great. That's being kind. A lot of times, like the training systems at most can have like 100 things that are moving around at one time. And anyone who has been in an area of interest, there we go, will tell you that if you can only have 100 things moving around at one time, that is not realistic training. That is not that's not a usual war zone, battle zone, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, we worked on getting military simulation and training working with a lot more dynamic entities, like tens of thousands. So we could actually simulate entire cities with people walking around in taxis and all of that kind of stuff. So that was a lot of fun. Then I spent 2 years at AWS, actually, which was not government work. That was just purely commercial work, working for the Route 53 team, which does DNS. That was an awesome challenge. Definitely bigger scale than I have ever touched. We were working on a system that is not yet public, so we won't go into detail, but I can say that it is a system, it'll be Route 53's first external facing system. So all of their DNS is internal facing right now. So you need like a VPC in order to hit that DNS. This one will actually be internet facing. So you don't need a VPC in order to use their DNS service. And so that is one where we needed to scale it up to millions of packets per second globally, and also deal with all of the new threats that come when you are facing the internet. AWS definitely hits nation state actors that try to take AWS down.
Right.
And so it is a different threat model. But then since November of last year, I have been a director at a small company called Cohere here in Northern Virginia. So getting back into the defense space, the government space, so trying to help military and intelligence customers solve their hardest problems.
Awesome. That was a very good overview. And then can you tell me a little bit about your time at Cal Poly and how it has helped you in your professional development?
Immensely and in many, many ways. One of the things, so I had mentioned that I went to grad school. So after I finished at Cal Poly, I went to, I'll just say, since we're recording, I will say another institution, but whatever. You can Google me if you want to find out who it was. And it was interesting since that was only the second university I had been involved with. Things that, I taught undergrads while I was a grad student. So I got to teach undergrad CS, and I didn't know how different Cal Poly's education was, and in my opinion, different in a better way. So things like, I think it's still the case, last I heard it's still the case, that every single CS class requires you to have at least one group project. At the other university that I almost just named, there was only one class that had a group project, and it was an optional class. So a lot of people came out without ever having really worked with other people. And that is definitely a weakness when you hit industry. So Cal Poly, in my opinion, was much, much stronger in getting you ready for industry. The other thing is, when I was a grad student, I was teaching what are known as recitations. And when I was told I was teaching a recitation, I actually had to have a very surreal conversation and say, that sounds awesome, but what is that? And everybody else laughed. And I said, I'm not kidding. I've never had one of those before. And it turns out that the intro CS class was 400 students. And so in order to give you a place to ask questions, they had to break it down into groups of like 30. And that was the stuff that was taught by the grad students. At Cal Poly, I never had a CS class bigger than 30. And some of my senior level classes were like 5 or 7. That is one where having that direct personal, contact with a professor, with a lot of professors, was a huge positive. Being able to go to office hours and have them actually recognize you is a really good thing. And sometimes they even knew my name. The last thing I would say is the senior projects were awesome. It's another one that is very, very focused on getting industry experience while you are still in school. That turns out that's not at all common across the educational institutions. And it was really helpful when I was actually interviewing at the end of Cal Poly for internships. People pointed out that I should move my senior project out of my education section into my professional experience section because it really is work experience. I could keep going, but I would say those are the top 3, 4 ways that Cal Poly really has had a dramatic impact in my ability to be useful in industry.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I can definitely speak to that as well. I'm about to graduate, and I feel very, very ready to go out and start my career now that I've had my education at Cal Poly. I'm very grateful I ended up here.
Out of curiosity, I think, I'll just ask it. Are they still requiring you to do internships before you can graduate? Yeah, I can't remember if it was required or heavily encouraged, but for anyone watching this video, heavily encouraged should mean basically mandatory. That is something that will help you stand out from the crowd. A 4.0 GPA without an internship versus a 3.8 with an internship is an easy hire decision for me. I will take somebody who's been in industry all day long. So for what it's worth.
And then can you give us a quick overview of some of the companies you started? I looked at your LinkedIn and I saw Public NTP and Six Bucks Solutions LLC. And what inspired you to establish it back in 2008?
Great question. Actually, some of the Cal Poly professors that I worked with, that I mentioned, in those classes of 6 or 7 were key in that. One of the best pieces of career advice I ever got, which had nothing to do, directly with my career, from some of my Cal Poly professors, was a reminder that I was being given an advantage and being given very, very specialized skills that are very, very applicable across the world. And it would be good, if possible, to give some of that back. You can certainly take all you want from that and try to, get the bigger paychecks and all of that. But they pointed out that it is really satisfying in a lot of ways. And, if you can do it, give some of it back. So, started a company called Public NTP, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. So it is a public charity. Just using both my skills and my admittedly very I'll use the word geeky / nerdy interest in keeping clock synchronized. So like DNS, NTP, Network Time Protocol, sorry, I will expand that out for you, is one that is very cheap to give away. It's one of those that out of pocket, I was able to run NTP servers all around the world and help parts of the world that are less served by internet infrastructure get synchronized clocks. And while that doesn't sound super interesting or important, it is really important in things like security, like making sure all of your clocks are synchronized, lets you line up the logs from various different computers, and you can do things like some of the forensics works that you just can't do if your clocks aren't synchronized. You don't know what happened first and how things unfolded. So that's just one example of many, but yeah, synchronized time is a good thing. So yeah, that's me giving some skills back. And then the other half of it, $6 solutions. So that was, it is very common, at least in the DC area, and I think in Silicon Valley as well. Pretty much everybody I know out here has a side hustle going on. Yeah, you will get offers to work outside of your 40 hours. I will quickly note for anyone watching this video that it is important before you do that to register that with your employer. You actually can stumble on conflicts of interest faster than you realize. So if you're going to do it, make sure to register it. But I've never had an employer actually have an issue with it, but it's important to get out in front of it. You don't want to surprise them with it.
Right.
And honestly, some job contracts won't let you do side hustle work. It's not common, but you will sometimes hit it. So anyway, yeah. I've started a side hustle, and I'll admit it first, it was my opportunity to kind of build a home for some of the AWS projects I was just doing for fun. But unsurprisingly, it turns out as your network grows, I actually have built a client list now. So I do probably 10 to 20 hours a month, most of little side hustle stuff. And again, it's certainly not a major moneymaker. I don't want it to be a major moneymaker. I already have a full-time job that pays the bills. But it's a good way to help out. Like most of my clients are also friends. So it's an awesome opportunity to kind of keep your skills sharp. And it's nice that when you're your own boss, you get to pick and choose what projects you want to do. So you can find out things that will actually help improve your skills. So yeah, I certainly like staying busy, and between a nonprofit, a full-time job, and a side hustle, I have found a way to stay busy.
Definitely. And then as far as $6 solutions go, can you tell me about some of the open source projects and like the AWS projects you have worked on since you founded the company?
You bet. So yeah, that really was a place where I threw a lot of my open source stuff. It's all public on GitHub. If anybody wants to check out $6, feel free. I'm always available for consulting. I'm kidding. That's not a real sales effort. No, another thing about, kind of giving back to the world, in my opinion, is open source. I think that's a really important thing to do. I try real hard to open source what I can, and I'm happy to report I've even done some open source work for the government, which was surreal. I'll admit that made me nervous. I'm not used to having government customers wanting to advertise the work I was doing for them, but it's kind of a random collection of stuff. I haven't looked at what's in there for a while, but when we were getting back to the geospatial stuff that we were talking about earlier that I was doing in 2015, one of the problems I was helping the government solve was bringing the OpenStreetMaps data collection into classified networks. And it is interesting that there are tools to do that, but none of them are or at least, again, back to 2015, none of them were optimized. And that makes sense because nobody needed to do that operation. There was a public internet server with all of the holdings on it already, so you didn't need to load up a whole new server, but we did because we were on a network that didn't have any internet connections for very good reasons. I did some work for my employer under that regard. There was stuff I wanted to do that my employer couldn't get the customer to sign off on, but I just talked to my employer and said, we are already doing open source software. Would you have any issue with me building the functionality that I wanted to extend out, but just do it on my own time and open source it to the world? And they were very excited about that. And they actually did take my open source library and add it to their open source library. But yeah, I've done everything from that to very random projects on how to organize photographs after a day of shooting. I'm one of those people that have become a an advanced amateur. There we go. Travel photographer. So on a given day, I will often shoot 7,000 pictures. Organizing all of that data on trips and stuff is hard, so I just wrote some scripts for myself to handle all that. And there's no reason why not to open source that data, because somebody somewhere might have the same problem.
No, definitely. That last one specifically sounds super useful. I like to take a lot of pictures too, so that actually could be very useful for me.
We can definitely talk offline. I created a data problem for myself. Yeah, on the last trip I took, I actually took I think it was 1.2 terabytes of pictures.
Wow.
So yeah, just trying to figure out how to store that much data and bring it home from another country. Yeah, I have, like I said, it's still amateur, but I am now playing with some of the technology that pros use. And it's fun to flirt on that line.
That's super cool. And then as Cohere's Director of Modern Enterprise Software Architectures, can you tell me a little bit about some of the key work you have done in creating and modernizing mission-critical software systems?
You bet. It is a constant challenge when working for the government that government is almost always the accepted number, and it's very common, is that government computer systems are somewhere between 10 and 15 years behind the cutting edge commercial stuff. It is 2024. Some of the people that are watching this video are going to laugh when I say this, but it is painfully true. The government is still a little bit afraid of cloud, and they don't really want to, some of the parts of the government don't want to jump all in yet. In my role, a lot of what I've done since 2017 has been helping the government make that jump, because some of their on-prem data centers have been costing taxpayers a truly heartbreaking amount of money. It's a better use of taxpayer money to move into the cloud in a lot of cases. The other part of it is that we need to move in smartly, because everyone who has ever moved into cloud thinks they're going to save money, and then they do their first transition poorly, and it turns out their cloud bill is breathtaking. It's been not only helping them move in, but make sure that we do it in a smart way. It's been everything from, I once had a government customer that said, we have 4 servers, each of them have 4 CPUs in them, each of those have 16 cores, so we need VMs that are that big. And I said, no, you probably don't, and you're not going to like the price of it if you do it. So a lot of it is doing things like, they'll talk about right-sizing software as you move it up into the cloud. So actually running it and finding out what the resource needs are and finding the right instance types. None of that is groundbreaking, but it is adding a huge amount of value to the government as we do that. And also taking advantage of some of the native technology in the cloud to make the software more resilient. You can do a lot more fault tolerance and actually deal with a VM just completely disappearing underneath you and not impacting the mission. So a lot of it is that kind of stuff, is teaching them it's not just a lift and shift up into the cloud. You can make it cheaper, you can make it faster, you can make it scale a lot better, and you can make it so that mission critical applications effectively, only within so many nines, but between 3, 4, 5 nines, basically never goes down. And that is something that makes the government very, very happy. I won't name it, but I can say that I did work on a piece of software that if it was ever down for more than 30 minutes, they had to call the president and wake them up.
Wow.
Making sure software like that doesn't go down for 30 minutes is truly important.
Definitely. That's super cool.
And also scary.
Very scary. Very scary. It sounds like a lot of pressure.
A little intense. Yeah, we wore pagers.
And if you could share one piece of advice for students looking to pursue a career in cybersecurity, what would it be?
My advice would be never fall for the trap that you think you understand the industry space of what cyber is. I was very, very active in offensive cyber in 2008. I can say that we were nation state level cutting edge. We had some tools that were not publicly available. By the time 2011 hit and I was still in that world, none of the tools that we were using were the ones I was using in 2008. Software in general is moving fast because of the nature of cyber. it moves a lot faster.
Mhm.
So and again, I think most people have been guilty of it. But I remember graduating and thinking, sure, I need to, watch the journals and stuff, but I basically know the fundamentals of my industry. And when it comes to cyber, that is not true. You need to be learning all the time and constantly, because if you aren't, let me tell you how your adversaries are, and they will win. Depending on if you're on offensive or defensive side. Either way, you need to be up on not just what's current, but what's going to be coming down the pike within a year. Because a lot of times it takes time in order to build the technology, in order to be ready in time. So, my advice to anyone in cyber right now is, if you think you are going to be done learning as you are finishing college, please flip that on its head and assume you need to learn faster when you hit industry, not the other way around.
Definitely. I feel like that's extremely applicable advice to any field, but obviously, especially cyber. So that's really good advice. And then what are your favorite tools and resources for someone just getting started out in cybersecurity?
My best advice, honestly, it's going to sound like a dodge, but it's not, is other people. I can tell you one of the biggest resources that I found in my career, and I was disappointingly late to really finding out the value of it, was mentorships. Find the people who have more time than you in whatever, company, whatever role you are in. And my advice, you have to do it in the right way, but just ask a lot of questions. A lot of people will come in and start making statements, and they'll say X is stupid or Y is inefficient. In my opinion, take that as learning opportunities. Say, why do we do it this way? First, it's a lot less aggressive. And B, you may find out there's a really good reason for them to be doing it in a way that looks stupid to you or looks inefficient. So yeah, be humble, come at it with questions, and then really take advantage of mentorships. I remember as I was finishing college, somebody used the line of, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And I remember getting very offended by that, because I thought that knowledge was something that was the most important. And the answer is, it is necessary, but it is not sufficient. A lot of times it really is who you know. So be good, be strong, be competent, but also make sure to work your network. I have gotten jobs because mentors talked to somebody they knew and said, call this guy, he's on the market and he's really good. You can learn a lot from a mentor. Because a lot of software development, amazingly, especially the longer you're in it, has nothing to do with pressing keys on a keyboard. It is basically interpersonal things. You need to get, buy off on important multi-million-dollar systems. That's not actually coding. That is actually persuading people. And that's one where mentors and things like that can help you with those skills. So certainly always be sharp on, all of your languages and things like that. Always be adding new languages. But don't miss the human side of software engineering, and people who have more experience than you, offer to buy them a lunch and just pick their brain. That kind of stuff is invaluable.
Awesome. Great advice again. And then one last piece I have for you. We have close to 200 plus players registered to play at today's Space Grand Challenge, all of whom are in middle and high school. Do you have any words of advice you'd like to share with them?
Good question. The advice I would just say is, it's difficult, it's easy to say, it's hard to do. But at least in my experience in cyber, a lot of it is just basic problem solving, and then basic creativity. So make sure to always be challenging your assumptions, to use a little pun off of the Grand Challenge. Challenge your assumptions. A story I can tell you is, I was on a defensive cyber team once, and so we created a protection for software. We gave it out to our interns. Our interns were our red team, so they were going to penetration test it. They're going to pen test it. We, as the employees, the full-time employees, were very proud of our protection. We gave it to our interns who were part-time, and obviously they had less skill with the tools, all of that stuff. It took us 4 weeks to build the protection, and it took our interns a day and a half to break it. It was heartbreaking, and it turns out They were just creative. They said, you forgot about the C runtime libraries, CRT DLL. It turns out that gets loaded in most Windows executables. So what we did was create our own CRT DLL and had it load that. And we broke your protection in about 40 seconds. That's one of those that, that's just, thinking sideways, thinking out of the box. That kind of creativity is what is needed in cyber. We were so proud of our protection, except we had totally left the side door wide open. The other thing I will say is anyone who says there is perfect cybersecurity has never really done cybersecurity. It is a question of when they will break it. So definitely focus on all of your defense in depth. Never put too many eggs in one basket. And be prepared to restore from backups that you actually trust. That is always fun when you restore from backup, and those were compromised too. I've had that happen. Assume that you're going to get just positively wrecked by the adversary, and don't take it personally. It is a game of whack-a-mole, and just make sure you always have a way to restore.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time, Terry. Really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to having everyone hear this.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for your time.
Okay, as we are here for the final stretch, we've heard what you've been saying, and I'm sorry to disappoint. We have two quick things to talk about, and then we're bringing our...
Where's Rob?
It's a good question. I think everyone's been asking.
He's over there.
Okay, real quick. So a different staff member, Kayvon, brought this up a little bit ago, and he was talking about crowdfunding. And the whole crowdfunding experience supports all of the students that you see behind us right now. And also the people that are running the esports side of things. But the California Cybersecurity Institute, for the first time in its history, is participating in a crowdfunding campaign to support the team that builds the Space Grand Challenge every single year. And any money that we raise goes directly to the Cal Poly student activities, and everything helps. Whether it's 5 cents, $5, $500, it will give us a chance to better train, broaden our outreach to more middle and high schoolers around the country, and get bigger prizes for our winners.
Again, as a reminder, we're running a crowdfunding campaign for the Space Grand Challenge. So the money we raise as students goes directly to support the student developer teams that have worked so hard this past year to bring you this lovely competition. The Space Grand Challenge only happens because of the generosity of our supporters, and we love to include you in their ranks. Thank you for considering it, even if it's a penny.
Yeah. And once again, it supports the students behind us, and we obviously sold you on wanting to donate now. So if you're wondering about it, the QR code that is right here on my side of the screen is the way to go ahead and do it. If you want, you can also go to bit.ly/SGC donate. And yeah, thank you so much. We really do appreciate
now that everyone's been waiting for,
it's long awaited. We saw the Twitch chat, we saw the Discord, and all of that stuff.
Come here, come on.
Someone else is more important. I see how it was.
There he is, Mr. Rob. All right, hand the mic to him.
Hello, 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 everybody. What's going on, players? Thanks again for participating in this year's SGC. We couldn't have made this possible without our awesome students standing right behind me. So without further ado, I can't even talk, my bad. I'm going to introduce them. So come on, Wilson, start it off.
Hi guys, it's Wilson. It's your local Discord mod.
Hi, it's Winnie, and I'm the other Discord mod.
Hello, I'm Brandon. I'm on the AWS team.
Make sure you're in frame. Make sure you're in frame.
Hi, my name is Mason Adele.
My name is Walter White. I live at I'm Isaac. I work on AWS infrastructure.
I'm Avery White, and I'm on the AWS team.
Shafay, I work on AWS.
I look Shauna, and I'm on the AWS team.
Hi, I'm Hugh. I'm on the Unity team.
Hi, I'm Jenny. I'm also on the Unity team.
I'm Shrikar, and I'm on the Unity team.
Hello, I'm Wesley, and I'm on the Discord team.
Come back over.
We need Rob for the closer, I think.
Yeah, I think
Right.
Rob, where's Rob at? Come back. We need you for the closer.
As
We
long
need you
as
for
you're
the
in
closer.
frame, people are happy. It should be okay.
That's like that SpongeBob meme where it's like Squidward and then it's like SpongeBob that pops up and everyone's clapping.
It's perfect. Well,
any final remarks?
You guys rock. Hope to see you next year. We're going to make it even better. So keep practicing your cyber sleuthing skills, and we'll see you soon. Woo!
Make sure to tune into the live stream, right, every single time. We appreciate you all for being here. And the Zoom closing ceremony with the winners is going to be directly after this.
We'll send the link in the chat.
It's going to be there soon.
We also announced in the Discord, so yeah, we hope to see you guys there.